Chapter 1803. Ziyuan glanced at Yun Ping, then looked at Zhang Feng and gave him a pleading look.
Dean, please be magnanimous and let me go.
Okay, you don't have to pretend to be pitiful. Zhang Feng scolded with a smile. He didn't care about winning or losing. He just wanted to exercise a little. Ziyuan nodded gratefully and had to lead the team away angrily. Just as they left, Yun Ping and the others couldn't stay calm. They swarmed in front of Zhang Feng. All of them looked happy, but they didn't say anything. This scene made Zhang Feng feel a little strange. These guys couldn't be thinking of celebrating with him, right? He had to run away quickly. Thinking of this, he hurriedly pushed the crowd away and prepared to slip away. Just as he was about to leave, Yun Ping grabbed his arm. Then, he felt his other arm being grabbed by someone. Oh no, there was someone else's leg. Yun Ping, you guys. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng's feet left the ground and he suddenly floated up. No, to be precise, he was lifted up by someone. Everyone exerted their strength together. Zhang Feng was lifted up high and he kept exclaiming, Dean! 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 Zhang Feng was not prepared for his body that was suddenly suspended in the air. He could only yell subconsciously, You bastards, wait for me to come down and teach you a lesson. He was a little scared. He was afraid that the guy who didn't know the severity of the situation would suddenly hurt his smart head. However, the crowd didn't seem to care about his shouts. They continued exerting their strength and cheering. Because to them, the Dean was their savior. The game that they were about to lose just now was revived. Of course, the reason why everyone worshipped Zhang Feng was not only because of this, but also because of his talent and innovation. It was just that poor Zhang Feng's mentality was messed up. He was thinking about how to punish these guys later. At this moment, a loud roar came from not far away. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Zhang Feng turned his head with his swaying body and glanced. The people who spoke were Cheng Chumo and the others. What took you guys so long? Come and save me. He subconsciously roared because he really didn't want to enjoy this kind of pleasure anymore. Cheng Chumo and the others seemed to have understood something. They walked over slowly and did not persuade the crowd to let Zhang Feng down. Instead, they said sarcastically, Fengzi, is it comfortable up there? He was from a military family and naturally knew what these people were doing, so he didn't stop them. Iron Bull, Worm, if you guys don't let me down, I'll teach you a lesson later. Zhang Feng couldn't hold it in any longer and could only open his mouth to threaten. In fact, he himself didn't know how to deal with the other party. Seeing Zhang Feng's discomfort, Cheng Chumo smiled. He waved his hand and pulled Yun Ping and the others. That's enough. Be careful that your headmaster comes looking for you in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Yun Ping was a little unhappy. However, when he saw that the dean was a little unhappy, he hurriedly ordered everyone to put Zhang Feng down. Zhang Feng finally landed smoothly. He glanced at everyone and his face turned green and white. It wasn't that he was angry, but that he was a little uncomfortable from being shaken. You guys only won one competition. Is there a need to be like this? Quickly go back to class. He didn't punish them because he knew that they were excited. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't angry, Yun Ping hurriedly led everyone away. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Feng turned to look at Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, and the others. He was a little dissatisfied. You guys were still making sarcastic remarks. Are you hoping that I'll die early? How could that be? I just saw that those students were a little excited and couldn't bear to disturb them. Cheng Chumo smiled and then looked at the people behind him. Don't you guys think so? Yeah, Fengzi, how does it feel to be in the sky? Dugo stood out and continued. I almost vomited. What do you think? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Dugo and said unhappily. After saying that, he found a stone and sat down. He had just been thrown into the sky and had to rest. Fengzi, were you guys playing basketball just now? What kind of results made everyone throw you into the sky? Zhang Sun asked curiously. He was the one who liked basketball the most among them, so he naturally paid attention. Zhang Feng casually replied, It's nothing much. I just turned the tables. F***CK, so amazing. Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, and the others exclaimed almost at the same time. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes as if they were sizing up Zhang Feng again. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect Feng Zi to be so amazing. Zhang Sun couldn't help but click his tongue. He kept circling Zhang Feng as if he had just met him today. Yeah, why didn't I see it before? Cheng Chumo crossed his arms and stroked his chin.
A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at everyone.
It just so happens that we have nothing to do today. Why don't we play a few rounds? Hearing this, Zhang Feng quivered. He didn't want to be thrown into the sky again and hurriedly stopped them. Stop your dangerous thoughts. Do you think that Lao Tzu has lived for too long?
What are you saying?
We're letting you play basketball, not asking you to die. Chapter 1804. Zhang Sun Chong was a little unhappy. He was usually so busy in the textile factory. Now that he finally had time to play basketball, this guy wanted to mess things up? Yeah, Fengzi, are you here to mess things up?
If I knew this would happen, I would have asked the students to let you down.
Cheng Chumo was also grumbling at the side. How could he not be angry when his suggestion was suddenly rejected? I've already played a game. Let me go. Facing these barbaric guys, Zhang Feng could only choose to beg for mercy.
No, I'm finally free.
Cheng Chumo rejected immediately. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's arm, then looked at Zhang Sun Chong. Bug, come and help. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Chong quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's other arm. Dugo naturally did not want to be left behind. He wanted to hug Zhang Feng's leg. You bandits, how can you force people to play basketball? Zhang Feng's hands and feet were flailing around, constantly resisting. However, the others did not seem to care. They grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and leg and were about to lift it up. Stop. Zhang Feng was a little overwhelmed and quickly begged for mercy. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, Cheng Chumo asked, "What do you want? How about we go for a drink? We haven't gathered together in a long time." Zhang Feng smiled and began to tempt the crowd with his gourmet skills. Don't you guys miss barbecue skewers, braised meat, and hot pot? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo immediately could not take a step forward. Gulp. He could not help but swallow his saliva. He glanced at Zhang Sun Chong beside him, as if to say, "Why don't we go for hot pot? What's so fun about basketball?" Zhang Sun Chong's face was firm, as if he had made up his mind to play basketball. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo did not say anything. After all, he was the one who made the most noise just now. It would be inappropriate to say no now. However, the temptation of delicious food had been deeply engraved in his mind, lingering for a long time. Only the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. When Zhang Feng heard this, he secretly thought that there was hope, so he continued to say, "It's a pity that no one has tasted my good old wine. Originally, I saw that you all came today and wanted to drink it together, but it seems that there is no chance. And the roasted flour duck and beggar's chicken, unfortunately, no one has tasted them."
Lao Tzu can't hold it in anymore.
Cheng Chumo let go of Zhang Feng and glanced at Zhang Sun. Bug, what's so fun about basketball? Drinking is more important. After saying that, he didn't care about the other party's reaction and grabbed Zhang Feng. Fengzi, where is your good wine? Take me there quickly. Zhang Feng rubbed his aching butt and tried to squeeze out a smile. The wine is at my place. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulder and laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. After saying that, he grabbed Zhang Feng and ran out of the residence, not giving the other party a chance to talk back. Zhang Sun and Du Go hurriedly followed behind, afraid that they would be a step too late. Although the two of them liked to play basketball, they also liked good wine. Moreover, they could play basketball at any time, but there would be no wine if they didn't drink it. The group of people rushed to the residence. Zhang Feng could be said to be the most uncomfortable. He was sandwiched in the middle by these three guys and couldn't go up or down. Cheng Chumo was so strong that he couldn't even move. Finally, everyone arrived at the residence. Cheng Chumo put down Zhang Feng and said impatiently, "Fengzi, where is your wine? Why are you in such a hurry? Since we are here, are you afraid that I will run away?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and said in a bad mood, "How can there be wine without food? I will go to the cafeteria and get some food." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the door. However, before he stepped out of the door, he was stopped by Cheng Chumo. Wait, I will go with you. What if you run away? Chung Chumo leaned on the door and looked at Zhang Feng with his two nostrils. Okay, come if you want. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently and walked out of the door. Chung Chumo was like a shadow, following closely behind Zhang Feng, afraid that the other party would not give up the good wine and take the opportunity to run away. The two of them walked to the cafeteria one after the other. After a while, they arrived and ordered some hot pot, braised meat, and the like. Zhang Feng took some light things. As for the big pot, it was naturally taken by Chung Chumo. That guy even had a smile on his face, as if he had found a treasure. When they returned to the residence, Zhang Sun and Du Go were already impatient from waiting. They quickly took the braised meat from Zhang Feng's hands. Fengzi, why were you gone for so long? As he spoke, his hand unconsciously picked up a piece of braised meat and put it into his mouth. Okay, don't pretend to be obedient. Set up the pot and start the fire. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun and said in a bad mood. Hearing that, Chung Chumo quickly put down the big pot in front of him and prepared to set it up. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, turned around to get the wine. These were the wines that he brought when he came to the academy. He had not drunk them all this time. He did not expect to let these idiots take advantage of him today. Thinking of this, he was a little unhappy. However, he had no choice. If he did not take out the wine, these guys would drag him to play basketball. He did not want to be lifted up again. When he got the wine bottle, he turned around and saw that Chung Chumo and the others had almost finished the hot pot. They were just waiting for the dishes to be served. Chapter 1805. Fengzi, come quickly. We've been waiting for your good wine. Chung Chumo looked at the wine bottle and was a little impatient. Coming. Zhang Feng carried the wine bottle to the side of the crowd and opened the lid. In an instant, the fragrance of food gushed out. Come. Pour. Chung Chumo let out a silly laugh and raised the wine bowl high up in the air. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were also drooling as they waited for the wine in Zhang Feng's hands. Since they had already taken it out, Zhang Feng was not stingy and filled everyone's cup. Seeing that the wine bowl in his hand was full, Chung Chumo could no longer suppress the alcohol worm in his stomach and drank half the bowl in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a surge of heat in his throat and the fragrance of the food stimulated every taste buds. Ah! Fengzi, this wine of yours is really good. Du Go looked at the wine bowl in his hand and could not help but praise. Of course. Zhang Feng's lips curled into a proud smile. He then glanced at the crowd and said, Don't just drink. Hurry up and eat. He knew that these guys were all drunkards. It was as if they could not fill their stomachs. If they continued to drink like this, his wine would run out sooner or later. He had to quickly ask them to eat. Once they were full, they would naturally drink less. Yes. Let's eat and drink. Du Go picked up a plate and poured it into the hot pot. Zhang Sun Chong did not want to be left behind. He poured all the food he brought back into the hot pot. At this moment, the hot pot was boiling happily. Waves of smoke rose into the air, mixed with the fragrance of the braised meat and vegetables. The entire room seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. The fragrance lingered and constantly attacked the taste buds of the four people. The food is cooked. Hurry up and eat. Zhang Feng picked up his chopsticks and did not wait for the others to eat first. When the other three saw this, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and stirred in the pot. Iron Bull, how's the textile factory? Zhang Feng picked up a piece of braised meat and placed it in his bowl to dry. He then glanced at Chung Chumo who was about to drink. Textile factory? Chung Chumo put down his wine bowl and smiled. His face was full of pride. It's not that I want to brag, but now the textile factory is doing very well. Almost all the merchants in the whole country are coming to our textile factory to order. Will you die if you stop bragging? Zhang Feng put the braised meat into his mouth and rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo. Hey, if you don't believe me, let the worm tell you. Chung Chumo was a little unconvinced. He glanced at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun naturally understood. He put down the bowl in his hand and looked at Zhang Feng with his two nostrils. Fengzi, our textile factory is now the largest in Chang'an. Almost all the cloth in Chang'an is supplied by us. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. He did not expect that when he handed over the textile factory to these guys, they could still do such a big thing. It seems that I don't have to worry about the silk anymore. Hey, brothers. Can you guys help me get some silk? Zhang Feng raised his wine bowl to the three of them with a smile on his face. There was no other way. When asking for help, one had to offer a toast. Fengzi, what do you want silk for? Cheng Chimo picked up his wine bowl and was a little puzzled. Generally, silk was used to make clothes or handkerchiefs for wealthy families. Moreover, clothes were made in professional workshops. If one made it himself, it would destroy the goods. Didn't the Research Institute come up with something new recently? Zhang Feng took a sip, then put down his wine bowl and looked at everyone. I'm looking for experimental materials and found that many things are not suitable, so I want to try silk. What the hell is that thing? Why don't you tell us? Dugo put down his wine bowl with a look of curiosity. The others also looked at Zhang Feng curiously. They usually stayed in the textile factory and were bored out of their wits. Now that there was something new, how could they not be interested? Seeing the curious look on everyone's face, Zhang Feng smiled proudly and deliberately coughed twice, put on the look of an expert, and glanced at everyone. Ahem, this I shouldn't tell you guys, but seeing that you guys are humbly asking for advice, I will reluctantly tell you guys. Okay, hurry up and say it. Cheng Chimo was a little impatient. This damn guy knows how to keep people in suspense. Why are you so impatient? Zhang Feng secretly spat. Seeing that the time was right, he slowly said, the thing I'm researching this time is called a hot air balloon. Simply put, it uses air and fuel and other things to bring living things up into the sky. What the F***CK? Cheng Chimo exclaimed. He suddenly jumped up. He looked at Zhang Feng with a look of horror, his chest rising and falling. What is so powerful? It can actually lift people up into the sky? Yes, Fengzi, what do you think this is? Is it so awesome? Zhang Sun and Du Go's eyes were wide open, and their faces were red to the neck. It was unknown whether it was the effect of the alcohol or their own excitement. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with their reaction. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Sit down, don't get too excited, this is just a small matter. Small matter my ass, if what you said is true, then it's a big deal. Chapter 1806. Cheng Chimo was still as loud as ever. His excitement made his voice a little hoarse. Because he knew the pros and cons of this. If they could really go up into the sky, then why did they have to spend so much effort to attack the Turks? If they directly dropped a few bombs from the sky, wouldn't that be taking the lives of those bastards? Moreover, if they could go up into the sky with this thing, would they be able to live forever? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Instead, he threw this question to Zhang Feng. He stared at Zhang Feng with goosebumps all over his body. Fengzi, where is that thing you were talking about? Can you let me see it? Cheng Chimo looked at Zhang Feng with a face full of excitement. He almost knelt on the ground. There's no problem with looking at it. It's just that we're lacking some silk. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and smiled. He originally wanted to get some silk from these guys and was afraid that they wouldn't agree. Now, these guys seemed to be very interested in this hot air balloon. There was nothing to be afraid of in the future. Damn. Isn't it just silk? I'll get it for you. Cheng Chimo patted his strong chest and agreed. Yes, our textile factory still has a little bit of silk. Zhang Sun Chong also hurriedly chimed in. He did not want to be monopolized when the time came. Needless to say, Dugo repeatedly promised as if he was afraid that he wouldn't see it. Seeing the three of them agree, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and said, okay, then after we finish drinking, you guys go and get some silk. After that, he picked up the wine bowl and began to drink. Cheng Chimo at the side was not happy. He snatched the wine bowl and hurriedly shouted, what's the point of drinking? With this thing, isn't it better than drinking wine? Yes, Fengzi, you're not deliberately stalling for time, right? Zhang Sun also instantly felt that the wine in his hand was not fragrant. He looked at Zhang Feng with a questioning face. How can that be? It's not easy for you to come here, so we can't waste this good wine. Zhang Feng smiled embarrassedly and tried to snatch the wine bowl from Cheng Chimo's hand. The hot air balloon could be seen at any time. It wasn't like it would run away. The wine had already been taken out, but every sip was gone. Cheng Chimo couldn't take it anymore. He put the bowl of wine aside and pulled Zhang Feng up. Fengzi, don't drink anymore. I'll go find you some silk. Then, Take us to see that thing of yours that can ascend to the heavens. After that, he grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and ran out of the door. Tainyo, you mother-cur, can't you wait for Lao Tzu to finish drinking? Zhang Feng used both his hands and feet to try to break free, but it was to no avail. This guy was too strong. Let's go to the textile factory to look for silk. Zhang Sun also ran out with a bottle of wine. Dugo also followed out with a plate of unfinished braised meat. He followed closely behind them and ran to the textile factory. They didn't care about Zhang Feng's feelings, as long as they could see that thing that could ascend to the heavens. In this way, Zhang Feng was dragged by this group of bandits to the textile factory. The textile factory was also built on the mountainside of Shao Mountain, not far from the academy. The group soon arrived at their destination. Cheng Chumo let go of Zhang Feng and smiled embarrassedly. Feng Zi, now that we've arrived at the textile factory, you can choose whatever silk you want. Zhang Feng shook his wrist and rolled his eyes at this rude guy. If it weren't for the hot air balloon, he would have beaten this guy up. Although he might not be able to beat him, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Okay, let's go in and take a look. He replied in a bad mood. After that, he walked into the textile factory and saw a large piece of cloth coming into view. Countless machines were operating, and there were more or less 2 people standing next to each machine. They used tools to pull the cloth that had just been processed, and then pass the cloth to another group of people, who would then color and dry it. Next to them, there was a pile of cotton neatly placed there. 3 to 5 workers were using their hands to stuff the cotton into a cylinder of cloth, which looked no different from the pillows in the future. Next to them, there was a group of machines that were also processing something, neatly placing the cloth into the cylinder. After a while, some handicrafts with patterns came out. Looking at it carefully, it was definitely a 4-piece bed set. Feng Zi, take whatever you like. The silk has already been taken. Cheng Chumo put his hands on his hips, looking rich and imposing. This made Zhang Feng a little uncomfortable. Damn it, if it weren't for Lao Tzu handing over the textile factory to you, would you be showing off in front of Lao Tzu now? Let me take a look first. He glanced at Cheng Chumo and walked to the cloth alone to choose. Zhang Sun and a few others followed behind Zhang Feng and put on a very imposing look, as if to say, take your pick, these are all mine. Zhang Feng chose to ignore all of this and picked the cloth by himself. This won't do, it's too porous. This thing is too heavy. It won't do either. He picked up a piece of cloth and looked at it, then put it down in disgust. Although this time they came for the silk, it didn't affect looking at other fabrics. Maybe there was something more suitable than silk. Chapter 1807. However, after looking at so many, he obviously did not find anything that caught his eye. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Dugo walked over with a piece of silk and handed it to Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, I've brought the silk for you. What do you think? Zhang Feng took it and stroked it lightly. It was indeed incomparably smooth. However, he did not know how breathable it was. Debing, how breathable is this silk? He asked as he stroked the silk. It's breathable. I've never tried it before, so I don't know. Dugo shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Don't worry so much. Since we've got the silk, let's go take a look at that thing you were talking about. Cheng Chumo, who was at the side, was getting impatient and kept yelling. All right, let's go. Zhang Feng replied casually and glanced at the other fabrics. It seemed that there was nothing better than silk. After saying that, the group walked towards the laboratory. The textile factory was not far from the laboratory. Based on the group's speed, they would arrive in a few minutes. At this time, the laboratory was just after class. The campus was filled with laughter, and there were also people running on the basketball court. Feng Zi, where are those things of yours? Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng and asked curiously. Zhang Feng did not reply. He felt very annoyed. This guy had asked the same question more than a dozen times along the way. Now that they had just arrived at the laboratory, it was starting again. Feng Zi, say something. Cheng Chumo was still asking patiently. Zhang Feng shook his head and ignored him. He walked towards the laboratory to look for Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. Seeing Zhang Feng quicken his pace, the 3 people behind him quickly followed, afraid that they would miss something. When they arrived at the laboratory, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were indeed inside. Zhang Feng quickly went forward, Ma Zhou, Hao Chu-jun, where did you put the experiment equipment? Hearing this, the two of them turned around. When they saw Zhang Feng, they cupped their hands and said, "So it's Master. Please forgive us for not coming out to welcome you." Enough of this nonsense. Where is the experimental equipment? Zhang Feng waved his hand. He hated this kind of red tape the most. Teacher, the experimental equipment is here. Ma Zhou pointed to a corner by the wall. All right then. Take out everything you have. Today, I will personally conduct an experiment. Zhang Feng glanced at the corner and nodded. Hearing this, the two of them were a little excited and repeatedly agreed. It was a great honor to be able to see their teacher personally do experiments. Maybe they could learn something from it. They quickly turned around and picked up the experimental equipment in the corner and went to their teacher, ready to wait for orders. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and walked out of the door. Na Chengxiang had just walked out of the door when a huge body bumped into him. Bang! Zhang Feng was knocked back 2 steps. He subconsciously raised his head and saw that it was Cheng Chumo and the others. He was a little angry. These guys couldn't accomplish anything, but they were good at spoiling things. They only knew how to cause trouble. Are you guys looking for trouble? Fengzi, don't be angry. Cheng Chumo smiled and went forward to put his hand on Zhang Feng's body. Where is the thing that can ascend to heaven? Stop, don't touch me. Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo with disdain, then pointed to Ma Zhou behind him. There they are holding it. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's eyes flashed with a bright light. This is the treasure that can ascend to heaven? Let me see it. As he spoke, his perverted hand touched it like a hot air balloon. However, how could Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun let him have his way? They quickly hugged it tightly and looked at Cheng Chumo as if they were guarding against a thief. What are you doing? You can't touch our experimental equipment. These things were left behind by their teacher. Without their teacher's permission, they wouldn't let others touch them. What are you afraid of? We are just taking a look. Zhang Sun also came over. His eyes were like looking at a young girl, full of possessiveness. Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun were a little scared. They knew the reputation of these demon kings. They quickly looked at Zhang Feng for help. Let them take a look. They won't lose anything. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently, then looked at Cheng Chumo and the others. He said fiercely, "You can take a look, but if you break it, I will kill you." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and walked directly to the field. They heard a burst of laughter behind them. Without looking, they knew it was Cheng Chumo. That voice was deeply passed down in the old Qing family. The group quickly came to the field. Ma Zhou found a place and casually placed the experimental equipment. He looked at Zhang Feng. Teacher, how are we going to do the experiment today? Change the coarse cloth to this. Zhang Feng handed the cloth in his hand to the two of them. Hao Chu-jun took it and touched it in his hand. He was a little surprised. Teacher, this is silk? Yes, this is silk. Today, we will use this for the experiment. Zhang Feng nodded. It was as if he was talking about something very casual and didn't care about the value of the silk itself. At the side, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, and the others were full of pride. It was as if they were saying, "How is it? Your experimental materials are sponsored by us. Isn't it amazing?" Chapter 1808. However, Ma Zhou and Du Zhou saw all of this. They did not have the time to care about these guys. They quickly followed their teacher's instructions and prepared to replace the coarse cloth with silk. Wait, let us help. Cheng Chumo stepped forward again. He did not want to miss a single opportunity. Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go were not to be outdone. They also expressed their willingness to help. Needless to say, these guys had trained in the textile factory for a period of time. Their hands-on skills were much better than before. In addition, the assembly process was not difficult. It was done quickly and even sturdier than before. Feng Zi, we have already assembled the thing. When do we start? Cheng Chumo looked at the hot air balloon on the ground with a face full of excitement. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and then said to Ma Zhou, "Go and get a live pig." Yes, teacher. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and turned to leave. Cheng Chumo was a little confused. He looked at Zhang Feng and scratched his head. Feng Zi, why do you need a live pig for an experiment? Could it be that you want to have a meal first? Eat your sister. Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo and said unhappily, without a live pig, who will ascend to heaven? F***CK. I'm waiting here. You actually ask who will ascend to heaven? Of course it's me. Cheng Chumo patted his chest. He was a little unconvinced. He believed that he could definitely take on a bigger responsibility than a live pig. Hearing this, Zhang Feng quivered and an idea flashed through his mind. Yes, after experimenting with so many live pigs, he had not experimented with a live human. If the live pig did not die later, he would send this reckless thing to heaven. A human was always better than a pig. Maybe he could come down and talk about his experience. After making up his mind, he revealed an evil smile. Hey, what are you smiling about? Cheng Chumo noticed Zhang Feng's strange behavior and went forward to give him a push. Suddenly awakened, Zhang Feng was a little confused. He glared at Cheng Chumo and said, "You're F***king pushing Lao Tzu. Be careful that Lao Tzu won't let you go to heaven later." Go to heaven? Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up. He was as happy as if he had eaten magpie poop. Feng Zi, you said I can go up to the sky later? Sure. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and said impatiently, as long as you're willing. He had originally intended to use this fellow as a lab rat. What was the big deal? Yes, of course. Cheng Chumo readily agreed, as if he was afraid that Zhang Feng would go back on his word. After saying that, he took out a cigarette from his waist and handed it to Zhang Feng's mouth. He took the opportunity to take out a lighter and showed a despicable look. Zhang Feng was naturally not polite. He opened his mouth and took the cigarette. He took a deep breath and a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let me tell you, as long as you behave yourself, I promise you can go to heaven. Behave? I'll definitely behave. If anyone doesn't behave, Lao Tzu will kill him. Cheng Chumo patted his chest and promised. Zhang Sun and the others saw this and cast a disdainful look. Zhang Feng was secretly delighted. This fellow was too gullible. He fell for it with just a few words. He would let him go to heaven first later. At this moment, a pig's cry came from not far away. It was Ma Zhou. He walked over with a live pig. Ma Zhou, tie up the live pig and prepare to start a fire. Zhang Feng said to Ma Zhou, who was walking over. Yes, teacher. Ma Zhou nodded and led the live pig to the side and began to tie it up. How can I trouble brother Ma Zhou for this? Let me do it. Cheng Chumo shouted and volunteered to take over the live pig. Ma Zhou was of course happy. He handed the rope to Cheng Chumo and went to the side to start a fire. Although Cheng Chumo was strong, he had no experience in tying up a pig. The pig jumped around and he could not stand it anymore. He shouted to Do Go and the others behind him. You two, quickly come and help. Do you still want to go to heaven? Oh, I'm coming. Do Go and Do Go answered and rolled up their sleeves, ready to go to work. With the help of teammates, the situation was finally better. The live pig was subdued and tied up by 3 people. Ma Zhou's fire was almost finished. He could only wait for Zhang Feng's order to go to heaven. Is everyone almost done? Zhang Feng asked patiently. He had to make sure everything was correct. Teacher, everything is fine. We can start at any time. Hao Chu-jun glanced at everyone and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded and said directly, Ma Zhou, take care of the live pig. Tai Nyo and De Bing. Hao Chu-jun and the other 3 hold the wire and silk. Get ready to start. Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun nodded and began to do their jobs. Only Cheng Chumo and the other 2 were confused. This was their first time participating in this experiment. They did not understand what Zhang Feng was talking about. Hao Chu-jun, go and teach these 3 guys. Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo who was at a loss and found it funny. Hao Chu-jun nodded and taught Cheng Chumo and the others how to hold the wire and silk. At first, these guys did not follow the instructions. After a while, they slowly accepted it. Finally, everything was ready. They only had to wait for the wind to come and the experiment could continue. Chapter 1809. Zhang Feng had a cigarette in his mouth as he looked up at the sky. At this time, there was no wind in the sky. It seemed that today's experiment would have to wait for a while. He just didn't know if these guys could take it. Thinking of this, he turned around and glanced at the crowd. He saw that they all looked like they were constipated, especially Chung Chumo and the others. They looked like they owed him money. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Because it was his first time holding the iron wire, he wasn't used to it. He felt like his hand was constricting, but he couldn't put it down. Because no one could guarantee when the wind would come. If the wind blew the moment he put it down, then he would suffer a huge loss. Fengzi, what wind is this? My hand can't take it anymore. Chung Chumo furrowed his brows, showing a difficult expression. Yeah, Fengzi, why didn't you say that this thing is constricting your hand? Dugo was also a little protesting and shouted in dissatisfaction. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and didn't choose to answer. Because he didn't know when the wind would blow. He looked up at the sky again. The sky was still the same as before. There was no wind at all. It seemed that they would have to waste their time here today. Behind him came the howls of the crowd. He was a little annoyed and turned around. There's dried grass on the ground. Grab a handful of it and hold it in your hand. This way, the iron wire won't constrict your hand. Hearing this, the crowd looked like they had seen a life-saving elixir. They quickly bent down and grabbed the dried grass on the ground. They didn't doubt Zhang Feng's words because there was no point in doubting it. They still had to continue holding the iron wire, so they might as well listen. Sure enough, once the dried grass was in their hands, the constricting situation was greatly alleviated. Fengzi, your idea is not bad. It really doesn't constrict your hand. Chung Chumo's mouth revealed a silly smile. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and thought to himself. Of course, this was the wisdom of the Chinese working people. Although the dried grass solved the constricting situation, the lack of wind made the crowd anxious. Especially since it was winter. Standing in the open air, it was fine for a short period of time. But after a long time, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. Fengzi, you're not being honest. Why didn't you say it would take so long? Dugo said while trembling. His body was weak, and he could not take it anymore. Big Ping, there's something wrong with what you're saying. Zhang Feng smiled and pointed at Dugo with his cigarette butt. I didn't force you. Hearing this, Dugo's face turned red. Indeed, no one had forced him. He was the one who had shamelessly tagged along. Now you're blaming him? That's not right. How long do we have to wait? Can you give me a definite answer? Dugo gave up resisting and pleaded. Zhang Feng took a deep puff of the remaining cigarette butt and threw it on the ground. I don't know. Let's continue to wait. Zhang Sun put on a bitter face. I can't take it. I'm going to rest. I'll come back later. After he finished speaking, he prepared to put down the wire. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. The leaves beside him rustled, and the air was like a wolf howling. Suddenly, the hot air balloon was lifted up, and the live pig was hung up, screaming in the air. It's flying! It's flying! Chung Chumo shouted loudly. He was as excited as a child. Zhang Sun and Dugo were the same. They were dancing on the ground. Zhang Feng glanced at them. He only wanted to say that they had not seen the world. But after thinking about it, he held back. These guys were in high spirits. It was better not to provoke them. If they turned around and spat on his face, how embarrassing would that be? He still chose to look at the hot air balloon. He saw the hot air balloon floating in the air. Although it was a little shaky, it was much better than the rough cloth from before. At least it rose a lot higher, and floated further. Floated further? F*CK, it floated further. Everyone, quickly chase after it. Don't let the hot air balloon get too far. Zhang Feng shouted to everyone. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the hot air balloon. Everyone stood there admiring it. They thought that Zhang Feng was joking and did not pay much attention to it. But when they saw Zhang Feng's back, they knew that something had happened. They quickly took a step forward. Fengzi, wait for me. Chung Chumo took a big stride and chased after Zhang Feng's back. Although he did not know what had happened, looking at Zhang Feng's appearance, it should not be a small matter. So he did not hesitate to chase after him. It was no wonder that the genes of the Chung family were strong. Chung Chumo took a few big strides and arrived in front of Zhang Feng. Looking at the slightly panting Zhang Feng, he smiled and said, Fengzi, what happened? Why are you running so fast? The hot air balloon has floated far away. I'm afraid that something will happen when it lands on the ground. Zhang Feng panted and glanced at Cheng Chumo opposite him. "Oh right, where are Dabing and Ma Zhou?"
"Ah, behind."
Cheng Chumo tilted his head and glanced behind him. Hearing that, Zhang Feng turned his head and glanced behind him. Sure enough, Ma Zhou was leading Zhang's son, Hao Chujun, and the others to run towards him. Looking at their condition, they were not as good as him. They were panting like cows after running a few steps. It seemed that he had to strengthen their sports in the future. Otherwise, how would they find hot air balloons in the future? Chapter 18:10. You bastards, run faster. You'll be starving if you stay behind. Zhang Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. Then he looked at Cheng Chumo and panted, "Tiny Yo, I can't take it anymore. Run faster and find the place where the hot air balloon will land. I'll let you be the first to go up."
"Really?"
Cheng Chumo's face turned red as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "Of course it's true. Would Lao Tzu lie to you?" Zhang Feng straightened his neck and said firmly. However, these words were different in Cheng Chumo's ears. He remembered that Lao Tzu once said the same thing. Would Lao Tzu lie to you? In the end, not only did he lie to him, he even got hit on the head. However, Feng Zi shouldn't be such a person. "All right then, watch me." Cheng Chumo touched the top of his head and tried to strike a pose that he thought was very handsome. Then, he rushed out like an arrow. Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped and stood there, panting. He took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it, and slowly smoked. At this time, Ma Zhou, Du Go, and the others also rushed over. When they saw Zhang Feng standing there, they thought that everything was fine. They also stood there, panting. This made Zhang Feng angry. Lao Tzu was just standing there to rest. "You guys dare to rest when you're late? Why are you bastards resting here? Continue chasing." He glared at everyone and scolded. "Teacher, haven't you found the hot air balloon?" Ma Zhou put his hands on his knees and looked up at Zhang Feng. He thought that since his teacher was resting here, the hot air balloon was found. It seemed that was not the case. "If I found it, would I still be waiting for you guys here?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Ma Zhou. "Hurry up and continue chasing." "No, I'm not chasing." Zhang Xuan's face was red, and he kept waving his right hand. It seemed that he was very tired. "Not chasing anymore?" Zhang Feng glared at Zhang Sun. He was a little angry. "What if we can't find them? Didn't Iron Bull go?" Du Go stood out. He was somewhat unconvinced. "Iron Bull is not human." Zhang Feng glared at the crowd. "If you don't go, don't have * King go to heaven." Upon hearing this, Du Go and Zhang Xuan's enthusiasm instantly withered. They had come here to ascend to heaven. Although there had been some twists and turns along the way, the experiment had basically been completed. The next step was to ascend to heaven. They did not want to give up just like that. I'll go, okay?" Zhang Sun put on a fawning expression and chased after Cheng Chumo. "I'll go too." Du Go looked at Zhang Feng with a pitiful face and slowly moved his feet. Seeing this guy's appearance, Zhang Feng's anger rose again. He kicked Du Go's butt. "You F * King run faster. We're waiting for food." Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun saw that everyone had chased after them. It was not good for them to stay where they were. They could only follow the footprints and chase after them. Zhang Feng looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction. He picked up the cigarette in his hand and slowly smoked. As he smoked, he walked towards Cheng Chumo. With Iron Bull, the hot air balloon should not be a big problem. After all, this guy only wanted to ascend to heaven, so he would definitely protect the hot air balloon well. After walking for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a few figures finally appeared in front of him. Looking at their bodies, it should be Iron Bull and the others. Seeing this, he could not help but speed up his pace. Finally, a few figures appeared in front of him. It was Iron Bull and the others. However, these guys were gathered in a group. He did not know what they were doing, and there were flames in the middle from time to time. Flames? Hot air balloon? Could it be that these guys lit up the hot air balloon? He did not doubt this idea, because he knew that these bastards could do such a thing. Even if Ma Zhou was there, Hao Chujun probably would not be able to stop them. "Iron Bull, Dabing, what are you bastards doing?" Zhang Feng went forward and pushed away Cheng Chumo, who was warming himself by the fire. He was a little angry. Fengzi, are you crazy? Chung Chumo tidied up his messy clothes and was a little dissatisfied. I'm just warming up the fire, why are you getting angry? Warming up the fire? Zhang Feng stared at Chung Chumo, then glanced at the fire, but in the next second, he was dumbfounded, because these guys were not roasting hot air balloons, but dry sticks. Realizing that he had wronged the other party, he quickly smiled apologetically. So you guys are roasting dry wood, I thought. Thought what? Chung Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. I'm not as brainless as you. My mother said that I'm the smartest in the entire Chen family. All right, you're smart. You're the smartest in the whole world. Zhang Feng also did not argue, and squatted down to warm himself by the fire. Dugo moved aside for Zhang Feng and interrupted. Hey Fengzi, now that we've found the hot air balloon, when can we go up to the sky? Hearing this, Zhang Feng glanced at the hot air balloon not far away, then looked at the others. If you want to go up to the sky, you can immediately, but you have to replenish the fuel first. Fuel? Chapter 18:11. Chung Chumo scratched his head. He didn't know what fuel was. It's the coal we burned earlier. Ma Zhou took the opportunity to pretend to be knowledgeable. Then let's go quickly and get the fuel. Chung Chumo stood up abruptly and wanted to pull Zhang Feng back. I just got here. I haven't warmed up yet. Zhang Feng was a little unhappy and shrugged his shoulders. What's there to roast? Chung Chumo pulled Zhang Feng up and then looked at Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others. Bug de Bing, let's go. The three of them were indeed in the same boat. When they heard this, they pulled Zhang Feng and ran to the field without stopping. Poor Ma Zhou and Hao Chu Jun, who were carrying the experimental equipment, slowly walked back. They didn't stop along the way and finally returned to the field. Chung Chumo let go of Zhang Feng and smiled. Fengzi, now that we're back, get ready. I can't wait any longer. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo. This guy was like a bandit, just like old Cheng. He couldn't do anything to them. It seemed that he could only teach this guy a lesson in the sky. Ma Zhou, go get some fuel and get ready to start. He looked at Ma Zhou beside him with some resentment. Ma Zhou nodded and walked out of the field. In less than 15 minutes, Ma Zhou came back with the fuel. He put the fuel in the brazier and quickly made the fire. He was only waiting for Zhang Feng's order. Fengzi, now that it's done, can we go up to the sky? Ching Chumo couldn't wait. He was also involved in the production, so he was familiar with the process. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you being chased by wolves? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo and then looked at Ma Zhou. Tie up Tai Nyo. F***CK, why tie me up? Chung Chumo exclaimed and stepped back as if he was afraid of being tied up. Although he was strong, he couldn't fight against so many people. How are you going to fly if I don't tie you up? Zhang Feng frowned. He felt that this guy had a one-track mind. Motherfastress what kind of logic is this? Why do we have to tie them up before we can fly? Cheng Chumo could not take it anymore. He waved his hand in protest. I tied you up because I was afraid that you would move around and accidentally fall down. Zhang Feng explained patiently. What he said was the truth. This guy had a huge physique. If he fell, he would become meat paste. Most importantly, he could play with this guy. Hearing this, Chung Chumo was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Feng, his heart beating like a drum. This brat wouldn't have any bad intentions, right? Did he have to be tied to the heavens? If there was any danger, he wouldn't even be able to run away. However, from the kid's tone, it seemed like he couldn't fly without being tied up. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Feng's impatient voice rang out again. Have you F***King thought it through? Don't dawdle here. If there's no other way, let De Bing do it. I think De Bing is more of a man than you. With that, Zhang Feng took the rope and walked towards Du Go. He looked like he was going to tie him up. Wait. Chung Chumo took a big step and came in front of Zhang Feng. He chuckled. Fengzi, why are you angry? Did I say not to tie me up? Isn't it just tying me up and going up? It's not a big deal. Come and tie me up. Use more strength. My skin is tough. With that, he looked like he was going to be tied up, like a hero dying for justice. Hee hee, if you said so earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Feng took down the rope that was about to be tied around Dugo and walked towards Cheng Chumo. Ma Zhou, Hao Chu-jun, come and help. This brat's skin is thick. It's not easy to tie him up. Feng Zi, weren't you going to tie me up? Why did you change people? Dugo, who was behind him, could not take it anymore. He stepped forward and protested. Go, go, go. What's there to tie you up for? Wait for the next round. Zhang Feng pushed the thin and weak Dugo away. Then, he began to tie the rope around Cheng Chumo. Come. Iron Bull. Put your head in. Put my head in? Cheng Chumo frowned. Why did these words sound like what a butcher would say during Chinese New Year? Then wouldn't he be a pig? He glared at Zhang Feng but did not argue. Since he was going to go up, there was no need to talk nonsense. He obediently put the rope around his head. Ma Zhou, Hao Chu-jun, each of you hold one arm. Get ready to fasten it. Zhang Feng glanced at the two people in front of him and instructed with a smile. The two of them nodded and did not say anything. They directly pulled one arm each and tightened the rope. Although they did not use much strength, the rope's tightening force made Cheng Chumo feel a little pain. Hey, 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 you two brats, be gentle. Be careful that I'll come down and teach you a lesson. Cheng Chumo glared at them, trying to use his authority to threaten Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun. What the F***ck are you saying? Zhang Feng was unhappy. He kicked Cheng Chumo's butt. We're doing this for your own good. As long as we tie you up tightly, you won't be in danger. After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's response. He turned to Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun. You two use more strength. Tighten it for me. Yes, master. The two of them nodded in unison. Before their master spoke, they did not use much strength. But now that their master had spoken, they had to tighten it fiercely. Chapter 18:12. Thinking of this, the two of them tightened their grip again and made a knot. Only then did they stop. Feng Zi, is it okay now? Cheng Chumo gasped and felt a little pain. Although it was a little uncomfortable, he endured it for the sake of flying. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and did not answer. Instead, he looked at Ma Zhou and the others and said, Set up everything and get ready to fly. The two of them nodded and began to prepare things. Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others also ran to the side to help. Feng Zi, you have to make sure I'm safe later. Cheng Chumo said with a little guilty. Although everything was ready now, he was still a little nervous. After all, he was tied up. Don't worry. We are good brothers. Zhang Feng smiled and showed a meaningful smile. Then he took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he handed it to Cheng Chumo and said, Come on, take a puff. You won't be afraid of flying. Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng strangely. He felt that this guy was implying something, but he could not say anything. Now, he even asked him to take a puff first. What did he mean by, I won't be afraid of flying? Could it be that he would not be able to do so in the future? He looked at the cigarette but with some disgust. He did not understand the meaning of the two of them taking a puff, but he did not want to disobey Feng Zi. He had to pretend to take a puff and asked curiously, Feng Zi, it seems that you have done a lot. How many experiments have you done before? How many people have flown? Before? Zhang Feng took the cigarette but that Cheng Chumo had smoked and put it in his mouth. He did not have such a taboo. After all, in that era, those who could smoke together were good brothers. He smiled and said, You've really caught a good opportunity. No one has ever gone to the sky before. You're the first to do so. Really? Cheng Chumo was a little excited and his face turned red. No one had ever flown before. Then, wouldn't he be the first person to do so in the Tang dynasty? If word of this got out, wouldn't the Cheng family's face be flipped 2 times over? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel proud. However, what he didn't know was that the first spot to ascend had already been taken by Pihu. Otherwise, he would be squatting on the ground and acting shamelessly. Looking at Cheng Chumo's happy face, Zhang Feng was a little amused. He just wanted to see if this guy had the potential to be a lab rat. Was he that happy? It was like eating magpie shit. Ma Zhou and the others were very fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had refilled the fuel and the iron wires were all screwed up. Everything was ready and they were just waiting for the sky to rise. Teacher, everything is ready. When do we start? Hao Chu-jun asked while holding on to the iron wire. Now, get ready to begin. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and then looked at Chang Chumo. He revealed an evil smile and said, Ma Zhou, take a cloth and gag this kid. Wait. Chang Chumo looked a little flustered and kept stepping back. Feng Zi, you don't really think Lao Tzu is a pig, do you? He was a little scared. Fu King tying him up and gagging him. Even a pig wouldn't be killed like this. He would be happy with just one cut. Come. Iron Bull. Take a puff first and listen to my explanation. Zhang Feng smiled and handed the cigarette to Chang Chumo's mouth. Since they were going to do an experiment, of course they had to go all the way. They couldn't let this guy affect the whole plan. I don't smoke. Hurry up and tell me why you gagged me. Chang Chumo looked at the cigarette in disdain and turned his head away. Hey, if you don't smoke, Lao Tzu will. Zhang Feng wasn't used to this guy's temper. He picked up the cigarette butt and blew out smoke. After it was moisturized, he smiled and said, I'm doing this for your own good. When you go up in the sky later, no one will control your direction. You can change your direction with just a word. Even if you fart, the hot air balloon might drift away with the wind. He wasn't trying to scare Chang Chumo. The hot air balloon didn't have any control equipment. With this guy's physique, he could really change its direction with just a few breaths and a fart. Of course, this was all speculation. It couldn't be true. Chang Chumo didn't understand this, but seeing Zhang Feng's clear and logical explanation, he had already agreed in his heart. However, his face was a little embarrassed and blushed. Feng Zi, it's not that I don't want to tie you up, but... But what? Zhang Feng looked at Chang Chumo curiously. This guy didn't usually talk like this. He was always carefree. Why did he sound like a girl today? Chang Chumo glanced at everyone's strange eyes and said hesitantly, Feng Zi, it's a little embarrassing to cover my mouth. He was the son of a duke. If people knew that he was tied up and had his mouth covered, would he still be able to live? If this matter was known by his father, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Embarrassing? Zhang Feng smiled. He didn't expect this guy with rough skin and thick flesh to care about this. However, if he didn't cover his mouth, he couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened. No, I must cover my mouth. No, I won't cover it. If my father knows, I will definitely be beaten to death. Chang Chumo had a look of refusal on his face as he kept retreating. Chapter 18:13. Hey, Lao Tzu can't deal with you. Zhang Feng was a little unconvinced. He rolled up his sleeves and glanced at Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou, come and help me. I have to cover this bastard's mouth today. Feng Zi, you can't do this to me. Cheng Chumo's face changed. He was really afraid of old Cheng's beating. If old Cheng found out about this, he wouldn't be able to go home in the future. As he spoke, he kept retreating, ready to find an opportunity to slip away. Zhang Feng had long seen through this guy's clumsy acting skills. He glanced at Ma Zhou and Ma Zhou. You two stop him. Don't let this bastard escape. The two understood and blocked in front of Chang Chumo. If this guy hadn't been tied up, he might have run away long ago. But now there was no way out. Zhang Feng grabbed the rope and chuckled. Lao Tzu is doing this for your own good. What if you talk nonsense in the sky and are in danger? After saying that, he didn't care about this guy's reaction. He took the cotton cloth soaked in water from Ma Zhou and stuffed it into Chang Chumo's mouth. Oh, bug. Save me. Chang Chumo kept shaking his head, his mouth stuttering and yelling. Call your sister. Lao Tzu is doing this for your own good. You actually look reluctant. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and increased the strength of his hands. Feng Zi, why don't you stop covering his mouth? Look at this guy. He seems a little uncomfortable. Du Go, who was behind him, probably felt uneasy and came up to plead for Chang Chumo. He was in a similar situation as this guy. His father was strict. If he knew that he had done such a shameful thing today, wouldn't he be angry half to death? However, Zhang Feng didn't seem to care because he thought that they were helping Chang Chumo. He glanced at the two of them. Do you two want to be tied up like Tainyo? No. Go ahead. Du Go's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand and smiled apologetically. He didn't want to do something so shameful. Zhang Feng smiled. He already knew that these two kids did not have the guts to do so. He looked at Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun and said, Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, you two go help Silk. De Bing, Buggy, you two go help TAC. After saying that, he looked at De Bing and the other two who did not reply for a long time. However, when he saw that these two fellows were in a daze, he kicked them. Did you guys hear that? Oh, I heard you. The two of them nodded and began to operate with ease. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his first experiment of carrying people into the sky was going to be a success. He grabbed the rope tied to Cheng Chumo and held him down to wait. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was to wait for the wind to blow. Ugh, ugh. Cheng Chumo shed tears of grievance and looked at Zhang Feng imploringly. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He prayed silently that the wind would not blow. If his father found out about this, then his surname would not be Cheng anymore. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. A chill came and the leaves began to rustle. It was as if a wolf was howling in the air and the wind began to blow. Everyone, get ready. The wind is blowing. Zhang Feng glanced at the silk cloth that was propped up and reminded. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that there was no problem. Only Cheng Chumo shed tears of regret. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The silk was blown up and the flame was swaying in the wind. The hot air balloon flew up and floated into the sky. Cheng Chumo could be seen kicking his legs in the air. It was unknown whether he was happy or sad. It's up. Iron Bull is flying. The happiest people on the scene were Du Go and Zhang Sun. Although they had seen live pig experiments before, this was the first time they had seen a live human being. There was only one word to describe it: fresh. The unhappiness of being tied up just now was thrown to the back of their minds along with Cheng Chumo. They hugged each other and cheered. They were as happy as children because it would be their turn next time. They also wanted to have a taste of flying. Zhang Feng looked at the two with disdain. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and had a look of satisfaction. Now that Iron Bull was in the sky, it meant that the experiment had made substantial progress. It must be known that this guy weighed more than 200 pounds. If he could fly, then with a little improvement, it might be able to carry 2 or 3 adults. Just like that, a terrifying thought slowly sprouted in his heart. Cheng Chumo, who was in the sky, had no idea what everyone was thinking. His face was flushed red, and he looked like a piece of pig liver. His eyes protruded as he glared fiercely at Zhang Feng, who was looking at the scenery below. Originally, he did not reject flying. In fact, he even longed for it. Why did you tie up Lao Tzu? Not only did you tie him up, you even King blocked Lao Tzu's mouth. Now that he looked back at his shameful position, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. A trace of regretful tears fell from the corner of his eyes. If he had known, he would not have agreed to these guys' requests. If he did not know, how would he be punished by his father when he returned home? Just as he was about to go home and face old Cheng, another gust of wind blew. A chill accompanied the wind, but this chill was nothing to him. However, the hot air balloon seemed to have risen. Chapter 1814. F***CK. Did he go up? Cheng Chumo glanced at the ground in panic and realized that he was already a few hundred meters above the ground. If he fell, wouldn't he become a meat patty? Thinking of this, he glared fiercely at Zhang Feng, only to realize that Zhang Feng was running on the ground like an ant. It seemed that this bastard was also panicking. With a burst of pride in his heart, he began to enjoy the scenery in mid-air. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. He had never been to the sky before. Now that he looked at it, the sky was full of cotton candy. Even the ground was green, as if it was sprinkled with a large basin of textile paint. It was very beautiful. Not only that, even the distant mountains seemed to be closer to him. The mountains were covered in silver, and he could vaguely see the proud plum blossoms in the snow. There were also roe deer foraging for food, big bugs hunting, and so on. It was as if all of this was for him. He stared with his round eyes and looked left and right, completely immersed in the beautiful scenery in front of him, as if he had forgotten the embarrassing scene just now. At the same time, on the ground, Zhang Feng was leading the group to look for traces of the hot air balloon. To be precise, they were looking for traces of Cheng Chumo. Just now, there was a gust of wind, and this guy swayed with the wind and rose up a lot. Now they could not see him clearly. Coupled with the snow from last night, It directly blocked everyone's vision. De Bing, Chong, Ma Zhou, Hao Chu-jun. The four of you search in the east, west, north, and south directions. Zhang Feng glanced around and instructed everyone. There were only a few faint traces of the hot air balloon, so it would be easier to search by splitting up. Everyone nodded and set off in 4 directions at the same time. They knew the severity of the matter and did not hesitate. Creak! Creak! As the snow from yesterday had not melted, there were some noises on the ground when they walked, but it did not stop them from searching. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it with a lighter. He slowly smoked and walked towards the shadow of the hot air balloon. In fact, he was not very worried about Iron Bull. That guy had thick skin and flesh, so it would be fine if he fell. Moreover, the hot air balloon was not to be trifled with. There were several layers of silk on top of it. Although it was still a little breathable, it was much better than before, so Iron Bull's safety was not a problem. However, he was thinking about a problem. Iron Bull's words made sense. Humans were not pigs. It was impossible to tie them up every time they went up into the sky. However, if they didn't tie them up, they would inevitably panic the first time they went up into the sky. If they panicked, they would be in danger if they moved randomly. It seemed like they had to think of a way to not tie them up. That's it. Kongming Lantern. Below the Kongming Lantern, there was something similar to a bamboo basket. If the fire was placed in the bamboo basket, and the silk and iron wires were enlarged and improved, it might be able to carry 2 people into the sky, or even more. I'm really AF * King Genius. I'll reward him with a cigarette. He proudly took a deep puff of his cigarette and continued to walk in the direction where Chung Chumo had disappeared. However, if there were too many people, how would they control the direction? Even the brazier is not safe? What if it caught fire? Moreover, it was not a good idea to rely on the wind. What if there was no wind when they wanted to fly? This series of problems gave him a headache. Logically speaking, there was nothing to worry about. However, this was his personality. He either did not do it or did it to the best of his ability. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in his mind. Hydrogen? Hot air balloons in the future were filled with hydrogen and helium, which were lighter than air. If these 2 types of gases were poured into the hot air balloon, wouldn't it be the same as the hot air balloons in the future? The problem just now would also be solved. Thinking of this, he kept recalling the method of making hydrogen that was taught by his teacher in the future. At that time, he had done this experiment with his own hands. Half of a glass cup was filled with water. When the water was added, a large amount of gas, including hydrogen, had already entered the cup. Then, a little salt was added to the cup because salt could help conduct electricity. Then, a cardboard board was used to cover the cup. Then, 2 30 to 60 centimeter long wires were inserted about 5 centimeters apart from the cardboard board, and 5 to 7 centimeters of the wires were submerged in the water. Then, the other end of the wires was connected to the positive and negative poles of the power source. Soon, he would see that bubbles were produced near the wires in the water. Hydrogen was produced at the negative pole, and oxygen was produced at the positive pole. Then, he found a container, inverted the container, and sank it into the glass cup. Slowly, the glass cup was pulled up without leaving the water. The final result was that the glass cup was protruding from the water and filled with water. This way he could obtain hydrogen. Most of the things in this experiment could be replaced by other things. The glass cup could be used as a bowl, the salt itself could be found, and paper was needless to say. The wires could be made with copper wire in the forge, but where would the electricity come from? Chapter 18:15. Creating electricity out of thin air? Creating batteries? That's F* King difficult. He took a deep puff of the cigarette, threw away the burning butt, and decided not to think about this hair-pulling problem. He continued to walk forward, and the crunching sound of snow under his feet made him quicken his pace involuntarily. At this moment, a roar came from not far away. Teacher, teacher, I found him. Zhang Feng raised his head and looked towards the direction of the sound. It was Ma Zhou who was waving his hands in the snow. It seemed that he had found Iron Bull. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and said, "How is it? Where's Iron Bull?" "Teacher, Big Brother Iron Bull is fine. He's warming himself up by the fire." Warming himself up by the fire. Zhang Feng frowned and was a little angry. Mother *Cur, everyone is looking for him and he's warming himself up by the fire? Let's go.
After saying that, without waiting for Ma Zhou to lead the way, he swung his arm and rushed up.
This place was not big. After a few steps, he saw Cheng Chimo, Du Go, and the others. They were warming themselves up by the fire and there was laughter from time to time. This made Zhang Feng angry. Everyone was looking for this guy and he was warming himself by the fire.
Without saying anything, he went up and scolded him.
Iron Bull, Mother Fastress Cur, do you know that everyone is worried about you? You're warming yourself by the fire? Hearing this, Cheng Chimo turned his head and laughed. He quickly pulled Zhang Feng to sit down. Hee, Feng Zi, don't be angry. Listen to me first. Didn't I just come down and feel a little cold?
After saying that, he deliberately warmed his hands by the fire and rubbed them hard, revealing a silly look. It was a stark contrast to when he was about to go up into the sky.
Sure enough, no one could escape the principle of fragrance. Just a moment ago, he wanted to die, but now he wanted to worship Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng did not care about this silly guy's attitude. He only wanted to know if there were any changes in the experiment. Iron Bull, how did it feel in the sky? Tell me about it. Hearing this, Cheng Chimo seemed to have changed into a different person. His originally flattering posture suddenly became lofty. His hands were on his knees, and his eyes were constantly scanning the crowd. His face showed a proud look, but he didn't say anything. It was as if he was deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun both bowed and placed their hands on their knees. They fixed their eyes on Cheng Chimo, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go were a little different. Although they were also looking forward to it, they were not as focused as Ma and Zhou. They fixed their eyes on Cheng Chimo and rubbed their hands from time to time. Even though everyone was looking forward to it, Cheng Chimo just put on a complacent look and refused to speak. This made Zhang Feng confused. He supported Ma Zhou with his hand and kicked him. Are you going to tell me or not? Are you waiting for your food? Hee, speak. I'll speak immediately. Cheng Chimo smiled awkwardly and tried to please him. He didn't dare to offend Zhang Feng. What if he didn't let him go up? Although he was a little unhappy before he went up, when he was in the sky, the scenery was really beautiful. If he could go up in the sky again, he would be willing to do anything. Thinking of this, he couldn't stop drooling. He looked at the crowd again and saw that they were looking at him with disdain. He quickly wiped his saliva and laughed. Haha, sorry. I was thinking about the scene in the sky and couldn't help myself. What's in the sky? What made a silly pig like you so greedy? Zhang Sun was a little curious. Before Zhang Feng arrived, he was listening to this guy talking. Unfortunately, he was interrupted at the most exciting part. Now he had to listen carefully. Silly, your sister. Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun and didn't care much. He then looked at the crowd and showed his molars. Let me tell you. When I was in the sky, I saw a lot of green everywhere. There were also many flowers. Even the mountains in the distance looked like they could be touched. What was that saying again? What immortal palace?
You mean in an immortal palace?
Ma Zhou took the opportunity to show off his power. Yes. That's the feeling. Cheng Chimo pointed at Ma Zhou and was a little excited. When I was in the sky, I felt like I was an immortal. The surrounding clouds were all around me. Thinking about it, it's true. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes as if he was really in a fantasy. Everyone seemed to be infected by this guy. They all looked up at the sky, as if they were feeling the feeling of being in the sky. However, Zhang Feng didn't have this feeling. He used to go to the sky a lot. He was already tired of the things in the amusement park. These guys were disgusting here. He picked up a piece of unburned dry wood and threw it at Cheng Chimo. Are you done with your fantasies? Zhang Feng's sudden words instantly pulled everyone back to reality from their dreams. Cheng Chimo was originally happy. When he was suddenly hit, he was dissatisfied. He was about to scold, but when he saw that it was Zhang Feng, he quickly smiled and said, Feng, what are you saying? We went to the sky once. Can't you let us be happy? After saying that, he planned to continue his fantasy. However, Zhang Feng didn't intend to let him go. That's enough. If you want to fantasize, go home. Now I have something serious to ask you. Chapter 18:16. Hearing this, Cheng Chimo didn't know what to say.
He could only reply with a smile. Go on, I'm listening.
How did you come down just now? Also, how did you control your left and right in the air?
Was your direction affected?
Zhang Feng asked seriously.
He wasn't in the mood to joke with this guy because it involved the modification of the hot air balloon, and the hot air balloon involved people, so he couldn't be careless. Seeing Feng Zi so serious, Cheng Chimo also stopped smiling and began to recall the feeling in the sky just now. Everyone probably also understood the seriousness of the matter, so they didn't disturb and didn't dare to speak. They just silently warmed themselves by the fire to vent the emptiness in their hearts. After less than half an hour, a smile appeared on Cheng Chimo's face again. He exclaimed, I got it. As soon as his voice fell, another chopped firewood flew over. Do you want to die?
Lower your voice. Oh.
Cheng Chimo nodded foolishly, then looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. Feng Zi, I just thought about it. When I was in the air, my direction was completely affected by the wind.
I couldn't do anything about it.
When I came down, it was easier. The fuel was almost used up. Then I slowly fell down. I even fell on my butt and it still hurts now. After saying that, he touched his butt and said with a pitiful look, If you don't believe me, let me show you.
Get lost.
Zhang Feng frowned and glared at Cheng Chimo, then fell into deep thought. If it was like what Iron Bull said, a person couldn't control their direction in the air and was completely carried away by the wind. One had to know, this guy was more than 200 pounds. If such a heavy fool couldn't control himself in the air, then there was no need to talk about other people. Although he was tied with ropes, it was for safety. It seemed that he had to install something to control the direction of the hot air balloon. Otherwise, the hot air balloon would be very dangerous in the future. Just as he was thinking about how to solve it, a scream woke him up.
Hiss.
Ah! He saw Hao Chu-jun hugging his hands and screaming in his original position.
It seemed that he was in pain. What happened to you?
Zhang Feng stepped forward and asked with concern. Teacher, when I picked this coal just now, I felt a sharp pain.
That's it.
Hao Chu-jun showed his right hand to Zhang Feng and felt a little helpless. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Chu-jun's right hand. There were no external injuries on the surface. It was not a stab wound, and there were no marks. What was going on? He glanced at the burnt coal, picked up a wooden stick, and extended it towards the coal.
Teacher, please wait. Hao Chu-jun suddenly stood up.
He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Teacher, this stab is very painful.
Please don't try it. If you insist, let me do it.
Zhang Feng waved his hand and refused. It's all right. I know what I want to know. After saying that, he didn't wait for a reply and directly stretched the wooden stick towards the coal. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain, as if he had been electrocuted. No, this was electricity. However, this voltage was very low, just like static electricity. Could it be that there was a voltage on the coal? He found it hard to believe, but he still decided to try again. The wooden stick stretched towards the coal again. It was still the same feeling. Voltage, it was voltage. His eyes protruded, and his cheeks were a little red. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Should he cheer? He reckoned that this guy in front of him didn't even know what electricity was. He could only stroke his chest and take out a cigarette with his trembling right hand. He put it in his mouth and slowly lit it. He looked at the coal excitedly. At this moment, he remembered the doomsday battery in the future. That thing was made by using the low voltage on the coal. Now that he had discovered this thing, wouldn't he be able to make the doomsday battery? With the doomsday battery, wouldn't hydrogen be at his fingertips? Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement. His hand that was smoking kept trembling. Hao Chu-jun, who was at the side, saw the abnormality. He quickly went forward and asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Electricity, this is electricity. Zhang Feng could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and exclaimed. However, the people around him were confused. They didn't know what electricity was at all. They asked curiously, What is electricity? Electricity is... Zhang Feng kept stomping his feet. He didn't know how to explain it to everyone. Could it be that electricity is a natural phenomenon? It's a natural phenomenon? Wouldn't it be more confusing the more he explained? What is electricity? Cheng Chimo was a little impatient. He felt a little ashamed to ask. However, Zhang Feng was more disgusted by this kind of shameless question because he couldn't explain what electricity was. He had to start fooling everyone. Have you seen lightning before? Everyone nodded. Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Lightning, that is electricity. It's just that it's a little different from the electricity just now. What's the difference? Ma Zhou tilted his head and asked. You. Zhang Feng originally wanted to scold him, but when he remembered that this guy was his student, he held it in. He silently said in his heart, This is an idiot. Don't bother with him. Then he put on a generous smile on his face and stroked Ma Zhou's head. Good boy, this isn't something you can get involved in now. You'd better study the 3-character classic. Chapter 1817. What he said was the truth. There was no benefit in telling them about electricity. Although he couldn't explain it clearly, it didn't affect his ability to fool these guys. Feng Zi, since you've discovered this thing, what do you plan to do with it? It looks like it's very useful, right? Cheng Chumo was an understanding person. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to say more, he could only change the topic. Useful, of course it's useful. Zhang Feng looked at the burned coal with heartache and smiled. Help me bring all the coal back. Not a single one can be missing. Everyone frowned. They didn't understand what Zhang Feng was doing. Was he not going to continue flying? They had waited for a long time. Now, he wanted them to carry the coal. This Feng Zi was a little unreasonable. Among them, Zhang Sunchong and Du Go were the most dissatisfied. Why? Cheng Chumo had already gone to the sky. Only the 2 of them were left. Now, they were going to carry the coal? Feng Zi, I'm not doing it. I want to go to the sky now. You can't lie to me. Zhang Sunchong crossed his arms and pouted. He was clearly dissatisfied. Not doing it? Zhang Feng frowned and kicked him. If you don't do it now, do you believe that Lao Tzu will personally send you to the sky? Feng Zi, you can't do this. Du Go stopped Zhang Feng and puffed out his chest. Why can Chen Tinyu go to the sky? The 2 of us have to carry the coal for you? We want to go to the sky too. Ever since they heard Cheng Chumo's boasting, the 2 of them had been thinking about how to go to the sky. In the end, Feng Zi asked them to carry the coal. How could they not be stupid? All right, the 2 of you stop acting shamelessly here. Zhang Feng glanced at the 2 of them and said helplessly, I'm going to use the coal to modify the hot air balloon. When it's done, I'll send you guys to the sky first. Why did this sound weird? The 2 of them frowned, but they didn't think too much about it. Instead, they said worriedly, You won't lie to us, right? With your intellect, do you think I can scare you? Zhang Feng revealed a meaningful smile and asked instead of answering his question. That's true. Zhang Sun smiled proudly, then looked at Du Go. Brother, let's get to work. Of course, the latter was happy to do so. Not only did he not say anything, he even received a great gift. He took the wooden stick and urged Cole on. When the others saw that the 2 of them had started working, they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. One by one, they found tools and looked like they were going to take all the coal home. After some work, the coal was finally wrapped up. However, everyone's faces were a little different. Their faces were all covered with coal and they looked like black ghosts, especially Cheng Chumo. At first glance, he thought that the black impermanence had come. This made the surrounding companions a little unbearable. F*CK, Iron Bull, how did you become so dark? Du Go looked at Cheng Chumo in disbelief. If not for the fact that he had been with this fellow earlier, he would not have believed it. Cheng Chumo was a little surprised. Didn't he just touch his face twice? Could it be that he was disfigured? With doubts in his mind, he asked curiously, How did I? Halfway through his sentence, he laughed wildly as if he had discovered a new continent. Ha ha ha, worm you! This made Du Go confused. He was just about to laugh at him, but he was the one being laughed at. Iron Bull, what the F*CK are you laughing at? Your face, ha ha! Cheng Chumo hugged his stomach, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. What's wrong with my face? Du Go was a little panicked. He quickly looked at Zhang Sun. Worm, what's wrong with Lao Tzu's face? Zhang Sun Chong's face turned red, and he felt that he could not hold back his laughter. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand and snorted, Worm, your face has become a big smear, ha ha. Go's face changed, but no one could tell. He quickly touched his face, but did not find anything strange. He thought that the others were lying to him. He looked at everyone and sneered, "Why don't you take a look at yourselves? You still have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't your faces all charcoal? All of you are black." As soon as he said that, everyone's face changed. They quickly touched their faces that they thought were beautiful. Although they could not see anything, when they looked at their companions' faces, they seemed to have understood something and began to cry out. "Fengzi, you bastard, you lied to me. You have to compensate me for my face that is as beautiful as a flower." Cheng Chumo even began to roll around in the snow. He thought that he was the most handsome man in the Cheng family. Now that his face had become like this, although it could be washed off, but if word got out, his reputation as the most handsome man in the Cheng family would be gone. He might not even be able to touch his wife's hand. Thinking of this, he rolled even harder on the ground. He wanted to take the opportunity to slander Zhang Feng a few more times. Zhang Sun and Du Go saw this and also acted shamelessly. However, the two of them were not as shameless as Cheng Chumo. They only cursed Zhang Feng in their hearts. What did he mean by "ruined half my life? I won't be able to find a wife in the future"? They wanted to take this opportunity to slander Zhang Feng. Because they did not have this opportunity usually, today was the perfect day. They could not let this guy go. Chapter 18:18. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were calmer. They had experienced this kind of thing before, so there wasn't much coal on their faces. Besides, they didn't dare to be disrespectful to Zhang Feng. They could only stand there foolishly while covering their mouths and giggling. However, they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. "That's enough. Are you guys done yet?" Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and was a little annoyed. "What do you want? Just say it." As soon as these words came out, everyone instantly became spirited. They all gathered in front of Zhang Feng. Even Cheng Chumo, who was rolling on the ground, got up. He wiped his eyes and revealed a pair of yellow teeth. Hey. Stay away from me. If you have something to say, just say it." Zhang Feng took 2 steps back and was a little disgusted. Hee, Fengzi, I helped you pick up so much coal and even messed up my face. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Cheng Chumo revealed a sneaky smile. Although he was very unwilling to admit that his face was messed up, as long as he could blackmail Fengzi's big gift bag, then so be it. He didn't care so much. "That's right, Fengzi. The two of us have sacrificed our beauty to pick up so much coal for you. You have to repay us." Zhang Sun and Du Go winked and winked, as if they were extremely miserable. "You bastards. I only asked you to do a little work, and now you want to bargain with me?" Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, that's where you're wrong. How is this bargaining?" Cheng Chumo spread out his hands in a manner similar to old Cheng's scoundrelly manner. "We helped you collect these things, but we've all painted our faces. Look at yourself, you're still a gigolo. Shouldn't you compensate us?" "Yes, Fengzi. You can't be ungrateful." Zhang Sun hugged his hands and prepared to dawdle. Looking at the attitude of these ruffians, Zhang Feng was a little scared. He was not afraid that this guy would act shamelessly, but he was worried about the doomsday battery. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to compromise. "All right, what do you want?" Hee. Cheng Chumo, Du Go, and the others exchanged glances before looking at Zhang Feng with a sinister smile on their faces. "Later, each of us will need 3 days. 3 times. Zhang Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "Aren't you afraid of falling, you bastards?" He said these words to scare these scoundrels. After all, who knew how much fuel it would take to ascend 9 times? Now that he had to modify the hot air balloon, how could he let these guys fool around? "That's none of your business. Just tell me if you want me to ascend to the heavens or not." Cheng Chumo pointed his nose at Zhang Feng, as if he was certain that he would win. "That's right. Do you want me to ascend to the heavens?" Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go's stance was also full. All right. Help me pull the things back first." Zhang Feng chose to compromise and agreed repeatedly. He did not want to cause any trouble midway. As soon as he said that, Cheng Chumo's face immediately changed. The aggressive look disappeared and was replaced with a flattering look. It was a little disgusting.
Don't worry, Feng Zi. With us here, everything will be settled for you. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. Come, come, come. Brothers, let's get to work. How could they not work after receiving benefits? They all understood this. Immediately, each of them grabbed a handful of coal. They did not care if it was black or not and led the way in front, saying that they would help Feng Zi flatten the snow in front. Seeing the group leave, Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun also silently followed behind with silk, iron wire, and other tools. Along the way, with the three of them leading the way, the snow under their feet did not crunch as much. Occasionally, there would be a squeaking sound. Soon, the group returned to the laboratory. As soon as they returned, Chung Chumo and the other two could not wait to throw the coal on the ground and stand aside with a look of disgust. It seemed that they were very unwilling to touch this thing. Tainyo, the three of you break all the coal. Zhang Feng glanced at Chung Chumo and the others and said seriously. We still have to break all the coal? Chung Chumo showed a troubled look. When he picked up these things just now, he was extremely unwilling. Now he had to break them? Nonsense. If we don't break them, how can we do the experiment? Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. He originally wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, it was useless. Don't worry about it. Anyway, break all the coal. Unless you don't want to go to heaven? Want? Who said I don't want to? Chung Chumo straightened his neck and said slyly, I didn't say I don't want to do it. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Sun and Du Go and put on the look of a big brother. Brothers, let's get to work. The two of them did not say anything. They squatted on the ground and randomly found a stick to hit the coal, trying to vent all their dissatisfaction on the coal. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and turned his eyes to Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun. You two go and find me iron wire, copper wire. Anyway, as long as it's metal, bring me salt. Also, go and find 2 metal jars, one big and one small. The small one must be able to fit inside the big one. If you can't find it, go and find Algernon and ask him to make 2. Also, 2 metal rods as thick as a thumb, about 10 centimeters long. Chapter 18-19. Ma Zhou scratched his head. It seemed that he didn't remember much. Hao Chu-jun nodded. Since you remember it, go and find it. Bring it here in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I need it urgently. Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for the two to leave. He was in a hurry to make the doomsday battery so that he could improve the hot air balloon. The two understood and walked out of the door. They were Zhang Feng's students. Naturally, they knew what their teacher was thinking. It was a critical moment now. They couldn't help their teacher at all. They were even a little hindrance. Thinking of this, they felt a little ashamed. The only thing they could do now was to follow their teacher's instructions meticulously. Seeing the two's backs gradually disappear, Zhang Feng retracted his gaze. He took out a cigarette from his waist and put it in his mouth. He lit it up and slowly smoked. He couldn't help but think of the idea of the doomsday battery. Coal had a very low voltage, but if it was gathered more, the voltage would increase. It was similar to static electricity. With conductive materials such as copper wire, it was easy to draw out an electric current. With this electric current, it would be much easier to make hydrogen. When he thought that hydrogen could be made soon, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. When the hot air balloon was filled with hydrogen, it would be a real hot air balloon. It wouldn't need to rely on airflow or wind at all. It would be easy to carry people. Zhang Feng's mouth revealed a smug smile. It was as if he was celebrating for himself. Feng Zi, the coal has all been broken. What should we do now? Chung Chumo, who was squatting on the ground, looked up at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng took the cigarette but from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the coal on the ground. Not bad, all of them were thumb-sized. It should be useful. Find a coarse cloth and wrap the coal. Remember, don't let it come into contact with water. He had to instruct these things clearly. Otherwise, if they were careless and messed up, it would be a big loss. Okay. Zhang Sun smiled and took a piece of coarse cloth from the side to bandage the coal. Everything was almost ready. He only needed to wait for Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun's experimental materials. After about an incense stick's time, the two people, who were anxiously waiting, staggered back. They were still gasping for breath. It seemed that they were very tired.
Come, sit down and take a rest. Zhang Feng greeted him with a face full of concern. Even though the experiment was important, he couldn't neglect people. And, teacher, I've brought it back. Ma Zhou took out a package from his arms and was about to hand it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took it and opened it in his hands. All kinds of metal equipment appeared in front of him. There were copper wires, iron wires, all kinds of iron awls, cotton cloth, Mitsubishi bayonets, iron blocks, and so on. In any case, there were all kinds of things that he could think of. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, where did you rob? Why did you bring this thing back? He glanced at the package and felt a little disdainful. Most of the things inside were useful, but there were many that were completely useless. He felt that these two had gone there to rob. But on second thought, with just them? Hee. Teacher, even if you give us the courage, we wouldn't dare. Hao Chujun sat on a stool with a bitter look on his face. This was all given to me by Algernon. Algernon? Zhang Feng frowned. I didn't ask for cotton cloth. Teacher, we listened to your orders and went to find Algernon. But when he heard, he gave us all these things. Hao Chujun felt wronged. It was as if Algernon had done something to him. Forget it, forget it. It's better than nothing. Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't mind. Then he glanced at everyone. Come, let's start the experiment. Tainyo, pour the coal into the metal jar. Ma Zhou, fill it with salt water. Let's start immediately. Wait. Chung Chumo raised his right hand and stopped them. Tainyo, are you F*King itching for a beating? Zhang Feng glared at Chung Chumo. He was a little unhappy. The experiment was about to start, and this F*King bastard had come out to cause trouble. He shouldn't have brought him along. Feng, you can do the experiment. Can you let us go up to the sky? Cheng Chumo said hopefully. He thought that he could go up to the sky after pulling the coal back. Who would have thought that he would have to do the experiment now? Although he had already gone up to the sky, he still couldn't forget that beautiful scene. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, he was a member of the Cheng family and the son of Chang Yaojin. What kind of person was Chang Yaojin? The famous Lu Guogong. As the son of a Guogong, he should have been carrying this honor since he was young. However, which young man wasn't arrogant? How could he live under his father's shadow every day? He even had the thought of surpassing his father. However, his father's glory shone on him all the time. He couldn't keep his eyes open. Since he couldn't surpass him, he might as well be a salted fish. Wasn't his father known as the devil incarnate? Then he would be the biggest playboy in Chang'an. Just like that, he stayed in brothels and taverns every day. He was just short of getting 2 new kidneys. Until Feng Zi appeared and encouraged him to experiment with phosphate fertilizer and build a water wheel. Otherwise, he would be useless. Chapter 1820. This time, Feng Zi had created a divine object that could allow one to fly. He had to prove to his father that the son of Chang Yaojin could also be the number one in the sky. In the future, in the Cheng family, in Chang'an, and in the entire circle of hedonistic young masters, who would dare to look down on Lao Tzu? Even if he met Li Chengqian in the future, Feng Yai and the others would have the right to brag. Hey, Lao Tzu flew up a few days ago, did you guys go up? After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Maybe he could anger these guys to death. Haha. Of course, he was not the only one who had this idea. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go had even more ideas than him. Especially Zhang Sun Chong. He was the son of Zhang Sun Wuji, and his uncle was the current emperor, a standard aristocrat. However, it was a pity that he was the same as Cheng Chumo, living under the shadow of his father Zhang Sun Wuji. Every day, he thought about how to make contributions and how to surpass his father. However, his father's halo was not something he could easily break. Thus, he hung around with Cheng Chumo, and slowly, the name of Chang and hedonistic young master spread. Until today, when Feng Zi invented the hot air balloon, he thought that once he flew up, he would be able to make a name for himself again. However, who would have thought that this damned Cheng Chumo would beat him to it? This made his heart sour, but there was nothing he could do. He was not a match for Cheng Chumo, that big guy. There was no way he could compete with him. Now that Feng Zi insisted on doing some damned experiment, wasn't that stopping his good deed of flying up? This would not do, he had to stop it. Thinking of this, he quickly said,
Fengzi, you can't just ignore us? We are all waiting for you to fly up. While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Dugo and gave him a look. The latter immediately understood. After all, he also did not fly up. He quickly said, "Yes, Fengzi, we helped you do so much work just now. Now we can't just let it go." In fact, he was the most unbalanced in his heart. Why could Cheng Chumo fly up first? He and Zhang Sun had to wait here? This was too unfair.
He also wanted to ascend to the heavens. He also wanted to show off in front of others. He also wanted to raise his head in front of his father. He glared at Zhang Feng with an aggressive look as if he was saying, "If you don't let me go up to the sky, I'll fight you to the death today."
Zhang Feng chose to ignore these guys' rudeness.
He took a deep breath and directly cursed, "Mother asterisk cur, if I don't do the experiment, why don't you go up to the sky and die? You guys only did a little bit of work, and now you're here crying for your parents.
Do you even look like men? If you don't want to go to heaven, scram for Lao Tzu."
The scolding made the three of them a little confused, but they were more worried because they were afraid that Zhang Feng was really angry.
If that happened, wouldn't their dreams of ascending to heaven be ruined? Thinking of this, Cheng Chumo couldn't care less about his face.
He scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Fengzi, don't be angry. We're just worried that you won't let us go up to the sky."
"Yes, Fengzi, we don't know what you're doing this experiment for, and we can't help you." "Why don't we?" Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng timidly. He wanted to say something but stopped. In any case, his words couldn't leave the words, "go up to the sky."
"Lao Tzu knows what you're thinking, but now you'd better sit down." Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and suppressed the anger in his heart. "This experiment is to modify the hot air balloon.
If you guys go up to the hot air balloon now, what if you die in an accident? If that happens, Lao Tzu will have to carry your coffins, humph."
The three of them looked bitter and didn't know what to say. In fact, they all knew that the hot air balloon was still a little dangerous. It could be seen from the experiment just now, but when they heard Fengzi say this, their hearts trembled a little.
This was especially true for Cheng Chumo.
His heart was like a mirror. Just now when he was in the sky, there was no safety at all. He was completely under the control of the wind.
If it weren't for his fat body, perhaps something really would have happened.
But when he thought about how he bragged to his father, Li Chengqian, and the others about going up to the sky, he still felt good. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a proud smile.
If something happened now, it wouldn't be worth it.
Thinking of this, he quickly smiled and said,
"Fengzi, we'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you say.
Experiment now." After saying that, he used his elbow to nudge Zhang Sun, indicating that the other party should speak up and stop talking back. The latter immediately understood and imitated Cheng Chumo, revealing a silly smile.
Yes. Fengzi, we'll listen to you.
Whoever dares to not do the experiment, Lao Tzu will chop him up today." While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glared at Dugo, as if he was talking about Dugo. This scared Dugo, and he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Fengzi, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say."
Chapter 1821.
Zhang Feng was amused by the looks of these three guys.
It couldn't be helped. These three guys changed their faces too quickly. Just a second ago, they wanted to go to heaven. Now they had surrendered. He couldn't help but give these three guys a thumbs up.
Yes, you guys have this awareness. After the hot air balloon is successfully modified, I promise to send you guys to heaven together.
Send us to heaven? Cheng Chumo frowned. These words. Why did it feel a little strange? But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be a problem.
The hot air balloon was heaven.
After thinking about it for a while, he revealed a silly smile. Okay.
As long as it's Fengzi's words, we will listen.
Yes. We will listen. Zhang Sun Chong also quickly echoed. In that case, all of you gather around.
Zhang Feng glanced at everyone, then looked at Ma Zhou and said, "Ma Zhou, go and get some salt water for me.
Let's start the experiment." Ma Zhou was very fast.
In less than a cigarette, he brought the salt water over.
"Teacher, the salt water is here." He held a basin in his hand.
There was still a lot of coarse salt that had not melted.
Zhang Feng nodded. He turned around and took a piece of cotton cloth. He immersed the cotton cloth in the salt water. After it had completely absorbed the salt water, he slowly took it out. Then, he wrung the cotton cloth and put it aside. He picked up the small iron can and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he began to wrap it. Now, all of you look carefully. Although you won't be able to use it, it's good to learn more knowledge, he said to everyone as he wrapped it. He didn't forget to impart knowledge while working. He was really tireless. As he spoke, the cotton cloth had already wrapped the small iron can in layers. He only stopped when he had wrapped 3 layers. Then, he put the wrapped small iron can into the big iron can. All the preparations were finally completed. He smoked a cigarette to reward himself. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and the lighter automatically passed to him. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Sun Chong. Since someone passed him the lighter, he did not hold back. He stretched out the cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and held it in his hand. He looked at Zhang Sun Chong and smiled. You go and pour the coal into the big iron pot. You also need to pour the small iron pot. Do you remember? Zhang Sun had just started the fire, so how could he have the nerve to order him around? He could only let this kid suffer a little. Cheng Chumo didn't waste any time. He nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He hurriedly took the coal and went in. He didn't let go until it was full of coal. Teacher, what should we do now? Ma Zhou tilted his head and asked curiously. Zhang Feng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Cheng Chumo with a sinister smile on his face. Go and stuff the 2 iron rods into the coal outside the small iron can. Cheng Chumo frowned. He had a bad premonition. Why should I do it? He was a little dissatisfied and pointed at Ma Zhou. Wasn't he the one who asked just now? Why don't you let him do it? Just do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and kicked Cheng Chumo's butt. Cheng Chumo snorted with a little grievance, but he still took the iron rods as instructed. This guy was very strong. It seemed that he wanted to take back all the anger he had suffered from Zhang Feng through the iron rods. He stabbed the iron rods fiercely and didn't stop until he heard the cracking sound of coal breaking. Teacher, this? Hao Chujun pointed at Cheng Chumo and looked at Zhang Feng. He was so anxious that he couldn't speak. He was afraid that the other party would destroy the experiment equipment. Zhang Feng didn't seem to care. He waved his hand to indicate that it was fine because he knew that the tighter the coal, the better. That way, the electrical resistance would be greater. Besides, if there was an electric current, he wouldn't be the one who was injured. Why was he so nervous? Seeing that their teacher didn't stop him, as students, Hao Chujun and Ma Zhou couldn't say anything. They could only stand aside and watch. However, the incessant sound like a cat scratching was really uncomfortable. The two of them simply covered their ears and ignored the devastation of the killing genius in front of them. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Cheng Chumo stopped. The coal was almost all pounded. Not a single piece was intact. The iron rods were completely inserted. It looked good. How is it? How's my job? He wiped the sweat on his forehead and looked proud. It was as if he had completed the experiment. Zhang Feng curled his lips and went forward to take a look. It looked good, but he didn't know what happened to the voltage. Iron Bull, put your hand on the 2 iron rods and see the effect. He looked at Cheng Chumo and revealed a malicious smile. However, Cheng Chumo wasn't stupid. He seemed to have seen through the trick and hurriedly waved his hand. I've done so much work just now. Shouldn't you change to another person? You can't keep tricking the same person, right? Even if you're really a bull, you still need to rest. After saying that, he sat on the ground and looked like he didn't want to get up. He wasn't interested in this experiment. He just wanted to show off to the heavens. Now that he had done so much, of course he didn't want to get up. Not to mention that smile of Feng Zi's just now. Just thinking about it wouldn't be a good thing. Chapter 1822. Zhang Feng saw that this guy was acting shamelessly and did not want to waste time on him. Instead, he looked at Zhang Sun and Chong and said with a smile, "Which one of you wants to go? Don't try to shirk the responsibility. The person who goes will be rewarded with a heavenly benefit." I'll go. Zhang Sun pushed Du Go aside and raised his right hand as if he was afraid that someone would take it away from him. In fact,
Before Zhang Feng mentioned the heavenly benefit, he was very repulsed. Why? Because he saw the problem with Feng Zi's smile and saw Tai Niu shirking the responsibility. He already knew that there was something wrong with these two iron rods. However, when Feng Zi mentioned the heavenly benefit, his eyes immediately turned green. Who could resist the temptation of the heavens? It was impossible for Zhang Sun to be the first one to go. Why should Cheng Chumo be the first one to go? Lao Tzu also wanted to go. Moreover, he wanted these guys to watch from the ground and let the rich kids of Chong and City watch. At this moment, he seemed to imagine being worshipped by tens of thousands of people. When he thought of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a smug smile. He exaggeratedly rolled up his sleeves and looked like a hero dying for justice. After doing all this, he glanced at the crowd proudly and then walked toward the iron rod. He chose to ignore the disdainful looks from the crowd and touched the iron rod with a smug face. Of course, all this was on the surface. He was still nervous because he did not know what would happen. This was the nervousness of the unknown. Not only him, but Zhang Feng was also nervous. He was the most nervous person in the crowd because he knew what was about to happen. There might be electricity, but there might not be electricity. These were two extremes, but it would push the development of hot air ballooning to a great extent. He clenched his fists and stared at the doomsday battery, looking forward to what would happen next. Everyone also looked at the doomsday battery curiously. They did not know what it was, nor did they know what it was used for. However, they were eager to know why Zhang Feng did not touch it himself. Why did he have to let others touch it? Was there something fishy going on? With these doubts, they looked at Zhang Sun, hoping to find an answer. Looking back, Zhang Sun rushed forward. With everyone's curiosity, he reached out to touch the iron rod. This is nothing. He stretched his hand back with a look of surprise and kept looking at it in front of his eyes, afraid that he would miss something. Originally, he thought that Feng Zi had some bad intentions and wanted him to touch this iron rod that no one wanted to touch. He was even prepared to get hurt. However, nothing happened. It seemed that Feng Zi was sincere in giving him a gift to rise to the heavens. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. He chuckled and said, "Feng Zi, don't forget about the ascension package you promised me." At this moment, Zhang Feng had no time to bother with him. He waved his hand and said, "Scram." Then he went straight to the doomsday battery and reached out his hand without hesitation. At this moment, he was stunned. Mother Fastress Kerr. Was this all a scam? Why was there no voltage at all? Or was there a mistake in his operation? Did something happen? He froze on the spot and began to think. He carefully went through the production process again. However, there was no problem. What the F***CK? What was the problem? He was at a loss. He took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it up. He took a deep breath and slowly felt the stimulation of the smoke. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. A smile appeared on his face. He threw away the cigarette butt and looked at Zhang Sun. He hurriedly said, "Bug, take the copper wire from the bag and touch it again." "Why? I've already touched it. Unless you add another ascension package, I won't do it." Zhang Sun pouted and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked like he had Zhang Feng under control. Okay. I promise you." Zhang Feng pushed Zhang Sun and said impatiently, "Remember to take the copper wire in one hand and put the other end on the iron rod." He was in a hurry to complete the experiment. He could talk about ascending to heaven later. Okay. I'll do it right away." Zhang Sun Chong agreed and took the iron wire behind him. Then, he stretched it toward the iron rod. From his point of view, there wasn't any danger just now, and there was nothing to worry about now. Wasn't it just a copper wire? What's the big deal? Thinking about it, he stretched the copper wire in his hand. Ah! At this moment, Zhang Sun Chong suddenly screamed and hurriedly threw away the copper wire in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Suan's hand. He asked anxiously, "Bug, how did you feel just now?" He saw at a glance that Zhang Sun had triggered the voltage. Otherwise, there would not be such a sudden reaction. Before Zhang Sun could answer, everyone surrounded him with concern and asked, "What's wrong? Bug, are you okay?" "Bug, what's wrong?" Although they usually did not like each other, They were still very friendly when there was danger. Chapter 1823. I'm fine. I just felt like I was bitten by something. Zhang Sun stretched out his right hand and showed it to everyone. He looked a little wronged. Get out of the way. Isn't it just an electric shock? Why are you all crying? Zhang Feng waved his hand and dismissed everyone. He was very clear that the voltage formed by the coal was very low. Even if it was touched, it would be fine. It was no different from static electricity. He glanced at the doomsday battery and couldn't help but feel happy. From the reaction of the bugs, the voltage seemed to be good. Now that the doomsday battery was created, they should be able to proceed to the next step. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, we will immediately proceed to the next step of the experiment. Zhang Feng turned around and looked at Ma Zhou and the others. He said with a serious face, "Go and find a ceramic jar immediately. Fill it with 2/3 of water and paper. Remember, get some thick paper." "Yes, teacher." Ma Zhou nodded and walked out of the door with Hao Chujun. "Fengzi, why do we still need to do the experiment?" Cheng Chumo protested. He didn't understand the use of the experiment and only wanted to go to heaven. "We are only halfway through. There is still half to go." Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said casually. He now suspected that these guys were here to cause trouble, and would jump out from time to say a few words. "Then our ascension." Zhang Sun Chong put on a despicable look and interjected from the side. "Don't worry, you won't be left out." Zhang Feng waved his hand and was a little impatient. That's good, that's good." Zhang Sun nodded and was secretly happy. He had just gone up to the experiment and earned 2 ascension packages. Naturally, he had to ask clearly. While they were talking, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun had already returned with the items. "Teacher, we have brought the items." Hao Chujun raised his hand to show the paper in his hand while Ma Zhou hugged a jar of water. Zhang Feng nodded and pointed to the table beside him. "Put the jar on the table and pour 2 spoonfuls of salt into the water." "Yes, teacher." Ma Zhou put the jar on the table and poured in the remaining salt according to Zhang Feng's instructions. Then, nail 2 holes in the thick cardboard so that the copper wire can pass through. Then put it on the jar. Zhang Feng pointed to the cardboard on the side and said seriously. Now that there was no danger, he could leave it to the 2 students to operate and let them learn some knowledge. They did not disappoint Zhang Feng's expectations. Ma Zhou was operating at the side, while Hao Chujun was watching attentively. All that was left was the notebook to record. However, there was no need for that. They could not understand it at all. Zhang Feng just wanted them to slowly learn. "Teacher, everything is done. What should we do now?" Ma Zhou stopped what he was doing and asked seriously. "Now." Zhang Feng glanced at the jar, then looked at Cheng Chumo and the other 2 and smiled. "Which one of you will do the next step?" He did not choose Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun to continue because these 2 guys were too thin and weak. Now that the electric current was unstable, what if something happened? Of course, there was also some psychology of protecting his children. Chen Tiniu and the other guys had thick skin and should be fine. However, his smile made Cheng Chumo and the other 2 feel uncomfortable. This was because the last time Feng Zi smiled like this, the worm was bitten by the copper wire. Now, he was smiling again. Could it be that this brat was scheming something again? Their hearts were beating fast and their faces were full of reluctance. Although they did not know what danger it was definitely not something good. This was their unanimous evaluation of Feng Zi. This guy was not someone who would let himself be taken advantage of. "Why? You guys are not willing to come?" Zhang Feng smiled even more. In fact, he had already guessed what these guys were thinking. He just did not say it out loud. "Little guys, you want to fight with me?" The 3 of them hugged each other and shook their heads. Their faces were full of reluctance. It was as if they were saying that whoever wanted to go could go. Anyway, they were not going. "How about this? Whoever completes the next experiment will be rewarded with 3 ascensions. How about it?" Zhang Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest and revealed a complacent smile. He knew that these guys were the type of people who wouldn't act until they saw a rabbit. If he didn't give them some benefits, they wouldn't be willing to do things. 3 times? Dugo's eyes widened and he rushed forward. I'll go. How about that? He could be said to be the most pitiful. Cheng Chumo had gone up to heaven once, Zhang Sunchong had received the benefits of going up to heaven twice. He was the only one who had nothing. He had to seize this opportunity. Although it might be dangerous, it was not life-threatening. He could do it. Da-bing, da-bing. Zhang Sun rushed forward and blocked in front of Du Go. Da-bing, you can't go. Look at Feng Zi's smile. This is not going to be easy. You will definitely get hurt. With your weak body, what if you become crippled? Hearing this, Du Go was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Feng. Indeed, there was a hint of ill intent. Was he going to give up just like that? Chapter 1824. There was nothing wrong with Buggy going just now, but now he was not allowed to go? He hesitated and asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" "Sigh, there's only one way. I'll go, I'll take care of everything for you. That way, you won't be in danger." Zhang Sunchong let out a long sigh, speaking somewhat helplessly. Du Go frowned. So this kid was waiting for him here? "No, I'll go, I have to go." Du Go waved his hand and refused. Hey, I haven't even said anything yet and you two are already taking care of everything." Chung Chumo stood out and spread his arms, showing the posture of a gangster. "Iron Bull, you've already King gone to heaven once. What are you fighting for?" Du Go was unhappy and glared. Although he was not as strong as Chung Chumo, he was not willing to give in. "What you're saying is wrong. How can you take all the benefits for yourself? I've gone to heaven once, but it doesn't affect me fighting for the benefits." Chung Chumo spread his arms and was not willing to give in. It seemed that this guy had completely inherited old Cheng's bandit style, using force to solve problems. "All right, stop messing around." Zhang Feng stood out and waved his hand to stop the three from messing around. "Isn't it just an experiment? What are you guys messing around for?" As his voice fell, the three of them lowered their heads resentfully. It seemed that they were not satisfied, but now that Zhang Feng was the rich one, they did not dare to say anything. Even Chung Chumo gave in. He nervously lowered his arms and looked at Zhang Feng with a look of dissatisfaction. "Feng, then you say who will complete this step?" Chung Chumo held his head high, looking very confident. "If you want me to say it." Zhang Feng swept his gaze over the crowd, and finally, his gaze landed on the person behind Du Go. He smiled faintly. "Du Go will do. All of you have already received benefits, but this fellow has nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Go abruptly raised his head and stared straight at Zhang Feng. It was as if there was water swirling in his eyes. "Fengzi, thank you so much. Unlike these two fellows, they only know how to bully me." As he spoke, he glanced at Chung Chumo, Zhang Sun, and Chong Chong, who looked back at him with bitter eyes. "All right, don't be jealous here. Get ready to start." Zhang Feng waved his hand and did not care about these details. "Da-bing. Go and put the copper wire on the battery into the two holes that Ma Zhou drilled just now. Remember to put the copper wire into the water." Du Go frowned. He had just seen how painful it was for the insect to touch the copper wire. He was a little hesitant to touch it now. However, when he thought about how he could ascend to heaven after the experiment, the pain should be bearable. He made up his mind and slowly reached out his hand to grab the copper wire. At that moment, he felt the pain of an ant bite, which made him want to throw away the copper wire immediately. However, after thinking about it, he still put the copper wire straight into the hole until it was submerged in the water. "Fengzi, is it okay now?" Du Go put down the copper wire and touched his slightly painful fingers. "It's okay. You stand aside and rest first." Zhang Feng casually waved his hand, but his eyes were focused on the cardboard as if he could not move away. This was a ceramic jar, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. He could only observe through the cardboard on the surface. Therefore, he did not dare to let his guard down. "Teacher, what do we do now?" Ma Zhou stepped forward and imitated Zhang Feng to stare at the cardboard. "One word. Wait." Zhang Feng said faintly. Because the situation inside could not be seen, they could only determine whether hydrogen was produced based on the situation of the cardboard. If hydrogen was produced, there would be bubbles near the copper wire in the water. When the time came, these bubbles would push up the cardboard. This phenomenon could be seen from this phenomenon. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun nodded as if they understood. This was the first time they had come into contact with this kind of thing. They could only listen to their teacher's instructions.
Of course, they also wanted to learn some new knowledge from this.
Chung Chumo and the other two also came over with a curious face. The three of them were not interested in this experiment at all. They even wanted this damn experiment to end as soon as possible so that they could continue to ride the hot air balloon. However, they could not help but be curious. After all, they were young people who were curious about new things. Everyone stared at the cardboard with a serious face. The laboratory was silent.
It was so quiet that it was strange. Other than the sound of everyone's breathing, no other sound could be heard. After about half an hour, an exclamation sounded throughout the laboratory. It moved, it moved.
Chung Chumo pointed at the cardboard and widened his eyes. It was as if he did not see it. Why are you quarreling? Zhang Feng slapped him and did not give him any face.
Isn't it just moving? What's there to quarrel about?
After that, he looked at Ma Zhou, who was in a daze. Go and get the silk and prepare to inflate it.
Ma Zhou was a little late.
He did not forget to glance at the cardboard before hurriedly running out of the door.
After a while, Ma Zhou came back with the silk.
He held the silk in his hand and panted.
Teacher, the silk has been brought back. What should we do now? Chapter 1825.
Squeeze the inside of the silk first, and then buckle it on the jar. Remember to seal the mouth tightly when you take it out later. Zhang Feng reminded them again and again with a serious face. Now it could be said to be the last and most important step. As long as the hydrogen was successfully obtained, it meant that the experiment was successful, and then it could be promoted on a large scale.
Yes, master. Ma Zhou nodded.
He also heard the unquestionable tone in his master's voice and did not dare to slack off.
Chu Jun, come and help.
The two of them each pinched the edge of the silk and began to exert force on each other, trying to squeeze the air out of the silk.
Of course, they did not know what air was. They just did what their master told them to do.
It's done. Zhang Feng saw that it was almost time and quickly waved his hand to stop them.
Now, put the silk on the jar.
The two of them nodded, gently unfolded the silk and put it on the jar.
Master, it's done. Hao Chu Jun tugged at this corner and said seriously.
Well, next, put your hands in and gently remove the cardboard. Then, after the time of a cigarette, seal the mouth of the silk. Zhang Feng stared at the silk and said with a serious face, remember to seal it tightly.
It's best to tie it with a rope.
The two of them nodded and continued to move their hands. They reached out and slowly removed the cardboard, following Zhang Feng's instructions. After waiting for almost the time of a cigarette, they slowly removed the silk. At this moment, they sped up, grabbed the vent, and tied it with a rope.
Master, it's done.
Ma Zhou handed the silk in his hand to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took it with a happy face and played with it in his hand. He rubbed it from time to feel its softness. However, soon the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of worry. The experiment had been completed, and the hydrogen gas had been collected. But how could they be sure that there was hydrogen gas inside? It was a colorless, transparent, odorless, tasteless gas that was difficult to dissolve in water. In this era without various facilities, there was no way to identify it. However, this thing had a big drawback, which was that it was highly flammable and very easy to burn. This was one of the reasons why the use of hydrogen was less.
Flammability?
Then, could he test it with fire? In any case, there wasn't a lot of hydrogen inside, so there shouldn't be any danger. Moreover, this was the only way now. Otherwise, there really wasn't any way to identify whether this was hydrogen or not. Thinking of this, he tilted his head slightly and looked at Chung Chumo beside him with a smile.
Feng Zi, what are you laughing at?
Could it be that he's up to no good again? Chung Chumo crossed his arms like a resentful woman, afraid that others would take advantage of him.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
With your appearance, do you need to protect yourself so tightly? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Zhang Feng pouted, but the smile remained on his face.
Now, there's a good job.
Whoever wants to do it will be rewarded. What reward? Upon hearing that there was a reward, the three of them scrambled to be the first, as if they were afraid of falling behind. How about the benefits of ascension? Zhang Feng raised a finger and smiled.
Just once.
Chung Chumo frowned and curled his lips.
Then forget it. Who do you think will go?
Clearly, he was a little traumatized by the experiment just now. Now, he wasn't willing to do anything unless there was something good.
I'll go.
Dougal raised his hand high and glanced at everyone.
Isn't it just an experiment? What's so bad about it?
He wasn't worried that there would be any danger inside. After all, Fengzi wouldn't harm him. Good. Debing is a real man.
Unlike you guys.
Zhang Feng stepped forward and patted Dougal's shoulder with a satisfied look on his face.
Fengzi, what do you need me to do?
Dougal asked curiously. Go light this match and place it at the vent of the silk. Zhang Feng revealed a meaningful smile. After speaking, he took out a match from his waist and handed it to Dougal. Dougal took the match and was a little puzzled.
Fengzi, are you going to burn this silk?
Of course not. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't explain. You just need to do as I say.
Dougal nodded.
He didn't understand these things and didn't want to care. It was best to do as he was told. He opened the match and reached for the opening of the silk. Zhang Feng opened the opening. At this moment, a flame suddenly shot out, scaring Dougal so much that he hurriedly threw away the match and took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Zhang Feng quickly tightened the opening of the silk, afraid that a trace of hydrogen would leak out. He then looked at Dougal and asked with concern, Debing, how are you? No matter what, he had sacrificed himself for the experiment.
He should be concerned. However, this guy seemed to be frightened.
He pointed at the silk and was speechless. Fengzi, this? Dougal pointed at the silk, his face ugly.
It's fine. Don't panic.
Zhang Feng casually comforted him with a satisfied look on his face.
Chapter 1826. It seemed that his guess was correct. The hydrogen gas had been successfully collected.
Fengzi, what exactly do you have in there? Cheng Chimo scratched his head and looked at the silk in confusion.
You don't have to worry about that.
Zhang Feng waved his hand and ignored the ignorant question. He then looked at Ma Zhou and said, Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, you two continue to collect according to the method just now.
Yes, Master.
The two of them answered in unison. They were actually a little confused, but seeing that their master was unwilling to explain, they did not ask. Then, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun began to experiment according to Zhang Feng's experiment. They were very serious. In order to prevent mistakes, Zhang Feng guided them from the side. After about half an hour, the silk was completely filled with hydrogen gas. However, hydrogen gas was lighter than air. Once it was filled, it would directly rise into the air. In order to prevent this, Zhang Feng, Ma Zhou, and Hao Chujun held onto the silk tightly, afraid that it would slip away. In the end, the 3 of them were clearly not heavy enough to hold down the hydrogen gas. The tips of their feet were floating.
Tainyo, Debing, Buggy, hurry up and help.
Zhang Feng held onto the silk with one hand and shouted at the 3 of them.
There was no other way.
The 3 of them were simply unable to suppress the hydrogen gas in the silk. They needed the help of these fat and thick guys.
Oh, coming. Cheng Chimo responded carelessly.
He could also see the seriousness of the matter. He went forward and grabbed a corner of the silk.
In an instant, it floated down.
It had to be said that these guys were really good at suppressing the weight. Zhang Sunchong and Dougal were not to be outdone. They went forward and used Monkey Hang's tree. The silk finally stopped rising and stabilized in the air.
Fengzi, what exactly is this thing? Why is it floating in the air?
Dougal panted heavily and looked at the silk floating above his head with a puzzled expression.
There is some gas in the silk. Even if I explain it to you, you won't understand. In any case, we will rely on this thing to ascend into the sky later.
Zhang Feng used a hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and casually explained. He wanted to let everyone know the importance of this thing. Otherwise, if the ignorant person suddenly let go, it would not be worth it.
What?
Is this a divine object that can reach the heavens?
Zhang Sun exclaimed.
He originally thought that this thing was not that important, but now it seemed that it was really amazing. No wonder Fengzi treated it as a treasure. It turned out that it was a divine object that could reach the heavens. Thinking of this, he exerted more strength in his hand, as if he was ready to hold this thing tightly in his hand.
The other 2 were the same.
At first, they didn't care about this experiment, but now it seemed that this thing could actually pull people up. It was really not something ordinary things could compare with. No wonder it was said to be a divine object that could go to heaven. When they thought of going to heaven, the strength in their hands increased. With everyone's unrelenting efforts, silk finally showed no signs of flying up again. It remained in the air, motionless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, it was impossible to keep holding on like this. He looked at Hao Chu-jun and said seriously, "Hao Chu-jun, let go gently now and see if you can leave." "Yes, teacher." Hao Chu-jun nodded and gently loosened his grip. At first, the silk didn't move, but the moment he loosened his grip, the silk rose slightly. "Quick, everyone, press harder." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and hurriedly pressed down with force. In fact, even without Zhang Feng's reminder, everyone could feel the abnormality in their hands. They subconsciously exerted force together, and the silk suddenly sank down. Immediately, there were no signs of it floating up. Seeing this, Zhang Feng let out a long breath and turned to look at Hao Chu-jun. "Hao Chu-jun, go get the green brick now. The sooner the better." "Yes, teacher." Hao Chu-jun cupped his hands and turned to run out of the door. "Fengzi, what do you need the green brick for?" Cheng Chumo asked curiously. He didn't dare to relax his grip at all. "Without the green brick, how are you going to let go?" Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo and said unhappily. "You're right." Cheng Chumo chuckled. He didn't think too much about it. It was just that this thing was new to him. Zhang Feng did not pay any attention to this fellow. Instead, he raised his head and glanced at the silk. He could not help but marvel in his heart. Now there were a total of 5 people, including himself, who were pulling the silk. Each person weighed a total of 150 kilograms. Ignoring Chen Tinio's fat and thick body, there was a total of 750 kilograms. The hydrogen gas was actually able to withstand such a heavy weight. In other words, this hydrogen gas could easily carry 4 people into the sky. If it was light, it could even carry 5 people. He had to test it out later. Just as he was thinking, Hao Chu-jun brought 30 green bricks and stacked them under his feet. "Teacher, the green bricks are here. What do we do now?" Hao Chu-jun wiped the sweat off his forehead. It seemed that he was quite tired. Chapter 18:27. Tie these bricks with the hemp rope. Remember to connect them together. Don't separate them. Zhang Feng turned to look at Hao Chu-jun and said with a serious face, "Yes, master." Hao Chu-jun nodded and began to work. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said, "Now, let go of the silk one by one. But don't let go of all of them. I'm going to tie the rope to the silk and connect it to the bricks later. Otherwise, no one will be able to let go. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." Ma Zhou nodded and said solemnly. The others also agreed. This was a divine object from heaven. They dared not neglect it. Otherwise, they would have no place to cry. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and gently let go of his right hand. The silk swayed a little but did not float up. Seeing this, he took a rope from the table and began to wrap it around the silk. "Tainyo, gently let go of your right hand. When the rope is wrapped around, grab it again." Zhang Feng said seriously as he wrapped the rope around Cheng Chumo's right hand. This guy liked to play around, so he had to be serious. "Okay, just do it." Cheng Chumo nodded. He knew the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to be negligent. He gently let go of his right hand. The silk shook violently and was pulled down by everyone. Zhang Feng did not hesitate and slowly stretched out the rope. When everything was done, he said again, "Now, use your right hand to hold the silk and raise your left hand." Cheng Chumo nodded and did the same thing again. Except for the violent shaking of the silk, nothing else happened. Then the rope successfully wrapped around Zhang Sun, Chong Chong, Du Go, Ma Zhou and the others. Zhang Feng grabbed the rope again and tied a knot. Everything was done. "Don't let go first. Let's tie the bricks first." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and then fixed his eyes on Hao Chu-jun. "Hao Chu-jun, tie the rope on the silk and the rope on the bricks. Remember, don't tie a dead knot." After saying that, he threw the hemp rope in his hand to Hao Chu-jun, indicating for him to tie the knot. Hao Chu-jun reached out and took the hemp rope. His movements were very nimble, and he quickly tied a knot. "Teacher, it's done." He raised his head and looked at Zhang Feng with respect. Zhang Feng nodded and glanced at the rope. After confirming that there was no problem, he let go of the rope first. Seeing that the silk didn't show any signs of floating, he looked at the crowd and said, Everyone can let go now. Remember, let go one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to loosen their grip. First, it was Chung Chumo. The silk shook slightly. Then, Zhang Sun also loosened his grip. The silk began to float, and the hemp rope began to tighten. Du Go and Ma Zhou both loosened their grip. The silk suddenly floated up, and the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. Only when the entire hemp rope straightened did the silk stop floating and float in the air. Fengzi, you're finally done with this thing, right? Chung Chumo clapped his hands and looked at the silk above his head. Well, it's basically done. We're just waiting for the experiment. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the silk. He was happy. With this thing, the hot air balloon could be called a hot air balloon. Can we experiment now? Zhang Sun Chong rushed in front of Zhang Feng with a face full of joy. He was somewhat impatient. Chung Chumo had already ascended to heaven once, and it was just him and Du Go who could only watch. This was a bit unfair. Thinking about the benefits Zhang Feng owed him, he could not just let it go like this. The experiment must be done. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun and said unhappily, Are you worried that I'll cheat you? That's not it. I'm just impatient. Zhang Sun scratched his head and smiled. Zhang Feng ignored this guy and stared at the silk in deep thought. There was no problem with the hydrogen now, but how to control the direction and height. The hot air balloons in the future used the gas in the ball to control the direction and height. However, there wasn't that much hydrogen now. It couldn't be used up. However, the height was often linked to the weight. Increasing the weight should be able to control the height. Once the height was controlled, the direction would be much easier. He kept thinking in his heart and finally decided. He then looked at Ma Zhou and said, Ma Zhou, go and find 10 bags. Fill each with 10 kilograms of sand and bring it to the field. Ma Zhou and Hao Chu-jun looked at each other. They were a little confused. They didn't know what their master was going to do, but they still answered and walked out. Tai Niu, De Bing, Buggy, do you want to go to heaven? Zhang Feng turned his head and looked at Chung Chumo and the others with a faint smile. Of course. Fengzi, you're willing to let us go to heaven? Chung Chumo rushed forward and shook Zhang Feng's shoulder. Stop. If you shake me again, I'll die. Zhang Feng waved his hand and tried to stop this guy. Hee hee. Fengzi, I'm sorry. Chung Chumo laughed and rubbed his hands together. He looked at Zhang Feng with anticipation. Zhang Sun and Du Go also surrounded Zhang Feng and looked at him with anticipation. They were people who looked forward to going to heaven more than anyone else. Chapter 1828. Since you want to go to heaven, then do some work. Zhang Feng smiled, then pointed at the bricks on the ground. You guys move all these bricks to the field. Why do we still need to work? Zhang Sun was a little unhappy and spread out his hands. Yeah, Feng, why didn't you say that just now? Du Go was also a little conflicted. His body was thin and weak, so he didn't want to do such physical work. Moreover, these bricks weren't light. Each one weighed at least 5 kilograms. How could his small body bear it? You guys don't want to move? Zhang Feng revealed a mysterious smile. If you guys don't want to move, then don't go to heaven. With that, he pretended to turn around and walk out of the door. Before he turned around, he deliberately glanced at these guys. He knew that these guys were willing to do anything to go to heaven. Now, they wouldn't give up just like that. As expected, Chung Chumo rushed forward and spread out his arms. It looked like he was going to block the way. Feng, those two are them. I didn't say I wouldn't move. I'll move, I'll move. He revealed a silly smile and kept trying to curry favor. You want to move? Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and asked. That's right, I want to move. Chung Chumo nodded with a silly smile, then glared at Zhang Sun and Du Go. Those two guys can do whatever they want. I'm not with them. Okay, let's see if you can move it. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and looked at the pile of bricks. He couldn't help but complain for Tai Niu. These bricks added up to about 700 kilograms. Let's see how this guy can move it. Chung Chumo nodded excitedly, then rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the bricks. It looked like he was going to do something big. Seeing this, Zhang Sun and Du Go couldn't sit still anymore. They quickly went up and said, Feng, let's move too. Without waiting for Zhang Feng's reply, The two of them rolled up their sleeves and walked towards the brick. Both of them half-squatted beside Chung Chumo, ready to exert their strength. However, how could this brick be lifted so easily? The three of them squatted on the ground, unable to exert any strength, and their faces turned red. This scene amused Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Originally, I thought that you guys were very powerful. I wanted to train you guys and transport the silk. In the end, the three of you are so disappointing. You can't even move a few bricks. Feng Zi, who are you looking down on?" Chung Chumo raised his head and glared at Zhang Feng, looking as if he would not submit to anyone. "If you have the ability, then move the green brick. That way you can go up to the sky." Zhang Feng snorted softly and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking as if he was not convinced.
"Motherfucker." Cheng Chumo secretly spat.
He glanced at his two fellow sufferers and shouted, "Brothers, Feng Zi is looking down on us.
Hurry up, then we can go up to the sky." Needless to say, Cheng Chumo's words had some effect. Zhang Xuan's originally pale face instantly turned red. He pulled his hands on the brick and let go. Do go was not bad either.
His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his neck were bulging. "Brothers, use your strength."
Cheng Chumo supported himself with both hands and gritted his teeth. The roar resounded through the laboratory, and the black brick began to move slowly. Cheng Chumo took advantage of the opportunity to exert some strength, and Zhang Sun Chong and the other two put one hand on each side. The black brick was suddenly lifted up, and the three of them struggled to walk out of the door. The silk on top also moved. "Slow down. Slow down."
Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and waved his hand while guiding the three of them. "This way, this way."
Cheng Chumo glanced at Zhang Feng and began to walk according to the other party's path.
After all, with the brick in his hands, it was not very convenient to see the path.
It was better to just follow the other party's instructions. Moreover, the brick was not light, making it difficult for them to walk. "This way, this way." Zhang Feng continued to lead the way in front. He would look back every 2 steps. The three behind him were red in the face, and the veins on their necks were bulging.
They clenched their teeth tightly and did not dare to say a word.
They were afraid that when they spoke, they would give up and smash their own feet. After walking past the laboratory, the group finally arrived at the edge of the field. The path here was not easy to walk on. It was covered with the snow from last night.
This made the three of them somewhat wobbly.
"Slow down, the path here is not easy to walk on." Zhang Feng glanced at the snow below his feet and hurriedly reminded everyone.
The snow on the ground was slippery even for a person without any burden, let alone these three fellows who were carrying heavy objects.
Although these three fellows had difficulty walking and were very careful, they did not slack off at all. At this moment, each of them seemed to have endless energy. It was unknown whether it was because they were close to the destination or because of the snow on the ground. "Can't you King walk faster? Don't waste time?" Cheng Chumo straightened his neck and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. He had wanted to say this for a long time, but this guy was wasting time in front of him.
If not for the fact that he had already arrived.
Okay. Zhang Feng did not argue and repeatedly agreed. This guy still had something in his hands. What if he made a mistake and quit? Chapter 1829. Everyone unknowingly sped up. Other than the occasional slip, there were no major problems. Soon, they arrived at the middle of the field. Cheng Chumo could not wait to throw the green brick in his hand on the ground. As he threw it, the other two also dropped it. The green brick smashed a big hole in the snow. The three of them sat in the snow together and began to breathe heavily. Their faces were red, like strong cows that had just finished farm work. "Are you guys okay?"
Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and asked with concern. He did not want to tire them out just because of moving some things.
Zhang Sun pointed at Zhang Feng, panting and unable to speak. Are you what?" Zhang Feng looked at these guys and wanted to laugh. "Are you deliberately tricking us?"
Cheng Chumo patted his chest and finally said something normal.
"How am I tricking you guys?" Zhang Feng spread his hands, indicating that he was innocent. "Think about it. Without these things in the silk, how are you going to fly later? I'm asking you guys to move the things out first." Do Go frowned. There did not seem to be anything wrong with this. If they wanted to fly, they would need to use the things in the silk. Moving them out first would not be a problem. Forget it, forget it. I won't argue with you.
He waved his hand casually and did not care so much.
When do we start the experiment? Let me fly? As his voice fell, Chung Chimo and Zhang Sun also looked straight at Zhang Feng.
Their eyes were full of anticipation, as if they were determined to get it.
Right away. Aren't we waiting for Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun? Zhang Feng smiled and looked at the end of the field. After a while, two figures appeared in front of everyone. It was Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. Each of them was carrying several sandbags in their hands. It was difficult for them to walk. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, you two brats, walk faster. Chung Chimo roared in the direction of Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun.
He was in a hurry to ascend to heaven.
He was waiting for these two fellows. How could he not be anxious?
However, his roar didn't seem to have any effect.
The two of them were still like old oxen pulling a cart, slowly walking in the snow. It wasn't entirely their fault. A sandbag weighed 10 pounds, and each of them carried 10. That was 100 pounds. In addition, they were weak scholars. How could they have the strength to carry the sandbags? That was why they walked so slowly. However, Chung Chimo didn't care about this.
His eyes were wide open as he kept yelling, "You two brats, walk faster.
Call your sister." Zhang Feng grabbed a handful of snow and threw it at Chung Chimo. Can't you see that they can't even lift the sandbags? If it's urgent, you can go and help.
Why should I go?
That's between the two of them. Chung Chimo snorted. He was a little unconvinced. Don't you want to ascend to heaven earlier? The sandbags in their hands are essential for heaven. Yes, yes. Zhang Feng smiled. He had put in a lot of effort to help Ma Zhou. Essential? Chung Chimo was a little surprised.
He glanced at Ma Zhou and waved his hand.
Let's go. After saying that, he suddenly got up and ran towards Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. After resting for so long, his strength had almost recovered. Carrying a few sandbags wasn't a problem. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go saw that Chung Chimo had already gone. The two of them were embarrassed to stay where they were. Most importantly, they heard that these sandbags were essential for heaven. They needed to help. Otherwise, what would they do if they ran out of them? Although they didn't know what use they had, it was better than nothing. When Ma Zhou saw that Chung Chimo and the others came to help, he was overjoyed. He quickly handed over the sandbags in his hands. For Chung Chimo and the others, 5 kilograms was nothing.
They quickly carried it on their shoulders and ran all the way over.
Fengzi, the things you wanted are here. Zhang Sun Chong threw the sandbags on the ground. He was a little out of breath. Zhang Feng didn't reply. Instead, he picked up a sandbag and weighed it. And the weight was about right. It should be around 5 kilograms. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, the two of you go and prepare the materials for the hot air balloon. Other than the brazier and coal, I want everything else. He looked at Ma Zhou and Du Go and began to instruct them on everything they needed. Yes, teacher. Ma Zhou nodded and began to prepare the materials. There were still materials left from the previous experiment. Therefore, they didn't need to take anything else. They could just use what they used last time. I'll go and help too. Du Go smiled and ran in front of Ma Zhou, ready to help. He wanted to learn. Maybe he could make a hot air balloon himself. Me too. Chung Chimo, Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go seemed to have seen through Du Go's thoughts and also joined in. With these guys the speed increased. Soon, the materials were gathered in less than a cigarette's time. Fengzi, now that the things have been packed, can we start? Chung Chimo tilted his head and asked excitedly. Chapter 1830.
And we can begin.
Zhang Feng nodded his head, then looked at Ma Zhou. You two tie the iron wire to the silk, and tie the basket under the silk. Prepare to take off. Ma Zhou and Ma Zhou nodded their heads. They were already familiar with this task, and it was not difficult at all. They completed it quickly and efficiently. Teacher, it's done. Hao Chujun said as he held onto the iron wire. Zhang Feng nodded his head. He stepped forward and pulled on the iron wire. After confirming that there was no problem, he glanced at Chung Chimo and the others. You guys go on this basket. Also, try putting 5 sandbags on it. The sandbags were used to control the weight of the hot air balloon, making it easier to control the direction.
Thus, they could not be careless. Okay, I'll be right there. Chung Chumo jumped up 3 feet high, and with a fierce jump, he jumped up. If the basket was not placed on the ground, he suspected that he would have smashed a hole in it. Let's go too. Du Go and Zhang Sun rushed up the basket as if they had gone crazy. They scrambled to be the first to reach the basket, as if they were afraid of falling behind. As soon as the 3 of them got on the basket, they were like curious babies. They kept jumping around the basket, as if they were testing whether the basket was sturdy or not. How could the poor rattan basket withstand the destruction of these 3 fellows? It let out a series of miserable cries. Mother Cur, what are you guys doing? Zhang Feng could not stand it anymore. He hurriedly stopped them, fearing that these fellows would break the basket. Feng Zi, we are just testing whether the basket is sturdy or not. Chung Chumo had a smile on his face, but his feet were still moving. Stop! Zhang Feng shouted loudly, somewhat annoyed. Even if the basket is sturdy, it will be ruined by you guys stepping on it so hard. Hearing this, everyone stopped and stood still. However, Zhang Feng's reprimand did not extinguish the enthusiasm in their hearts. Feng Zi, hurry up and start. I can't wait any longer. Chung Chumo rubbed his hands as a glint flashed across his eyes. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo and did not reply. Instead, he walked up to the basket and stood with the 3 of them. Then, he looked at Ma Zhou and the others. You guys check again. After confirming that there are no problems, untie the hemp rope tied to the green brick. The 2 of them nodded and began to check. They did not find any problems. Teacher, everything is normal. Hao Chu-jun replied with his head held high. All right, you can untie the ropes now. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction and placed his hand on the iron wire. Yes, teacher. Hao Chu-jun bent down and began to untie the hemp rope. Because it was a slip knot, the hemp rope was easily untied. The instant the lid was opened, the hot air balloon swayed slightly. Fortunately, it was on the ground. Otherwise, the 4 people in the basket might have staggered. The hot air balloon began to rise slowly. The speed was very slow, and one could feel the cold wind and chill in the air. It's rising. It's rising. Du Go waved his hands excitedly as if he had never seen the world before. This was his first time in the sky. Everything in front of him was novel and beautiful. Of course, there was also a trace of pride. In the eyes of others, he was a famous playboy in the capital. He was ignorant and tyrannical. He only knew how to indulge in wine and women. Now, he had accomplished something that others could not. Although it was because of Feng Zi, it did not affect his pride at all. Of course, he was not the only one with such thoughts. Zhang Sun Chong was leaning on the edge of the basket and pointing into the distance. Excitement was written all over his face. Yes, yes. Look over there. Look at the ground. Ma Zhou and the others are like ants. Ha ha. Chung Chumo lowered his head and looked down. He let out a burst of laughter and glanced at everyone from time to time. However, this feeling quickly disappeared because he remembered something. He was the first person in the sky. How could he be as ignorant as these guys? He clenched his right fist and put it to his mouth. He coughed twice and deliberately acted like a big brother. Can the 2 of you calm down? If I knew, I wouldn't have let you guys come up. As soon as his voice fell, a slap came. Why are you so noisy? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo. Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth when you talk big? It was not his first time in a hot air balloon, so this thing was not novel at all. It was just that these guys were really annoying. Feng Zi, it's not like I'm the only one talking. Chung Chumo rubbed his head and felt wronged. If they were on the ground, he might have already fought back. However, they were in the sky. Feng Zi was the only one here who knew about hot air balloons. If anything happened, everyone would be finished. Therefore, he did not dare to fight back. I know you're not the only one. Zhang Feng replied casually. Then, he looked at Zhang Sun Chong and Ma Zhou. The 2 of you better behave. Don't make a fuss here. Otherwise, I'll throw you down later. After saying that, he did not look at the 2's reaction. He sat in the basket and took out a cigarette from his waist. Just as he was about to take out a lighter to light it, he remembered that hydrogen was more flammable. He simply put down the cigarette and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the sky. Chapter 1831. After being scolded by Zhang Feng, Zhang Sunchong and Du Go looked at each other embarrassedly and became more well-behaved. After all, Feng Zi was in charge of the hot air balloon and they didn't dare to disobey. However, they still couldn't help but feel happy. The two of them leaned on the edge of the basket and admired the beautiful scenery. They kept pointing there. After all, this was their first time in the sky and curiosity filled their whole body. Cheng Chimo was the same. He didn't succeed in showing off just now, so he could only lie on the side and admire the scenery. He was still fantasizing about how to show off in front of Li Chengqian and his dad. The hot air balloon was getting higher and higher, but because of the weight, it rose relatively slowly. Beautiful scenery appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There was a green grassland underground, a mountain not far away, plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow, reindeer foraging for food, and so on. Look, there are reindeer on that mountain? Zhang Sunchong pointed at a mountain not far away and beamed with joy. Isn't that MTE? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sunchong and said in a bad mood. They just flew up from this mountain and these guys didn't recognize it in such a short time? Oh! Zhang Sunchong scratched his head embarrassedly, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Okay, we've seen enough. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and then looked at Cheng Chimo. Tai Nyo looked down. If there's no one, throw a sandbag down. We should go back. He was a little hungry and needed to go down and eat something first. Feng Zi, don't be in such a hurry. Cheng Chimo smiled and then looked at Zhang Sunchong and Du Go. He deliberately winked at them. You see, it's still early. Why don't we go somewhere else? It was not easy for him last time, and he did not want to go down so easily. More importantly, he had not had enough fun and had not shown off enough. If he went to Chang'an with such a good thing, he would be able to show off. Most importantly, he would be able to gain face, and his reputation as a foppish playboy might be washed away. Zhang Sunchong also understood and smiled in front of Zhang Feng. Yeah, Feng Zi, it's still early. Don't you want to play? For example, go to Chang'an City to see the scenery. Yeah, Chang'an City is now the most lively time. Don't you want others to see your hot air balloon? Sing praises of your talent? Du Go licked his face and tried to please Zhang's face because he wanted to go to Chang'an. As long as he was there, he could take the opportunity to show off and let others know that Chang'an's famous as playboy was better. You want to go to Chang'an? Zhang Feng looked at them with a faint smile. In fact, he had seen through their thoughts just now. Moreover, these guys were good at licking his boots and he enjoyed it very much. It wasn't that he couldn't go to Chang'an, but after experimenting for so long, his stomach was already bulging. Eating was more important. Of course. Cheng Chimo smiled and said, Feng Zi, think about it. You made such a divine object. Wouldn't it be a pity if you don't go to Chang'an? Yeah, madman, don't you want to see the prosperity of Chang'an and let the people see your flying divine object? Zhang Sunchimo rushed to the side and incited incessantly. It could be said that he wanted to go to Chang'an the most. He was a member of the royal family and didn't have any achievements. If he rode such a divine object to Chang'an, it would make Zhang Sunchimo's family proud. Even his father could straighten his back when he entered the palace in the future. Go to Chang'an? Zhang Feng stroked his chin and showed a proud smile. Obviously, the words of these three people just now were very useful to him. Talent, merit, admiration of thousands of people? It was not impossible to go. He touched his growling belly and said with a wry smile, I also want to go, but my stomach is not living up to my expectations. After doing the experiment for so long, he had been hungry for a long time. If it weren't for waiting to go to heaven, he might have already eaten to his heart's content. Isn't it just hunger? Go to Chang'an. You can eat anything in Chang'an. Cheng Chimo patted his chest generously, as if these were not a problem for him. Yeah, Feng Zi, think about it. You will have a lot of face in Chang, and if you ride such a divine object, not to mention eating, won't you be able to choose the dragon liver and phoenix marrow in the palace? Zhang Sunchimo was very good at adding fuel to the fire and kept inciting him. Yeah. Zhang Feng nodded. He was very happy with these guys' flattery. Okay, let's go to Chang'an and have a look. Mainly, he also wanted to go to Chang'an to have a look. Otherwise, these incitements would be useless. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. Besides, since this hot air balloon was made, he had to open the eyes of the people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a trace of pride on his face. He waved his hand and imitated the posture of Captain Jack. Set sail. Destination Chang'an. Okay. Seeing that Feng Zi was interested, Cheng Chimo deliberately played along. He said with a smile, Captain, what should we do next?
Stupid. Zhang Feng secretly spat. He pointed to the front and smiled. Of course, throw a sandbag to adjust the direction. Chapter 1832.
As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and added, remember to check if there's anyone.
Don't smash anyone to death. Smash someone to death?
Cheng Chimo frowned and said in surprise, that can't be, right?
A small sandbag can smash someone to death? Nonsense, of course it can smash someone to death.
Zhang Feng slapped the back of Cheng Chimo's head and said with a serious face, if you throw it from such a high place, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. He clearly remembered that in the future, there were many people who threw heavy objects from high up in the sky, implicating innocent passers-by and causing them to be smashed to death on the spot. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but curse the person who threw the heavy objects from high up in the sky.
But it was different now. There was no such situation here.
Thinking back, a person could be smashed to death from a height of more than 10 meters, not to mention a height of a few hundred meters.
There was also a 5-kilogram sandbag. If it was thrown down and met someone, they would be smashed to death on the spot.
That was why he was so serious.
Cheng Chimo saw Zhang Feng's serious face.
Although he did not know why, he still did as he was told. After all, he still wanted to go to Chang'an to show off. He glanced down. The layers of clouds were somewhat unclear. After a while, the clouds dispersed. After confirming that there was no one, he threw down a sandbag.
Feng Zi, the sandbag has been thrown down. What do we do now?
Cheng Chimo asked with a happy face.
One word. Wait.
Zhang Feng smiled and glanced at the beautiful scenery in the sky.
Why do we have to wait? Zhang Xuan's face was a little ugly.
It was not easy to persuade this guy to go to Chang'an.
Now they had to wait? Don't we need you to control the direction for me?
Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at everyone.
Now the hot air balloon is slowly changing direction. With the wind, we should be able to float to Chang'an in a while.
Okay.
Whatever you say. Do go repeatedly agreed. Right now, they could be said to be obedient to Zhang Feng's words.
This was because Feng Zi was the only person who knew about hot air balloons.
Without this guy, how could they go to Chang'an?
Zhang Feng was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. He sat in the basket and waited for the hot air balloon to float in the air. A cold wind blew, and the hot air balloon began to float in the direction of Chang'an. A group of ant-like people began to appear in front of everyone's eyes.
Feng Zi, look, what's that? Don't they look like ants?
Zhang Sun pointed at the crowd on the ground.
He was a little surprised.
He had never seen such a scene and thought they were ants.
Idiot, what are you talking about?
That's just an ant. Cheng Chimo slapped the back of Zhang Xuan's head. He spoke in a tone as if Zhang Feng was lecturing him. Cheng Chimo was probably angered by Zhang Feng and wanted to vent his anger on Zhang Sun.
I think you're all idiots.
Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at everyone and said angrily, those are people. We're about to reach the sky above Chang'an City.
These are the people of Chang'an City.
Ah! Cheng Chimo's eyes widened in disbelief.
Those are people? Why are they so small?
Yeah, why do they look like ants?
Feng Zi, do you think we're easy to bully?
Dugo glanced at the ground. His eyes were full of disbelief. In his knowledge, everyone was about the same size. Why did they look so small now? They were almost the size of an ant.
You can only blame your ignorance.
Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and put on a knowledgeable look. His face was full of pride.
Have you heard of two children arguing?
Cheng Chimo frowned and nodded. Then, he seemed to think of something and shook his head.
Have you heard of it? What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?
Zhang Feng was a little unhappy and frowned.
I have never heard of it.
Cheng Chimo scratched his head and was a little embarrassed.
I've heard of it.
Hee. Zhang Sun smiled and glanced at Cheng Chimo.
He was quite proud.
Then he looked at Zhang Feng and asked, what does this have to do with two children arguing?
It's the same principle as two children arguing.
We're farther from the ground, so the people on the ground are smaller. The same principle applies to the people on the ground when they see us. Zhang Feng smiled. He wondered if these guys were uneducated. They didn't even understand such simple principles. Oh. Dugo nodded as if he understood. So that's how it is. You understand? Chung Chumo looked at Dugo with an evil smile. I understand. Isn't it because the things in the distance are smaller? Dugo's face was full of pride. It was as if he was talking about something very normal. But what he didn't see was that Chung Chumo and Zhang Sun had already come over with their fists raised. They were staring at him with dissatisfaction. I'll let you understand. You stinking brat. How dare you act cool in front of me? I'll beat you to death. You made me look bad. Dugo was caught off guard by the sudden punch and received it fiercely. The three of them wrestled together. However, fighting was also a daily routine for these fellows. If they didn't fight a few times a day, they would feel uncomfortable all over. Therefore, Zhang Feng didn't mind and happily watched from the side. He even clapped his hands and cheered. Chapter 1833. At the same time, in Chang'an City. At this time, it was the busiest time in Chang'an City. The streets and alleys were filled with the sound of merchants soliciting customers. Manservants shuttled through the crowd. Peddlers walked and stopped with goods on their shoulders. Couples of men and women were choosing goods on the shelves. The whole of Chang'an was bustling with people coming and going. It was very lively. Zhu Zi was still hawking on the street with the fermented glutinous rice as usual. Fermented glutinous rice. Fermented glutinous rice. Just then, a roar came from behind. Zhu Zi! Oh, it's Huzi. Zhu Zi stopped and glanced behind him. Huzi held the load on his shoulder and quickly stepped forward to walk side by side with Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi, how's the business today? How else could it be? It's the same as usual. Zhu Zi smiled and patted the jar with his left hand. There was a hollow sound. Looks like you're doing well today. Huzi glanced at the jar and smiled. Do you want to take a break? Okay. Zhu Zi agreed without hesitation. Then, he glanced at the corner and said, Let's go there to rest. After that, he walked to the corner with the load on his shoulder. Leaning against the corner, he put down the load. Huzi followed him closely. The two sat on the ground like this. Huzi wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, Zhu Zi, where's your fermented glutinous rice? Take it out and I'll exchange it with a steamed bun. After that, he lifted his clothes and fanned himself casually. His eyes drifted around and the sky from time to time. Suddenly, he seemed to find something. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, but he didn't know what it was. He just kept pointing at it with his finger. Huzi, here's your fermented glutinous rice. Zhu Zi handed over the fermented glutinous rice, only to find that Huzi was pointing at the sky. His eyes widened and his mouth kept muttering something. Huzi, what's wrong with you? Zhu Zi shook Huzi and asked with concern. What is that? Huzi was still pointing at the sky. His body was trembling and he couldn't speak clearly. Zhu Zi curiously glanced in the direction of Huzi's finger. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. But when he looked, he was shocked. His pupils shrank and his body trembled. Could it be an immortal? After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly shook Huzi and shouted, Huzi, quickly put down your hand. You can't point. This is an immortal. If you continue to point, you will be punished by the heavens. Huzi, who was originally immersed in it, was suddenly awakened. He abruptly turned his head to look at the pillar, his body trembling. Yes. Immortal. After saying that, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and began to kowtow while muttering, Immortal, please forgive me. Immortal, please forgive me. When Zhu Zi saw this, he quickly followed Huzi's example and kowtowed on the ground. He even muttered the exact same words because in their knowledge, only immortals could go to heaven. In other words, no one could go to heaven now. Those who could go to heaven must be immortals. After a series of kowtows, the blood on their foreheads was clearly visible. Probably feeling tired, the two of them stood up together and ran in different directions. They even abandoned the burden of eating while muttering incantations. I have to go home and tell my mother that an immortal has appeared. An immortal has appeared. The two of them kept shuttling back and forth in the crowd as if they were under a spell.
Soon, someone noticed this abnormality. At the same time, they also heard what they said and couldn't help but wonder, immortal? There are immortals there? While speaking, this person intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the sky. Perhaps due to the influence of traditional thinking, they believed that immortals must be in the sky. However, at this moment he saw it. He saw what he thought was an immortal. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His brain seemed to have received an endless shock. He shouted crazily, "In the sky! There are immortals in the sky! There are immortals in the sky! Quickly look!" This roar instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They glanced at this guy with some doubts. Immortals? How could it be? Lao Tzu had lived for decades and had never seen any immortals. Now you saw one? Most people held an attitude of disbelief. They thought that this guy was just crazy. Some people were even cursing in their hearts. However, there were still some curious people. They didn't believe in heresy. They couldn't help but shout in their hearts and look at the sky. Immortal? Is it really an immortal? Is that an immortal in the sky? Everyone quickly look. There are immortals in the sky? In an instant, everyone around them roared. They widened their eyes and pointed at the sky. Their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. The roars became louder and louder and spread farther and farther. The streets and alleys of the entire Chang'an city began to shout non-stop. Some people even knelt on the ground and began to worship. This was because in their education, the immortals were the representatives of the heavens. Now that an immortal had appeared, how could they not worship him? On the upper floor of Chang'an city, the soldiers also noticed this phenomenon. They looked at the sky together, their faces full of horror. They were soldiers. Logically speaking, they should only be in awe of this ghost. It was hard for them to believe. However, when they glanced at the people kneeling on the ground, their faith began to waver. Chapter 1834. What's going on? What's going on? Is there really an immortal in the sky? Shut up. How can we talk about this kind of thing? There was a lot of discussion. They even left their posts and gathered together to look at the sky. Surprise, uneasiness, and disbelief all shrouded them. What are you doing? A guard with a tang sword at his waist strode out with a solemn face. He was followed by a team of 10 people, each holding a 3-edged bayonet and killing decisively. The guard's name was Shi Lian, the general of Chang'an City. He was resting in the city when someone reported that an unknown object had appeared in the sky. He specially came to check it out. It turned out that these people had gathered together to watch the fun. General, something happened in the sky. Seeing his superior coming, a guard quickly stepped forward, bowed and pointed to the sky. Shi Lian frowned and glanced at the sky in the direction of the guard's finger. In an instant, he felt uneasy. What the hell is this? An immortal? His right hand, which was holding his saber, suddenly trembled. Fortunately, he was a military general, and he quickly restrained himself. He glanced at the sky unwillingly. It was still the same feeling. It was unbelievable. There was actually something flying in the sky? He tried hard to suppress the horror in his heart. Holding the tang sword tightly in his right hand, he asked in a trembling voice, "What is this?" Based on his soldier's intuition, the thing in the sky was definitely not simple. However, it was not necessarily an immortal because he could not believe it. "General, I don't know." However, the people in Chang'an City all said that it was an immortal. The guard lowered his body even more because the rumor came from Chang'an City. As the general of Chang'an City, he would be implicated if there was any problem. What? Shi Lian's pupils shrank. He pushed away the guard in front of him and walked quickly to the edge of the city wall. He saw groups of people shouting on Chang'an Street. Many people were pointing at the unknown object in the sky. Some had even knelt on the ground and kept praying. They were also calling for safety and an official career. Hurry up and comfort the people in Chang'an City. Try not to cause a disturbance." He raised his trembling right hand and pointed at the people on the ground, the muscles on his face twitching. This was Chang'an City. So many people were discussing and even kneeling down. If something happened, how was he going to explain it to his superiors? More importantly, this matter was related to immortals.
If His Majesty the Emperor knew that so many people were kneeling down to an unknown object in the sky, he would be done for.
Yes, General. Everyone bowed in unison. All the guards did not dare to continue watching.
They rushed down with tang swords in their hands. They knew the severity of the matter.
If more and more people gathered, it would be easy for people to die. In that case, it would be difficult for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Moreover, they only had respect for ghosts and gods.
They did not believe in them or not.
Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of footsteps could be heard coming from Chang'an City. The guards were lined up in a square formation with triangular bayonets in their hands. They looked at the crazy people in front of them with a serious face. A young man holding a tang saber walked out from the group. Everyone, listen up. Don't stay on the street. Go home immediately. The one who spoke was Sang Feng, the Deputy General of Zhulian.
He held a tang saber in his hand and looked at the people in front of him with a serious face.
It seemed that he would start a fight if there was a disagreement. However, his words did not have any effect. The people were still standing in the same place and discussing.
Some of them were kneeling down as if they did not see him.
Everyone, listen up. Don't stay on the street. Go home immediately. Sang Feng was a little angry. He repeated it again. He decided that if the people did not go home, he would be ready to take coercive measures. The effect was minimal. The people did not pay attention to his words at all. It was as if they had gone crazy. The number of people kneeling down even rose sharply. Men, get ready to force your way in.
Sang Feng raised his right hand and gave the order.
Don't hurt the people. Just drive them home.
Yes, the people behind him answered in unison. Then, they put the triangular bayonets in their hands on their waists and rushed out.
What are you doing? Stop it. Why are you stopping me from kneeling down to the immortal? The attack of the crowd immediately caused a fierce response from the people. They used their bodies as shields and started to resist the soldiers. Due to the large number of people, the soldiers were actually at a disadvantage. In addition, without orders, they did not dare to harm the people. Gradually, the situation began to deteriorate. On the city tower, Zhao Yan looked at all this. He clenched his right fist and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He had a bad feeling. The people were gathering and kowtowing on the ground. If this went on for too long, it would definitely cause a mutiny. It seemed that he had to inform the High Duke. Thinking of this, he slammed his palm on the brick.
He glanced at the people and soldiers in the chaotic battle unwillingly and left with a flick of his sleeves.
Prepare the horse. Let's go to High Duke Lu's residence. With that, he quickly walked down the city tower. The horse downstairs was already prepared. Zhao Yan jumped on the horse and rushed to High Duke Lu's residence. Chapter 1835. Get out of the way! Get out of the way!
He glared and roared at the front while waving the horsewhip in his hand.
Although the crowd was in a frenzy, they were not unafraid of death. Seeing the horse galloping, they knew he was not someone to be trifled with, so they made way for him. 30 minutes later, Xie Lian arrived at High Duke Lu's residence. Quick, report to High Duke Lu that something big has happened. Xie Lian roared at the servant at the door before he even got off his horse. In his opinion, this matter had already reached a point where it could not be delayed. The servant's expression changed. He knew something must have happened, so he rushed into the residence. Whoosh! Xie Lian reined in the horse, dismounted, and jumped into the Chang residence.
Just as he entered the door, he heard an unhappy roar.
Is it that bastard? How dare he disturb Lao Tzu for no reason? The voice belonged to Chang Yaojin. He strode to the door and bumped into Xie Lian.
He frowned and said, "It's you, little bastard.
Why are you here instead of guarding the gate of Chang'an City? Something big has happened, High Duke." Xie Lian panted heavily as he looked at Chang Yaojin with a serious expression. Damn it, what big thing can it be? Could it be that the sky has collapsed? Chang Yaojin was dissatisfied. He was practicing martial arts at home but was disturbed by this brat. How could he not be angry? High Duke, please calm down first. Xie Lian swallowed and tried to moisten his dry throat. He grabbed Chang Yaojin's left hand and pointed to the sky. High Duke, look at the sky. What is that? The sky. Chang Yaojin frowned and was puzzled. What are you up to now?
Although his mouth was unforgiving, he knew that Si Lian wouldn't dare to lie to him. Perhaps there really was something up in the sky. He still glanced at the sky, and this glance instantly made him feel unwell.
Ah! What is this?
Cheng Yaojin raised his right hand and stared at the sky.
Duke, I don't know either.
Si Lian pulled a long face and said helplessly, "Now, the people in Chang'an City are all saying that the thing in the sky is a deity.
They are all kneeling and praying to it." What did you say?
Cheng Yaojin's strong body suddenly trembled, and he slapped him backhandedly. He glared at him and said, "Why don't you stop the people of Chang'an City from worshipping this thing?" He had spent his entire life on the battlefield and didn't believe in ghosts and gods. He also didn't allow his subordinates to believe in such things. Today, Si Lian actually did something like this?
Duke, you can't blame me for this.
Si Lian touched his burning cheeks and felt a little wronged. You know that I'm your soldier and I never believe in these things.
But the people of Chang'an City don't listen. They keep talking about it on Chang'an Avenue. Some of them have even knelt down to worship you.
Then what are you waiting for?
Take my waist token and borrow soldiers from the big hay.
Cheng Yaojin looked as if he expected better from Si Lian.
He took out a waist token from his waist and threw it to Si Lian. Go and find the big hay immediately. I have to go to the palace to discuss this with His Majesty.
After that, he didn't wait for Si Lian to reply and directly walked to the door. He said while walking, "Cheng Yi, prepare a horse to go to the palace." When he arrived at the door, the horse was already prepared.
Cheng Yaojin jumped on the horse and rode with the long whip in his hand. He was heading to the palace.
"Get out of the way.
Get out of the way for Lao Tzu."
He kept waving the long whip in his hand to drive away the people who blocked his way. The people were originally people who bullied the kind and feared the evil. When they saw this guy who looked like a bandit, they all made way. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Cheng Yaojin arrived at the palace. Whoosh! Cheng Yaojin pulled the reins of the horse, jumped off and rushed to the palace. "Hi Duke, what are you doing?" The guard went up and stopped Cheng Yaojin without saying anything. If it was someone else who barged into the palace, they might have been decapitated. However, it was the High Duke, so he could only treat him with respect.
"Get out of the way.
I have something important to discuss with His Majesty." Cheng Yaojin didn't talk nonsense with the guard and directly rushed to the palace. "Hi Duke, please don't make things difficult for me." The guard's expression was ugly. Guarding the palace gate was his responsibility. He didn't dare to let Cheng Yaojin in. At the very least, there had to be an announcement. "Get out of the way." Cheng Yaojin slapped the guard's face with dissatisfaction. The guard immediately fell down and staggered twice. He didn't dare to say anything. Cheng Yaojin snorted coldly and walked to the palace gate. The other guards naturally didn't dare to stop him. They all knew how powerful Cheng Yaojin was. Moreover, he seemed to be especially angry today. He had just taught a guard a lesson. How could they dare to stop him? He took large strides to the imperial study. Along the way, he didn't dare to slack off at all. "Hi Duke Lu, where are you going?" The sound of a male duck came from behind. Cheng Yaojin glanced behind him. The one who spoke was Shao Gizi. "Shao Gizi, why are you here? Where is His Majesty?" Cheng Yaojin stopped and asked with a serious face. "Hi Duke. His Majesty is in the imperial study." Shao Gizi bowed and used the sound of a male duck.
"Okay, lead the way. I want to see His Majesty immediately."
Chapter 1836. Cheng Yaojin grabbed little Gizi and rushed to the imperial study. He could not wait any longer. "Duke, slow down, slow down." Little Gizi was trembling as he was being pulled, but he could not refuse the Duke's good intentions. He felt uncomfortable all over.
"Slow down? Hurry up."
Cheng Yaojin did not care about this. He carried little Gizi and did not slow down. Now that they were in the palace and he was the one who broke into the palace, it was much easier to move around with this guy. Sure enough, with little Gizi, many patrolling guards did not come forward to ask questions. They were unimpeded all the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at the imperial study. Little Gizi was a little out of breath. "Duke, you can go in by yourself." Cheng Yaojin did not say anything and strode directly into the imperial study. He saw Li Shimin leaning over the desk and reading memorials.
He had a cigarette in his left hand and took a puff from time to time. He looked very comfortable.
Your Majesty, something big has happened.
Cheng Yaojin quickly stepped forward and bowed. Li Shimin, who was reading memorials, suddenly raised his head and glanced at Cheng Yaojin. He was a little confused. Why was this guy here? He did not summon him, but this was not important.
He did not care and said seriously, "Why are you here?"
Your Majesty, something big has happened in Chang'an. An unidentified flying object appeared in the sky above Chang'an City. Now the people regard this object as a god and have even started to worship it.
Cheng Yaojin looked anxious and began to pace on the spot.
What?
Li Shimin threw down the brush in his hand and his eyes widened.
What is this unidentified flying object you are talking about?
Your Majesty, I don't know either.
Cheng Yaojin spread his hands and said helplessly, I just took a look. I don't know what it is exactly. Is the thing you are talking about still in the sky? Li Shimin quickly walked down from the desk and looked at Cheng Yaojin with a serious face. They should still be in the sky. I saw them on my way here.
Cheng Yaojin glanced at the beam and his expression turned ugly.
Then what are you waiting for? Come with me and take a look.
Li Shimin hurriedly finished and strode out of the door. From time to time, he would take 2 puffs of the cigarette in his hand.
He seemed a little anxious.
His steps were very big.
In a moment, he arrived at the door. When he looked up, his pupils instantly shrank. He could not help but be stunned in place.
For a moment, he did not know what to say. What was that in the sky?
How could something fly in the sky? This was impossible. How could such an absurd thing happen? However, such a reality was happening right in front of his eyes. Could it really be as Cheng Yaojin said, that he was an immortal? No, impossible. He had been fighting for several years and killed countless people, but he had never seen any immortals. Even demons and ghosts had to retreat. How could it be possible today? Not an immortal? Could it be a human?
Was that guy playing tricks in the sky? It should be known that kites could also fly in the sky. It was not impossible for someone to make some huge kites to fly in the sky.
However, this statement was soon overturned by him because no known kites could fly so high, let alone such a big one. It was completely impossible. Then what could it be? Could it be that God was dissatisfied with the Tang dynasty? Or was there any revelation? Thousands of thoughts were constantly breeding in his mind, but he just could not figure it out. At this time, a tingling pain came from between his fingers, which awakened him from his endless thoughts.
He looked down and saw that the cigarette was about to burn out.
He frowned and seemed to think of something. He quickly said to Xiao Gizi, quickly summon Imperial Astronomer Xu Jindo, Yuan Tiangang, Wei Zhang, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others to come to the palace to see me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Gizi bowed and quickly turned to leave.
As the emperor's personal eunuch, he naturally knew the importance of this matter.
The appearance of an unknown object in the sky was a major event in the Tang dynasty. He did not dare to neglect it.
Thinking of this, he walked faster, lowered his head tightly, and ignored the many things in front of him.
Ah! A solid object hit him head-on, which made Xiao Gizi feel a little pain. He bared his teeth and was about to curse, but when he looked up, he was surprised. It was none other than Imperial Astronomer Xu Jindo, who was appointed by His Majesty. Lord Xu, you came at the right time. His Majesty is summoning you. Come with me to see him. While speaking, Xiao Gizi also glanced behind Xu Jindo and found that Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and others were also there. He was so happy that he kept saluting. It turns out that Mr. Du and Lord Fang are also here. His Majesty is summoning you. Hurry up and see him. His Majesty can't wait. Good, good, good. Eunuch, please lead the way. Xu Jindo did not dawdle and walked straight to the imperial study.
He did not know why His Majesty summoned him in such a hurry, but he had something important to report to His Majesty.
Generally speaking, the Armillary Sky Supervisor did not enter the palace except to observe the astronomical phenomena and calculate the solar terms. But today, he found an extremely strange thing. An unknown flying object actually appeared in the sky? This was very rare in the history of dynasties. Even if it did, it was a sign that the country was going to change. But today, such a thing actually happened in the Tang dynasty.
This made his whole heart hang in the air, and he did not dare to let it go. Chapter 1837. Of course, he was not the only one with this idea. Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng were also the first to discover this matter. They found Xu Jindo immediately. The three of them calculated together, but none of them made sense, so they decided to go to the palace together. On the way, they met Du Ruhui, Feng Xianling, and others, so they went to the palace together. Although they were old, they did not slow down. In less than a moment, they arrived in front of Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, your humble servant." Everyone bowed in unison, but their faces were gloomy. In their eyes, they were also the backbone of the Tang dynasty. They should be loyal to the emperor. But today, they failed to see through the mystery in the sky. It was really a shame. "You don't have to be so courteous," Li Shimin replied casually. Then he pointed to the sky and frowned. "Dear ministers, please look. What is this thing in the sky? Do you know?" "Your Majesty, please stop." Xu Jindo hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Li Shimin's right hand. His face was a little ugly. "Your Majesty, now it is said that the thing in the sky is an immortal. I'm afraid that such behavior will be disrespectful to immortals." Immortals? Li Shimin was a little unhappy. He did not believe in these things. At most, he was in awe. But this guy said the same thing. He really did not know how to talk. "Do you think it is an immortal?" "Well..." Xu Jindo glanced at the unknown object in the sky and did not know how to answer. If he did not believe it, he was a person who observed the astronomical phenomena and calculated the solar terms. He was still a little sensitive to these unpredictable things. If he believed it, His Majesty seemed to be a little dissatisfied. This was difficult for him. "Your Majesty, I don't think we should come to a conclusion so early." Wei Zhang stepped forward, stroked his beard, and said seriously. "Oh." Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" He was more optimistic about Wei Zhang, not because the latter often advised him or was loyal, but because he could often find the key to the problem and hit the nail on the head. "Your Majesty." Wei Zhang bowed and glanced at the sky. Then, he said seriously, "Your Majesty, I don't think it's urgent to figure out what the thing in the sky is, but to appease the people first. The people are ignorant. If such a thing appears, they will definitely regard it as a divine object and rush to worship it. On my way here, I saw that Chang'an City was in chaos. Countless people were kneeling on the ground, calling it an immortal and worshipping it wantonly. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion, or even a mutiny." He deliberately emphasized the word mutiny, and glanced at Chang Yaojin while speaking. Because the Chang'an City Gate was under the control of Chang Yaojin's subordinates, now that something had happened, Chang Yaojin could not get away with it. Chang Yaojin seemed to have felt the cold gaze as well. His old face darkened, and he immediately jumped out. "Wei Zhang, who are you scolding in a roundabout way? If you have the guts, let's go to the martial arts practice field to practice. Don't stab Lao Tzu in the back." "Jijia!" Li Shimin shouted and stared at Chang Yaojin with a pair of tiger-like eyes. "What are you doing? This is the palace, not your home. You are not allowed to make trouble here." "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Chang Yaojin quickly stepped back and pointed at Wei Zhang with a fierce face. "It's this old." Halfway through his words, he saw that Li Shimin's eyes were a little dissatisfied. He cupped his hands repeatedly. He was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of Li Shimin. "Stop talking. Let me ask you, what's the situation in Chang'an City?" Li Shimin waved his hand, as if he did not want to listen to Chang Yaojin's explanation. Instead, he directly asked about the situation in Chang'an City. "Your Majesty, this?" Chang Yaojin cupped his hands, and his face was a little ugly. "What is this? I want to hear the current situation in Chang'an City from you." Li Shimin stared at Chang Yaojin and said sternly. Chang'an City was the heart of the Tang dynasty and the lifeline of the world. It was the place he cared about the most. If it were not for Wei Zhang's advice, he would not have known the situation until now. This guy was still unwilling to talk about it? "Your Majesty, when the unidentified object appeared earlier, there was indeed a commotion in Chang'an City. Fortunately, I have stopped it." Chang Yaojin bowed and said in a trembling voice. "I'm afraid not." Wei Zhang looked at him coldly and said with cupped hands, "Your Majesty, as far as I know, there is a commotion in Chang'an City now." The guards guarding the city can't stop it. There are signs of people passing on. After that, he waved his sleeve and coldly glanced at Chang Yaojin. Of course, he did not deliberately target Chang Yaojin. He just felt that when such a big thing happened, how could Chang Yaojin, a duke, stop it? Instead, he made things worse. He was really ashamed to face His Majesty and the Tang dynasty. Wei Zheng, don't talk nonsense here. Who said I didn't stop it? Chang Yaojin stared and pointed at Wei Zheng, very dissatisfied. Chang Yaojin, shut up. Li Shimin did not shout, Jijia this time. He was really angry. He took a long breath and said coldly, did you stop the commotion in Chang'an City or not? Chapter 1838. Your Majesty. Chang Yaojin glared at Wei Zheng and then slowly looked away. I have informed Big He on my way here. He has led the army to Chang'an City to suppress the people. I believe that in less than half an hour, there will be immediate results. Hearing this, Li Shimin's frowning brows relaxed. He knew Yu Qigong's ability very well. He had always been famous for his bravery and fighting. Since he followed him to lead the army, he rarely lost. It should be no problem for him to suppress some people. Since Jingda has already rushed to Chang'an City, I believe there will be no problem. Now, let's talk about the matter at hand. What is the thing in the sky? He glanced at the crowd, and his face was full of worry. To be honest, he really didn't want to believe that the thing in the sky was the manifestation of immortals. However, all the signs made him have to believe it. It was really a little worrying. Your Majesty. Feng Xianling stepped forward with his hands folded. He glanced at the thing in the sky and said slowly, Your Majesty, Xu Jindo, Master Yuan, and Master Li of the Imperial Astronomer are all here. Why don't you let them do a divination to find out the mysteries of heaven? Yes, how could I forget these three? Li Shimin's face showed a trace of joy. Then, he glanced at the three people who stood out among the crowd. Why did they stand out among the crowd? It was because they were all wearing Taoist robes. There was a faint temperament of Taoist masters emerging. The three of you, please do a divination for the Tang dynasty. What is the thing in the sky? In fact, they had already done a divination before coming to the palace. They had even asked Xu Jindo of the Imperial Astronomer to do a divination together. The three of them did a divination together, but they didn't find any mysteries of heaven or anything. That was why they came to the palace to discuss with His Majesty. However, as soon as they came, they were temporarily delayed because of the matter in Chang'an City. During this period, he secretly did a divination in his sleeve, but he didn't find anything. Now, His Majesty asked him to do a divination. If he couldn't find out the thing in the sky, wouldn't he ruin his reputation? And he would be guilty of deceiving the emperor? However, he couldn't refuse the emperor's request. Otherwise, it would be a crime of disobedience. It seemed that he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Thinking of this, he formed a seal with his right hand and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. However, you must prepare incense tables, candlesticks, and other sacrificial items. These are all trivial matters. Taoist priest, please do it quickly. Li Shimin readily agreed. Then, he looked at little Gizi who was on standby. Little Gizi, immediately send someone to prepare the incense table and candlesticks. It must be quick. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Gizi bowed and turned to leave. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Gizi leisurely walked over with a few eunuchs, holding incense, candles, yellow paper, and other sacrificial items. The imperial palace often held sacrificial ceremonies, so these things were necessary and not difficult to find. The incense table was neatly arranged under Xiao Gizi's direction, and the candlesticks and yellow paper were also neatly arranged. The three of you, can we begin now? Li Shimin glanced at Yuan Tiangang and others and asked eagerly. Yuan Tiangang didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the unidentified flying object in the sky. After about 2 or 3 seconds, he frowned and said, Your Majesty, we can begin. After that, he turned to look at Li Chunfeng and others behind him and said helplessly, Chunfeng Jindo, let's do the divination together. The two nodded and didn't speak because they knew that it was useless to say anything now. Only the divination would know the truth. Although there was no result just now, they might be able to get a glimpse now. With such a lucky thought, the three of them walked to the incense table with seals in their hands. Yuan Tiangang stood in the middle, picked up the wooden sword on the incense table, and stood in front of him. Then, he formed a seal with his left hand and glanced at the two people on his left and right.
Chun Feng, Jin Do, raise the sword. Let's start together.
The two of them understood, so they didn't need to say anything. They nodded and grabbed the wooden sword. After looking at each other, the three of them closed their eyes and began to chant. Wearing a canopy on the head, walking on Kuegong, supporting Liujia on the left, Luding on the right, Luding on the front, Luding on the back. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them opened their eyes. At this moment, their eyes seemed to emit a light that couldn't be seen clearly or touched. Then, they began to wave the wooden sword in their hands. First it was up and then down. It seemed to be disorderly, but in fact, it contained the universe. The 9 luminaries move forward, the beginning of the origin lingers, the essence of the flower responds to the brightness, the original spirit scatters, the endless flow of hope descends upon me, the glory of Zhu Jing, the stagnation is lifted, the red clouds rise, the purple star rises, all things in the world, let me be a prophet. The three of them put the seal in their left hands to the tip of their noses and urged the incantation with a serious face. At this moment, they seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Everything around them had nothing to do with them. The people behind them looked at this scene and didn't feel surprised because it wasn't the first time they had seen it. Every time the royal family offered sacrifices, they would let the official office of the imperial astronomer do it. Sometimes, they would invite Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, and others.
Chapter 1839.
Although they were used to these things, they still had some repulsion in their hearts. Ghosts and gods were mysterious and unpredictable. How could they be seen through so simply by reciting a few spells? Especially Chang Yao Jin, he was even more disgusted with these things. He even put his hands up and was ready to watch a good show. He was a soldier and had killed more people than the people of Chang'an City. If there were really ghosts and gods, why didn't they come to take his life? Of course, he only belonged to the kind of people who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but he didn't dare to be disrespectful to ghosts and gods because there had been sacrificial activities since ancient times. These acts of praying for people's blessings were originally good intentions. They could not believe in them, but they could not be destroyed. Otherwise, they would become the public enemy of the entire Tang dynasty, which was not something a duke could bear. Li Shimin didn't know these different thoughts of the people. At this time, he clenched his fists and opened his eyes wide. It seemed that he wanted to see something from such a ceremony, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. In fact, he also belonged to the kind of people who didn't believe in ghosts and gods. What immortals? If these immortals really exist, why did the people of the Tang dynasty suffer so much? Thinking of the Turks who killed the people of the Tang dynasty for fun a few years ago, he was full of doubts about the immortals. However, he was not only Li Shimin, but also the emperor of the Tang dynasty. When such a strange thing appeared, people couldn't go to heaven to check it. They could only hope for ghosts and gods, so they invited Yuan Tiangang and others. Otherwise, how could they know the truth? There was no other way. Only by figuring out what it was could he give the people an answer and appease the restless people. Otherwise, how could he face the people of the Tang dynasty in the future? Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face showed the sadness again. He subconsciously took out a cigarette from his waist and stretched out his slightly trembling right hand to touch the fire roll, but he didn't feel anything. At this time, Shao Gizi hurriedly took out a match from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He was His Majesty's personal eunuch, so it was necessary for him to have sharp eyes. Ever since he knew His Majesty liked this, the match at his waist had never been broken. Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi out of the corner of his eye and nodded slightly. He stretched out the cigarette, lit it slowly, and took a deep breath. This relieved his tight nerves. After relaxing for a while, he turned his eyes again to Yuan Tiangang and others who were doing the ritual. Yuan Tiangang and the other two had adjusted the posture of the wooden swords in their hands, but they still kept chanting. Heaven and earth are natural, the filthy air is dispersed, the mysterious void in the cave, the dazzling Taiyuan, the mighty gods from all directions, make me natural, the talisman of Lingbao, announced to the 9 heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Chunfeng and Xu Jindo and said solemnly, "Take them." The three of them took a long breath and put the long swords on the incense table. Yuan Tiangang took out 3 copper coins from his sleeve and threw them on the incense table. He put his palms together and murmured. After a quarter of an hour, He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the copper wire. How could this be? Yuan Tiangong's pupils shrank, and his brows were almost knitted together.
Li Chunfeng and Xu Jindo were the same.
They were in disbelief, as if this divination wasn't done by them. The three of you, what happened?
Li Shimin noticed the abnormality and quickly stepped forward.
He glanced at the copper coins on the incense table, but he couldn't understand them at all. He had to look at Li Chunfeng and others and asked, Taoist, how do you explain this divination?
No one answered.
The three of them stared at the copper coins as if they didn't hear Li Shimin. They weren't pretending not to hear him, nor were they purposely not answering. It was because of this divination. This divination was really strange. Usually, no matter what happened, Yuan Tiangang was alone. Even if he didn't know everything, he could still get a glimpse of the big picture. There was also Li Chunfeng, whose cultivation was not lower than Yuan Tiangong's. The two of them were teachers and friends. When they worked together, there had never been a divination that they couldn't solve, let alone the half-baked Xu Jindo. However, when the three of them worked together today, the divination couldn't be solved. There was no reason for it. It was as if the things in the sky came out of nowhere and had nothing to do with ghosts or gods. Strange, very strange.
Li Chunfeng frowned.
At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to study whether there was a problem with his Taoist technique. He was focused on this divination. Taoist Li, why do you say so? Li Shimin saw that Li Chunfeng was the only one who spoke, so he had to ask this unlucky guy. Your Majesty, there's something you don't know.
Li Chunfeng glanced at Li Shimin and didn't salute.
Maybe it was because he only thought of him as a beggar, or maybe it was because he was so immersed in the divination that he had completely forgotten. Your Majesty, in the past, Tiangang and I have always divined things clearly.
Today, with Brother Jindo, there should be no problem.
However, there was a mistake. Not only did we fail to divine what is in the sky, but we also failed to divine the cause.
This is really strange.
As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the object in the sky, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and bewilderment. He thought to himself, if I know what it is, I'll definitely study it for 7 days and 7 nights before I stop.
Chapter 1840. However, he didn't see Li Shimin's lonely eyes.
It seemed that the hope in his heart had been shattered. How could this be?
Li Shimin's hands trembled a little.
He glanced at the three people and said, even the three of you can't figure out what this is?
Then who else in the Tang dynasty can know? Your Majesty, don't panic.
Yuan Tiangang hurriedly stepped forward and held Li Shimin. Your Majesty, although we didn't figure out what this is, we feel that it is an ominous sign.
What do you mean? Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and took Yuan Tiangong's right hand. He was a little surprised.
At the emperor's side, he could be said to be the most loyal subordinate because the current empress was his sister, and the emperor was his brother-in-law.
Zhang Sun Wuji's family had invested in the Tang dynasty. Now Yuan Tiangang suddenly said that it was an ominous sign. Didn't that mean that the Tang dynasty would be in danger? How could his current uncle sit still?
Not only him, but Cheng Yaojin, Wei Zhang, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and others also stepped forward quickly. Their average age was not young, and their steps were a little staggered, but this could not stop their determination to worry about the country and the people. Especially Cheng Yaojin. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it because he knew that the current emperor had a good emperor who worried about the country and the people. He had deeply understood this since he followed Li Shimin. He had gone through fire and water with the soldiers, ate and slept with them. How could such an emperor have any ominous sign? There was also Wei Zheng. He also couldn't believe it. Although His Majesty was sometimes lazy, violent, and ruthless, His Majesty was a qualified monarch because he handled political affairs conscientiously every day. How could there be an ominous sign? This was really a little ridiculous. Li Shimin naturally noticed the nervous expressions on the faces of the officials. He was very gratified that he was able to receive the support of everyone. He did not waste his time as the ruler. But what was this ominous sign? He thought of the change in the Xuanwu Gate. Could it be that Yuan Tiangong's words were true? Even the heavens were dissatisfied and wanted to punish him with misfortune? If that was the case, he hoped that God would not punish the people of the Tang dynasty. After praying in his heart, he turned his eyes to Yuan Tiangang again, but his heart was in a mess.
Taoist Yuan, please continue.
Li Shimin's face was a little pale, and only his trembling hands showed his inner fear. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuan Tiangang cupped his hands and said slowly under everyone's complicated gaze, "Do you still remember the pre-Qin bewilderment stone?" "What?" Wei Zheng's eyes widened, his hands trembling as he shot a glance at the object in the sky. "You mean to say that the object in the sky is Mars?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar among the officials. "What? It's Mars? How could it be?" The three words Mars stone were like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, instantly causing countless ripples. Most of the people present were Confucian scholars. They were familiar with history and deeply knew what the three words Mars represented. It was a star of misfortune. Mars was known as Mars due to its fiery glow and unpredictable whereabouts. It was also known as the Crimson Star, the Punishment Star, and the Law Enforcement Star. Throughout history, whenever Mars appeared, there would be endless disasters and countless casualties. The earliest record was in the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. King Hui of Chu destroyed the Chen dynasty, which was said to have a great relationship with Mars. Later, when Ing Zhang unified the 6 states, Mars fell on the East County and was engraved with 6 words. The first emperor died and the land was divided, causing countless innocent people in the East County to suffer. At the end of the Western Han dynasty, someone reported to the Prime Minister of Emperor Chang of Han that there was a celestial phenomenon of Mars guarding the heart, and the Prime Minister committed suicide. All kinds of signs showed that Mars was a star of misfortune and an ominous sign. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered and unconsciously trembled. They were all officials of the Tang dynasty, and naturally did not want such a disaster to befall the Tang dynasty. Especially Li Shimin, who had killed countless people and carried countless sins. Today, Mars fell from the sky? Wasn't this a punishment from the heavens? Could it be that it was punishing the people of the Tang dynasty? He had killed countless people. How could he punish his own people? He was a little scared. Although he did not believe in these things, he could not help but believe what was in front of him. "Taoist, are you sure this is Mars?" Li Shimin's hands trembled and glanced at the thing in the sky from time to time. "You can't be wrong about this, can you?" "Yes, Taoist, you can't be careless about this kind of thing." "Taoist, Mars isn't just a joke." "Taoist, why don't you do another divination?" Everyone asked with a worried look. If Mars really appeared, they would also be victims. Now they did not dare to be careless. Yuan Tiangang glanced at the nervous crowd and his hands were a little sweaty. Then he looked at Li Shimin and said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, I'm just guessing. May I ask, other than Mars, who can fly in the sky? Forgive me for my ignorance." As soon as he said this, the people who had a glimmer of hope were completely disappointed. Chapter 1841. Yes, apart from Mars, what else could fly in the sky? Immortals? But why had they never seen it before? They couldn't find an excuse to refute for a while, so they just looked at each other and kept silent. "Taoist, even if this is Mars, do you have a way to break it? Or what will happen to this disaster?" Li Shimin's face was drained of blood because he knew that wherever Mars landed, there would be calamity. This was an unchanging principle since time immemorial, and since there was no way to change it now, he could only minimize the damage. He looked at Yuan Tiangang with hope, but what he got in return was a bitter look. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and frowned. "Your Majesty, everyone, it's not that I didn't try my best. If this is really Mars, even if my master comes, it won't help." "What? It won't help? How could this be?" With tears in their eyes, everyone looked at the thing in the sky unwillingly and shouted that the heaven was unfair. At this time they really believed what Yuan Tiangang said, because they knew that there was nothing that could fly in the sky. If there really was, it had to be Mars, and the Tang Empire was about to usher in an unprecedented disaster. Everyone kept crying and complaining. Some people even sat on the stone platform, shouting that the people were innocent and the heaven was unfair. Even Li Shimin was leaning against a pillar, his eyes brimming with tears. He now truly suspected that it was he who had attracted Mars, that the heavens had sent down this divine retribution. But were the people of the Great Tang guilty? Did they have to be implicated by him? He kept knocking on the pillar with grief in his heart. Just as he was immersed in his sorrow, a trembling figure walked up to him and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your Majesty, why don't you issue an edict of guilt?" The one who spoke was Wei Zheng. As the head of all the officials, The only way he could think of right now was to have Li Shimin issue an edict. This was the most direct method, and it was also the method that had been frequently used in previous dynasties. Li Shimin slowly raised his head and glanced at Wei Zhang and the officials behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If he announced that he had committed a crime, would he not admit that he had done wrong? But what about Mars if he didn't? Were they really going to let Mars bring disaster upon them? The commoners were innocent. Forget it. Forget it. This is the only way now. After struggling for a while, he finally made up his mind and waved his hand helplessly.
Write the decree for me.
Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Zhang seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He slowly walked towards the imperial study with his hunched body. Hold on. Just as Wei Zhang was about to step into the room, a loud shout was heard.
Wei Zhang stopped in his tracks and turned around slowly.
When he saw that it was Li Chunfeng, he couldn't help but ask, Daoist Li, why did you stop the old man?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Li Chunfeng in confusion. Now that it was confirmed that it was Mars, why did Li Chunfeng come out to cause trouble? Was he going to stop His Majesty from announcing that he had committed a crime? They couldn't understand Li Chunfeng's behavior, including Yuan Tiangang. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy who was both a teacher and a friend. He could only look at him curiously.
Everyone, listen to me first.
Li Chunfeng cupped his hands at the crowd, then glanced at the sky and said with a serious face,
In my opinion, it shouldn't be Mars in the sky.
What?
It's not Mars.
Are you serious?
The desolate eyes of the officials suddenly seemed to light up, and they strode forward, grabbing each other's arms and tugging at their robes in impatience. These words could change the fate of the Great Tang, so they didn't dare to be careless.
Li Shimin was the same.
He strode forward like a tiger and stared with a serious face.
Is what you said true?
He didn't dare to be careless because he was the Tang Emperors. If anything happened to him, thousands of people would die.
Don't worry, everyone.
Let go of me first.
Li Chunfeng's face turned red. He must have been pushed by the crowd.
Everyone let go of me first.
Then I can speak frankly.
Everyone please stop.
Li Shimin saw that the situation was not right and quickly stopped the crowd. Everyone, back down. Otherwise, how can Daoist Li speak frankly? Everyone reluctantly let go of Li Chunfeng and took half a step back. They knew that Li Chunfeng wouldn't be able to say anything if they were to hold on to him like that.
Even though they took a step back, their eyes were filled with anticipation.
Daoist Li, can you speak frankly now? Li Shimin's face was gloomy and expressionless. He wasn't worried that Li Chunfeng would lie to him because he knew that Li Chunfeng was just a Taoist. He was worried that Li Chunfeng would give him hope and not disappoint him. Li Chunfeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Yuan Tiangang beside him. Yuan Tiangang gave him a look that said nothing. Only then did Li Chunfeng feel relieved. He had overturned the conclusion of others. Naturally, he had to say hello to others. Moreover, this person was his good friend who was both a teacher and a friend. Chapter 1842. At the same time, in Chang'an City. At this time, it was the busiest time in Chang'an City. The streets and alleys were filled with the sound of merchants soliciting customers. Servants shuttled through the crowd. Peddlers were walking and stopping with goods on their shoulders. Pairs of men and women were choosing goods on the shelves. The whole city was bustling with people coming and going. It was very lively. Zhu Zi was still hawking on the street with the fermented glutinous rice as usual. Fermented glutinous rice. Fermented glutinous rice. Just then, a roar came from behind. Zhu Zi! It's Huzi. Zhu Zi stopped and glanced behind him. Huzi held the load on his shoulder and quickly stepped forward to walk side by side with Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi, how's the business today? How can it be? It's the same as usual. Zhu Zi smiled and patted the jar with his left hand. There was a hollow sound. Looks like you're doing well today. Huzi glanced at the jar and smiled. Do you want to take a rest? Okay. Zhu Zi agreed without hesitation. Then, he glanced at the corner and said, Let's go there to rest. After that, he walked to the corner with the load on his shoulder. Leaning against the corner, he put down the load. Huzi followed him closely. The two sat on the ground. Huzi wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, Zhu Zi, Where's your fermented glutinous rice? Take it out and let me taste it. I'll exchange it with a steamed bun. After that, he lifted his clothes and fanned himself casually. His eyes drifted around and the sky from time to time. Suddenly, he seemed to find something. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, but he didn't know what it was. He just kept pointing at it with his fingers. Huzi, your fermented glutinous rice. Zhu handed over the fermented glutinous rice, but found that Huzi was pointing at the sky. His eyes widened and his mouth kept muttering something. Huzi, what's wrong with you? Zhu shook Huzi and asked with concern. What is that? Huzi was still pointing at the sky. His body was trembling and he couldn't speak clearly. Zhu curiously glanced in the direction of Huzi's finger. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked. His pupils instantly shrank and his body trembled. Could this be the legendary Bane? As soon as these words came out, Huzi quivered and instantly sobered up a lot. He grabbed the pillar and shouted, What Bane? Calamity. Star. Zhu trembled as he glanced at the sky. Then he looked at Huzi. His face was pale and his body trembled. I heard from the older generation that when something like this appears in the sky, it's a jinx. What? Huzi's face turned pale. He turned around to grab his load, but his trembling arms made him unable to exert any strength. As he grabbed the load, he muttered, The jinx is here. What should I do with my baby? He tried to grab it a few times, but he still couldn't lift it. In the end, he gave up and ran towards his house. As he ran, he shouted, The jinx is here, the jinx is here. When Zhu heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and ran towards his house. He didn't even care about his load. As he ran, he shouted, Jinx, jinx. He deeply understood what a jinx meant. It was to bring disaster to the world. The older generation said that once a jinx descended, the world would be in chaos. People would eat people, foreign races would begin to invade, and such things would come with the jinx. The people who would suffer would be the common people. Then, what would happen to his mother? What would happen to his baby? Thinking of this, he sped up and shuttled through the crowd. He kept shouting as if he was under a spell. Soon, someone noticed this abnormality. At the same time, they also heard what they were saying. They couldn't help but wonder, Jinx? What jinx? Perhaps it was due to the influence of traditional thinking, or perhaps it was because of curiosity. This person intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the sky. At this moment he saw it. He saw the jinx that those people were talking about. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His brain seemed to have received an endless shock. He crazily shouted, In the sky! There's a jinx in the sky? Look! Everyone look! This roar instantly attracted the attention of the people around. They glanced at this guy with some doubts. Jinx? How is that possible? Now is the time when the weather is good. The Tang dynasty is gradually flourishing. How can there be a jinx? Besides, Lao Tzu had lived for decades and had never seen a jinx. Now you've seen one? Most people held an attitude of disbelief. They thought that this guy was just crazy. Some people were even cursing him in their hearts. However, there were still some curious people. They didn't believe it. They couldn't help but shout in their hearts and look at the sky. Jinx! Is it really a jinx? A jinx appeared in the sky. In an instant, everyone around shouted. They widened their eyes and pointed to the sky. Their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. The roars became louder and louder, spreading farther and farther. The streets and alleys of Chang'an City began to shout non-stop. Chapter 1843. As the sound spread further and further, there was a commotion on the streets of Chang'an. The peddlers were not in the mood to sell their goods, and the manservants stopped shouting. They all looked up at the sky with fear, doubt, and disbelief written all over their faces. Because in their education, the jinx was a sign that a disaster was coming. If the Tang dynasty was going to be hit by a disaster, what should they do? They were just ordinary people. Did God want them to die? The defense line in their hearts began to collapse bit by bit. Fear took over their bodies and minds. Some people even knelt down and began to pray, hoping to pray for themselves and their families so that the jinx would show mercy. After the first person knelt down, the second, the third, and countless people began to kneel down. The streets of Chong and were filled with people kneeling down. They put their hands together and kept kowtowing on the ground. They were also chanting, hoping that the jinx would spare them and their families so that their families would suffer less. Soon, the streets of Chong and were covered with blood. On average, one could see people kneeling down with every step. Of course, not everyone knelt on the ground. Some people who cared about their families could not stay any longer and ran home. However, there were too many people kneeling down. For a moment, there were fights and mutinies. In less than a quarter of an hour, the streets of Chong and were filled with blood and flesh. Arms and legs were hanging on the side of the street. The scene was very frightening. This scene quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers stationed in Chong'an City. They looked in the direction of the people's kowtowing to the sky. As a result, they saw something they had never seen before. To be precise, it was something they had never seen before in their lives. There was an unidentified flying object in the sky. Their faces were full of horror. The spears in their hands seemed to have lost their strength and slid to the ground. Their hands kept pointing at the sky. The muscles on their faces trembled. Shock and uneasiness shrouded them. Was it really like what the people said? The jinx had appeared in the sky? Was the jinx about to descend? Was the world going to be in chaos? All kinds of doubts surrounded the people like a haze that could not be dispersed. Logically speaking, they were all soldiers. They only had awe and even a little doubt in their hearts. However, based on the historical materials of the past and the various signs of the people today, this was really the jinx. It was going to kill people. Since the world was going to be in chaos, then what was the point of being a soldier? Since they were going to die sooner or later, they might as well go home first. Moreover, the people had already rebelled. As the guards of Chong'an City, they would definitely be punished. In that case, they might as well take care of their own business. At the thought of this, many soldiers began to run down the city tower. They didn't dare to wait any longer. They wanted to reunite with their families. Every moment of delay meant one less moment of reunion. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die together. Everyone was selfish. Humans are fearful of the unknown. Humans have emotions too. In the face of life and death, they would only worry about their loved ones. They were soldiers, but they were also human beings. They were not inferior to ordinary people. In fact, they valued these things more than ordinary people. After the first deserter, the second deserter soon followed. The gate of Chong'an City was opened wide, and countless soldiers began to file out. Their destination was not the battlefield, but their hometown. More and more deserters began to run down the city tower. With the flow of people in and out, the city gate was congested. Countless people were trampled to death. There were also some deserters who saw that they couldn't get in or out of the city gate. They even chose to jump off the city wall. One could imagine the consequences of jumping off the city wall, which was more than 10 meters high. However, they didn't hesitate, and they didn't dare to hesitate. Because once the star of calamity appeared, it would be more terrible than death. Just as everyone rushed down the city tower crazily, a guard general strode out with a tang sword at his waist. His face was solemn, and he was followed by a team of 10 people. Each of them was holding a 3-edged bayonet and killed decisively. What are you doing? This guard general was called Su Lien. He was the guard general of Chong'an City. He was resting in the city when someone reported that an unknown object had appeared in the sky. He specially came to check it out, but he saw this tragic scene. Everyone looked up and saw that it was the general. As if they had seen their backbone, they stopped jumping off the building, but their bodies kept trembling. General, the star of calamity has appeared in the sky. The people have gone crazy. Some people pointed at the people under the city wall, while others pointed at the unknown object in the sky. Their voices became more and more trembling. Star of calamity? Su Lien frowned and glanced at the sky in the direction of the guard general's fingers. In an instant, he felt terrible. What the hell is this? Why is there something flying in the sky? This was not logical at all. Why would such a situation occur? Is it really like what everyone said? The star of calamity has appeared? The world will be in chaos? The world will be in chaos? Thinking of these words, his right hand that was holding the sword suddenly trembled, and he couldn't help but feel cold. If that's the case, then the Tang dynasty will be finished. The people will be finished. Right, there are also the people. Have the people gone crazy? Chapter 1844. He shuddered in an instant and strode toward the city wall. His body trembled violently at this glance. Then, he felt his vision go black and his body fell backward unconsciously. General! General, are you okay? The 10-man squad behind him supported Seal Yen with concern. They were Seal Yen's personal guards and regarded the general's life as more important than their own. Seal Yen, who was in a coma, was suddenly awakened by the violent impact. He glanced at the crowd, raised his trembling right hand, and shouted, "Quick, send people down to suppress them. We can't let the people cause a mutiny." Although he was terrified, he was a soldier of the Tang dynasty. This was an honor earned by his military exploits. How could he follow those deserters at this moment? That would be a waste of his finger that was chopped off on the battlefield. Moreover, if there was a mutiny in Chang'an, he would die, and so would the Bane. Why not choose a glorious way to die? These thoughts might work on him, but the soldiers on the city wall didn't buy it. They were just foot soldiers. Why should they suppress the people in such a situation? Wasn't that courting death? This was a calamity. Who could stop it? General, you'd better let us go. Yes, General. We can't suppress it at all. The crowd looked at Seal Yen pleadingly. At this moment, they were still thinking about how to leave. However, the general's prestige had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. They didn't dare to leave without an order. Because even if they left, the general could find them. Deserters would be killed and even their wives and children would be implicated. They couldn't bear the consequences. What? Seal Yen's eyes narrowed. He took out the Tang saber from his waist and looked at the crowd fiercely. He shouted, "Can't suppress it? Do you want to be deserters?" Desertion was a capital offense. As long as someone dared to say the word deserter, he would cut him down without hesitation. General. Everyone looked at Seal Yen timidly. For a moment, they were speechless because they knew they were in the wrong. Desertion was not something to be proud of. It was a capital offense. Moreover, the general's prestige was deeply buried in their hearts. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would die if they said the wrong thing. Seal Yen naturally understood what everyone was thinking. If he wasn't here, these guys would have fled long ago. However, once he showed up, he wouldn't allow any deserters. At the very least, such a situation couldn't happen within his jurisdiction. Since none of you are deserters, listen to my orders. Seal Yen glanced at the crowd and raised his Tang saber up high. He shouted, "Go and suppress the people. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded." "Yes, General." Everyone replied unwillingly. They picked up the scattered spears on the ground and ran down the city gate, glancing into the distance from time to time. Hopefully, the lives of the brothers who escaped are not in danger. Sigh, what time is it now? How can I still have the time to care about others? I should take care of myself first. Bitter laughter, dissatisfaction, and ridicule accompanied the crowd as they surged toward the common people. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of footsteps came from Chang'an City. The guards were all armed with spears and Mitsubishi bayonets at their waists. They lined up in a square formation and looked at the frenzied common people with complicated expressions. A young man holding a Tang saber walked out from the group. "Everyone, listen up. Don't stay on the streets. Go home immediately." The one who spoke was Seal Yen's deputy general, Sang Feng. He held his Tang saber and looked at the common people with a serious expression. He looked like he would start a fight at any moment. However, his words didn't have any effect. The common people were still standing on the spot and discussing. Some of them were kneeling down as if they didn't see him. "Everyone, listen up. Don't stay on the streets. Go home immediately." Sang Feng was a little angry and repeated his words. He had decided that if the common people didn't go home, he would use force. The effect was minimal. The common people didn't pay attention to his words at all. It was as if they had gone crazy. The number of people kneeling down even increased. "Men, prepare to force your way in." Sang Feng raised his right hand and gave the order. "Don't hurt the common people. Just chase them home." "Yes." The people behind him responded in unison. Then, they put their Mitsubishi bayonets at their waists and rushed out. "What are you doing? Stop it. Why do you dare to let us go home?"
The attack of the crowd instantly caused an intense response from the common people. They used their bodies as shields and resisted the soldiers. Due to the large number of common people, the soldiers were actually at a disadvantage. Furthermore, they didn't have orders and didn't dare to hurt the common people. Slowly, the situation started to deteriorate. On the city tower, Lian looked at everything in front of him. He clenched his right fist and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had a bad feeling. The common people were gathering and kowtowing on the ground. If this continued, it would definitely cause a mutiny. It seemed like he had to inform the higher-ups. Chapter 1845. Otherwise, as time went by, there would be countless casualties in Chang'an City, which was not something he could bear. Thinking of this, he slammed his palm on the black brick, glanced at the civilians and soldiers in the scuffle unwillingly, and then turned to look at the team on standby. Spread out immediately and inform Mr. Wei Zhang, Mr. Zhang Sun Wuji, Mr. Fang Xianling, Mr. Du Ruhui, and so on. Inform all the officials in Chang'an City. After that, he seemed to think of something and said again, "Prepare the horse. I'm going to Marquis Lu's mansion right away." Without waiting for a reply, he quickly walked down the gate tower. At this time, the horse was already on his back. Lian jumped on the horse and rushed to Marquis Lu's mansion. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." He glared and kept shouting to the front, waving the horsewhip in his hand. Although the people in the discussion were crazy, they were not unafraid of death. Seeing the horse galloping, they knew that he was not someone to be trifled with, so they all made way. After half an hour, Lian smoothly arrived at Marquis Lu's mansion. "Quick, go and report to Marquis Lu. Something big has happened." Lian shouted to the servant at the door before dismounting, because in his opinion, this matter had reached the point where it could not be delayed. The servant's face changed. Knowing that something must have happened, he rushed into the mansion. Whoosh! Lian reined in the horse, dismounted, and jumped to Cheng's mansion. As soon as he entered the door, he heard an unhappy roar. "Is it that bastard? How dare he disturb Lao Tzu for no reason?" The voice was Chang Yaojin. He strode to the door and bumped into Lian. He frowned and said, "It's you, little bastard. Why do you come to me instead of guarding the gate of Chang'an City?" "Something big has happened, Marquis." Lian panted heavily as he looked at Chang Yaojin with a serious expression. "Mother Fastris Kerr, what could possibly happen? Could it be that the sky has collapsed?" Chang Yaojin was somewhat dissatisfied. He was originally practicing martial arts at home, but was disturbed by this brat. How could he not be angry? "Duke, please calm down first." Lian swallowed his saliva in an attempt to soothe his dry throat. He grabbed Chang Yaojin's left hand and pointed at the sky. "Duke, look at what's in the sky." "In the sky?" Chang Yaojin frowned and was a little puzzled. "What the hell are you doing?" Although his mouth was unforgiving, he knew that Lian wouldn't dare to lie to him. Perhaps there really was something up in the sky. He glanced at the sky, and this glance instantly made him feel uncomfortable. "Ah! What is this?" Chang Yaojin raised his right hand high and glared with his tiger-like eyes. "Duke, I don't know either." Lian pulled a long face and said helplessly, "Now the citizens of Chang'an City are all saying that the thing in the sky is a jinx. They are all praying. Chang'an City is already in chaos, and there are even casualties." "What did you say?" Chang Yaojin's body shook violently, and he slapped him with a backhand. He glared at him and said, "Why didn't you stop something like this from happening in Chang'an City?" As a duke, he had the responsibility to protect Chang'an. Now that something like this had happened, the first thing he thought of was order. "Duke, you can't blame me for this." Lian touched his burning cheeks and felt wronged. "Duke, I've already sent people to stop it, but there's little effect. The citizens are convinced that the jinx is a jinx, and they are close to going crazy." "Then what are you waiting for? Take my waist token and go borrow soldiers from Big Hay." Chang Yaojin looked as if he expected better from Lian. He took out a waist token from his waist and threw it to Lian. "Go find Big Hay immediately. I have to go to the palace to discuss this with Her Majesty." Without waiting for Lian to reply, he walked to the door and said, "Cheng Yi, prepare a horse to go to the palace." When he arrived at the door, the horse was already prepared. Chang Yaojin jumped on the horse, held a long whip in his hand, and left in the direction of the palace. At the same time, in Wei Zheng's residence, groups of servants and maidservants gathered together. They pointed their fingers at the sky, their bodies trembling, and their mouths muttering something. "What's that?" "That's the Jinx, the legendary Jinx." As soon as these words came out, the crowd exploded. Cries of surprise and pleas connected together. The entire front yard was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it was out of control. They were all ordinary citizens, and they had a deep fear of the Jinx. Although this fear was passed down from the older generation, they finally understood what it was like after seeing it today. It was like the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The cries of surprise in the courtyard became louder and louder until it spread throughout the Wei residence.
"Why are you crying out?" A middle-aged man who looked like a servant walked out and pointed at the crowd.
He was the steward of the Wei residence and was usually in charge of all matters in the residence, such as disciplining the servants. Usually, these fellows would refuse to do any work, but today, they actually had the leisure to talk about right and wrong. It seemed like they were really looking for a beating. Chapter 1846. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward and prepared to fight with the servant.
Butler, don't fight. Look at the sky."
A servant timidly took half a step back and pointed to the sky, his face full of horror.
"The sky." The butler was a little confused. Is this guy trying to attract my attention? But this guy doesn't seem to be faking it, and these guys are all looking at the sky. Is there really something there? He looked at the sky with curiosity. In an instant, his pupils shrank, and his body trembled unconsciously. "This is a Jinx. A Jinx is coming to the world." The butler kept waving his hands, and his body became stronger and stronger. Master, something big has happened." As he shouted, he rolled and crawled to the study. Now that such a thing had happened, only a big shot like his master could control the overall situation. Otherwise, the sky would fall. Thinking of this, his steps became more urgent, and he almost stumbled. He hurried and finally reached the study. In the study, Wei Zhang was reading a book in one hand and holding a cigarette in the other. He was wandering in the sea of knowledge, and he paid no attention to the outside world. Master, something big has happened." The butler suddenly sat on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Wei Zhang frowned and was a little dissatisfied. He hated being disturbed when he was reading, so he told the servants that no one could come in when he was reading. But now, why did this butler come in? Doesn't this guy know the rules? Impossible, this guy was the first to know. Did something happen? When he saw the butler sitting on the ground, he was more convinced that something big had happened. What the hell is going on? What happened outside? Wei Zhang put down the book, suddenly sat up from the chair, and looked at the butler with a pair of bright eyes. "Master, a Jinx has appeared in the sky. People outside have been talking about it." With tears in his eyes, the butler said with a sad face. "What?" Wei Zhang strode forward and stared at the helpless body of the butler. His face changed greatly. "What did you just say? A Jinx?" "Yes, master. An unknown object appeared in the sky. Everyone said it was a Jinx. I guess the news has spread all over Chang'an City." The butler pointed to the sky and gestured as he spoke. Wei Zheng's face immediately paled. He hurriedly walked out of the door. He wanted to see if this so-called bane was real or fake. As soon as he walked out of the door, he couldn't wait to look up. At that moment, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It really was the star of calamity, and it was Mars. One had to know that Mars was an ominous star, also known as the Crimson Star, the Punishment Star, and the Enforcer Star. Because it was red in color and glowed like fire, it floated erratically in the sky, sometimes from west to east, and sometimes from east to west. Its situation was complicated and confusing, so historical records recorded it as Mars, which meant that it was a symbol of glowing fire and confusion. According to legend, the fall of the pre-Qin dynasty had something to do with Mars. According to the records of Qin Shi Huang, for 36 years, Antares guarded the heart. There was a falling star in the East County, and the ground was a stone. Qian Shou carved the stone with the words, "The first emperor died and the ground was divided." When Qin Shi Huang heard of it, he sent the imperial censor to question it. None of it was convinced, and all the stones were taken away.
He didn't have the slightest doubt about all this, because the thing in the sky was exactly the same as the Mars recorded in historical records. Wherever Mars appeared, the world would be in chaos. Looking at the place where Mars appeared, it was right above Chang'an City. Didn't that mean that the Tang dynasty was going to suffer a great disaster? What about the people of Chang'an City? What about the people of the world? His heart was filled with grief. He only felt darkness in front of his eyes and fell backward. Master, master! The butler strode forward and hugged Wei Zheng's bent body. Wei Zheng took half a step back and slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale, and his hand was on the doorframe. He faintly felt that something was wrong. Why did Mars appear above Chang'an City? Why did Mars appear at this time? Was this a sign of something? The appearance of Mars often had something to do with the people in power. It had been like this since ancient times. Every time Mars appeared, it was the time when the dynasty changed. Now that Mars suddenly appeared, could it be related to the current emperor? Li Erlang? He had killed countless people in the past, even his brother and slaughtered the entire East Palace. Wasn't such a sin the most powerful evidence to prove Mars? Now that Mars had appeared, it was clearly accusing Li Erlang of wrongdoing. It was Mars brought by Li Erlang. It was the disaster brought by Li Erlang. It was also Li Erlang that caused the heavens to be dissatisfied. Wei Zheng didn't dare to think about it anymore. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed in the direction of the palace and said sternly, "Prepare the horse, we're going to the palace." After that, he walked out of the mansion with his bent body. He didn't dare to delay such an important matter, and he couldn't afford to delay it. Of course, he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Zhang Sun Wuji also had such thoughts. Chapter 1847. At this time, Zhang Sun Mansion was in chaos. Since the servants knew that this was the star of calamity, no one worked anymore. Some stood in a daze, some knelt on the ground, praying in their hearts, and some jumped over the courtyard to escape. This was the star of calamity. Once it descended, the entire Tang dynasty would be in chaos. What was the use of staying in Zhang Sun Mansion? It was better to go home and hide. The servants fled one after another, and the huge mansion withered in an instant. Zhang Sun Wuji stood in the front yard, looking up at the sky with fear on his face. His heart was very complicated. He already knew that this was Mars just now. At the same time, he also knew that wherever Mars descended, there would be disasters. But what crimes did the people of the Tang dynasty commit? What crimes did the people of the world commit? These were all done by Li Erlang. If he didn't kill his brother, how could this disaster happen today? Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to punish Li Erlang. The funny thing was that he was once Li Erlang's accomplice. But thinking about it, he and Li Erlang were relatives. How could he just stand by and do nothing? Men, prepare the horse. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his sleeves and walked straight out the door. He decided to go to the palace and ask Li Erlang for an explanation. Today's disaster was definitely related to him. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't say anything along the way. His face was gloomy, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Only his trembling arms betrayed the fear in his heart. The coachman also knew the severity of the matter. He didn't dare to delay. With a wave of his whip, he rushed straight to the palace. Whoosh! The carriage stopped at the Vermilion Bird Gate, and Zhang Sun Wuji darted out of the carriage. Just as he was about to head into the palace, there was a commotion coming from not far away. He casually took a glance and saw that it was Wei Zhang, Feng Xianling, and the others. Almost all the famous officials in the imperial court were present. Lord Wei, Lord Feng. Why are you all here? Zhang Sun Wuji's face was still gloomy. The laughter between brothers in the past was gone. For Mars in the sky, of course. Wei Zhang stood up with a walking stick in his hand. His face was pale. That's right. With the appearance of Mars, Your Majesty cannot escape responsibility. Feng Xianling glanced at the crowd, each word resounding. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. He could not refute this point. Even if he was the emperor's brother-in-law, he could not be partial. Even Lu Guogong, Chang Yaojin, who was standing to the side, was silent because he deeply understood what the bane meant. Since all of you are of the same mind, let's enter the palace together. Zhang Sun Wuji swept his gaze across the crowd, and finally, his gaze landed on Wei Zhang. This was because he did not speak just now, which was not in line with this old man's character. However, with a glance, he realized that Wei Zhang was a little different today. He could not help but ask, "Lord Wei, I thought you don't usually use a crutch? Why today?" Bang, bang, bang. Wei Zhang slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground, but his face was pale. "It's all because of Mars." After that, he glanced at the direction of the Imperial study.
His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked intimidating. "Let's go.
Today, we must get an explanation from His Majesty."
That's right.
Today, we must get an explanation from His Majesty. Everyone, let's go.
Everyone's expression was unfriendly as they walked straight to the palace gate.
The guards at the palace gate were a little flustered.
Why were all these court officials here today? Could it be that something big had happened? They were puzzled, but they did not intend to show favoritism. Without an audience with His Majesty, entering the palace gate was considered trespassing. That was punishable by death.
Looking at the approaching court officials, the guard touched the Tang saber in his hand. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness.
"Halt, or you will be punished for trespassing." They knew that these were court officials, but without an audience with His Majesty, it was trespassing. As soldiers, they only followed orders and did not recognize the person. Of course, they were not really going to attack. They just wanted to stop these people and report back to His Majesty. After all, the person in front of them was more than 10 ranks higher than them. If they were to attack him, they might be raided tomorrow. They did not dare to take such a risk.
"What did you just say?"
Zhang Sun Wuji took a step forward.
His eyes were half narrowed, and there was a chill in his gaze.
"Sir, you cannot trespass into the Vermilion Bird Palace Gate."
Looking at Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes, the guard was a little scared. The other party was an official more than 10 ranks higher than him. However, when he thought about it, if he allowed them to enter the palace without an audience, he and his brothers would be sentenced to death.
Unknowingly, his courage grew. "Sir, please show me your edict, or let the palace servants bring you in. Otherwise, please forgive my rudeness." After that, he pulled out the Tang saber at his waist.
Then, he swept a glance behind him. Everyone immediately understood and pulled out their Tang sabers in unison.
All right. All right." Wei Zhang walked out of the crowd shakily with his walking stick. He laughed coldly. "Looks like you want to repeat the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate. Then, I will wait for you here today." After that, he glanced in the direction of the Black Tortoise Gate. He seemed to be touched. Chapter 1848. The Gate of Black Tortoise was the place where Li Erlang killed his brother. It was also the place where Li Erlang rose to fame. Ever since Li Erlang ascended to the throne, no one dared to mention the Gate of Black Tortoise because it was taboo for Li Erlang. It was also a haze in Li Erlang's heart. But today, in front of all the officials, not only did he mention the Gate of Black Tortoise, he also humiliated the guards to express his anger. The officials behind him were not surprised by Wei Zheng's mention of the Gate of Black Tortoise. Instead, they felt that what he said made sense. If Li Erlang did not kill his brother, why would Mars be born today? All of this was related to Li Erlang. Everyone looked at the guards with anger. The anger in their hearts was self-evident. "What?" Wei Zheng's face darkened. He glanced at the guards and said coldly, "Didn't you want to take my life? Come on." Then, he purposely took half a step forward, looking like a hero. The guards did not dare to be disrespectful. They knew how important this person was. If he dared to scold the emperor, then what about them? But if they retreated, how could they explain it to the emperor? Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a moment. Even the right hand holding the sword began to tremble. The veins on his forehead were bulging. "You bastards, get out of my way, or else I will tear you apart." Chang Yaojin stood out with a pair of tiger-like eyes, looking like he was ready to fight at any moment. "That's right. Asking you to get out of my way is your honor. Or else, I will kill you right now." The Grand Scribe stood out as well. His right hand kept stroking the triangular blade on his waist. His bloodthirsty eyes scanned the guards. "This." The guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Seeing that the crowd was still blocking the way, the Grand Scribe was furious. He pulled out his tri-edge bayonet and walked towards the guards. "It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, I will send you to the Western Paradise."
Brother, wait for me. Chang Yaojin clenched his fists, which made creaking sounds, and rushed forward like an arrow. This posture frightened the guards. The Grand Scribe? Duke Lu? The two big shots were actually fighting for the sake of entering the palace. Everyone knew that they were no match for them and fled into the palace. They had to report the situation here to His Majesty, or else they would lose their heads. Humph! Chang Yaojin coldly snorted and glanced at the fleeing guards. He secretly spat. Luckily you bastards ran fast enough, otherwise Lao Tzu would definitely cripple you. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and said with a serious expression, Lord Wei, Lord Fong, Lord Zhongsun, please leave. Although he usually didn't like these guys, he still admired their attitude and appearance today. Especially this Wei Zhang, who had a fearless face. Seeing that the palace door was no longer blocked, the officials all walked towards the palace door at the same time. They were heading towards the imperial study. Everyone was aggressive and had a serious expression. It was as if there was no one in the palace. Even if there were eunuchs and palace servants, when they saw this scene, they would stay far away for fear of attracting trouble. In a moment, they arrived at the door of the imperial study. At this time, little Gizi was standing at the door waiting for orders. When he saw the officials gathered, he was surprised. Why were so many officials gathered together? Could it be that something big had happened? However, he quickly suppressed the surprise in his heart. After all, he was His Majesty's personal eunuch. He couldn't be so ignorant. Sirs, why are you all gathered here today? Do you have something important to discuss with His Majesty? Shall I inform His Majesty? Little Gizi looked at the officials with a smile, nodding and bowing from time to time. Looking at these guys, it didn't look like anything good. It was better to be cautious. Get lost. Chang Yaojin's face darkened. He kicked him and said coldly, What right does a eunuch like you have to speak? After speaking, he didn't wait for little Gizi's reaction and stepped into the imperial study. The other officials followed closely behind. Only little Gizi's screams could be heard. In the imperial study, Li Shimin, who was originally reading through memorials, suddenly raised his head when he heard the noise. He saw the officials standing uniformly in the main hall. Each of them had an unfriendly expression, as if they had encountered a disaster. Li Shimin put down the memorials and frowned as he glanced at the officials. He found that everyone was a little different from usual. Each of them had a serious expression. Even Chang Yaojin, who was usually laughing with him, had a serious expression. He didn't see anyone come forward to salute him. However, this wasn't important. Why did everyone come together and have such a serious expression? This made him a little puzzled. Could it be that he had made a mistake recently? Or did he neglect his political affairs? But he was dealing with political affairs now. His mind was constantly turning, trying to find if he had done something wrong. However, he couldn't find anything. He could only ask tentatively, What's wrong with everyone today? Your Majesty, you are really leisurely. You even have time to read memorials now. Chapter 1849. Wei Zhang took half a step forward and sneered. Li Shimin frowned and was puzzled. Why do you say that? Does your Majesty not know what's going on outside? Wei Zhang snorted and asked in return. He did not believe that His Majesty did not receive any news in the palace. Outside? Li Shimin walked down from the dragon throne and glanced outside the door. He wondered, what could have happened outside? Your Majesty, something big has happened outside. Mars has descended. Chang Yaojin took a step forward and looked at Li Shimin as he spoke. He originally did not know the 3 words Mars, and only found out after a discussion with the officials. What? Mars? Li Shimin's expression changed and his body trembled. He did not doubt Chang Yaojin's words, nor did he doubt the officials. Today's situation was not simple. Moreover, he deeply understood what Mars was. It was a star of misfortune. As long as Mars descended, it would be accompanied by disaster. However, why would Mars descend in Chang'an? Did he do something wrong? Thinking of this, he quickly walked to the entrance of the imperial study and looked up. Instantly, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It really was Mars. How could this be? Why would Mars descend from the sky? Could it be that he had killed too much? Was the heavens dissatisfied with him? Was this to punish him? He knew that the descent of Mars was often related to those in power. In the past, the descent of Mars would cause chaos. Could it be that his Tang dynasty was also going to be in chaos? His body trembled and he held the doorframe with his hand, feeling helpless. Seeing this, Xiao Gizi hurriedly went forward and supported Li Shimin as they slowly walked towards the imperial study. Just as they walked into the hall, Wei Zheng's cold voice sounded. "Your Majesty, Mars has descended because you have killed too much in your early years. You should give the world an explanation." Wei Zheng picked up his walking stick and slammed it on the ground with a look of indignation. He thought that it was impossible for His Majesty to only know about it now. It must be an act. But he didn't look like one. However, these were not important. What was important now was how His Majesty was going to answer to the people of the world. When the officials saw Wei Zheng stand out, they began to criticize him. "That's right. Your Majesty has killed too many people. You must give the people an explanation. This Mars is a vengeful spirit of the Black Tortoise Gate, here to claim your life. Your Majesty, you should pay your respects. Not only that, Your Majesty, you should also issue an edict and admit your sins to appease the wronged souls." Everyone glared at Li Shimin, filled with righteous indignation, as if they were the souls who had been wronged. Hearing everyone's accusations, Li Shimin panicked. He leaned against the dragon throne, his face pale. "Give an explanation to the people? The vengeful soul of the Black Tortoise Gate? His crimes have been decreed?" These words hit him like a hammer in the chest. Normally, if the officials dared to say such things, they would have been punished. But today was different. The appearance of Mars meant that he was immoral and incompetent. But his crimes have been decreed? This was not an honorable thing. It could become a stain that he could not erase for the rest of his life. At this moment, he hesitated. What should he do? Was there anyone who could help him? He had never felt so helpless. Even when he led troops to war, he had never been afraid between life and death. But at this moment, he was truly afraid. He was afraid that Mars really came because of him. He was afraid that everything the officials said, the vengeful spirit of the deposed crown prince, would come for his life. He was even more afraid that the people of the world would suffer because of him. Did he really have to admit that he was useless? Did he really have to admit that he had killed too many people? No. He was the emperor, how could he do such a thing? But who would speak up for him now? He was angry, heartbroken, and even regretful. Just as he was hesitating endlessly, a figure slowly appeared. Zhang Feng? Feng Zi was smart and had many wicked ideas. Perhaps he had a solution? At this thought, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. Hope flashed in his lonely eyes, and he immediately glanced at little Gizi. Little Gizi had been with him for many years and naturally understood, and slowly came over. Little Gizi, immediately send someone to White Deer College to find Zhang Feng. Tell him the situation here and ask him if he has any solutions. Li Shimin's face was pale, and his voice was hoarse. At this moment, he placed all his hopes on Zhang Feng. Little Gizi understood the severity of the matter, nodded, and left. At this moment, only the civil and military officials and Li Shimin were left in the hall. The atmosphere was very solemn and as calm as the surface of water. But if a stone was thrown, it would immediately cause a reaction. Your Majesty, please do not delay any longer. Immediately decree the crimes have been decreed. Wei Zheng's walking stick thumped on the floor, and he coughed as he spoke. He did not know why Li Erlang was still hesitating. These were the people of the world. Since Li Erlang claimed to be a wise ruler, why did he cast the people aside and ignore them today? Was he really so heartless?